Good afternoon. My name is Priscilla Rojas, and I'm the chair of the Boston Planning and Development Agency Board. Thank you for joining the December 14th, 2023 Economic Development and Industrial Corporation of Boston Board meeting. At this time, the Boston Planning and Development Agency is continuing to host public meetings in a virtual setting for the health, safety, and accessibility of Boston residents. For more information and updates, visit bostonplans.org. The Open Public Meeting Law requires that I notify the public that this meeting is being recorded. Please be aware that an audio and visual recording of this meeting is being made and broadcast by Boston City TV, which is a part of the City of Boston Office of Cable Communications at Xfinity Channel 24, RCN Channel 13, and Verizon Fios Channel 962. It is also being live streamed at boston.gov/cable. Okay, so to begin the meeting, I will take a roll call of the members. Ms. Bennett?
Present.
Dr. Lansmark?
Present.
And Mr. Shepherd's not here yet, right? Yeah, okay. And the chair is present. Okay, let's start with agenda item number 1. Request authorization for the approval of the minutes of the November 16th, 2023 board meeting. A motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
I'll vote present since I wasn't there for that meeting.
Oh, okay. Dr. Do I have quorum then? If you
No.
I don't. So let's skip item number 1 till Rahim gets in. Item number 2, request authorization to extend the tentative designation status of and to continue lease negotiation with Eastern Salt Company Incorporated to facilitate the long-term lease and redevelopment of the Economic Development and Industrial Corporation of Boston's owned Parcel M located within the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park, and to take all related actions. Natalie.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. I am here today to request a 6-month extension for the tentative designation of Eastern Salt Company for Parcel M, located at 3 Dolphin Way within the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park. Eastern Salt is a woman-owned marine industrial business that has operated in Chelsea for over 60 years and was originally designated in June 2021. Eastern intends to operate Parcel M as a part of a larger waterborne bulk marine cargo terminal to be known as the South Boston Marine Multiport. The multiport will reactivate the North Jetty to accommodate deep water berthing goods and ocean-going goods. While Eastern's current business is transship bulk salt, their future business model is to pursue other large cargo uses that support the emerging wind power industry in Eastern Massachusetts. Since the last extension, Eastern has made progress towards final designation. Eastern has advanced design documents with EDIC and Massport, permitting processes, and conducted public outreach with Boston Harbor Now, the South Boston Coastal Resilience Planning meetings, and the Fid Kennedy realignment meetings. Within this tentative designation extension period, Eastern will continue the design of resiliency measures in consultation with the BPDA, work on their construction documents, identify additional grant opportunities, and continue outreach with prospective tenants. The Marine Park Master Plan update highlights the need for a general purpose marine terminal to foster Boston's capability to serve as a full-service port. Eastern's envisioned South Boston Marine Multiport Terminal could handle a wide range of cargo, with Parcel M advantageously located in one of the few deep water areas within the marine park. Staff therefore recommends that Eastern's tentative designation to develop Parcel M be extended for a period of 6 months. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Dr. Lansmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm just going to rewind back to item number 1. Request authorization for the approval of the minutes of the November 16th, 2023 board meeting. A motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Present.
That's it. Dr. Lansmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Item number 3, request authorization to execute a design contract amendment with Studio NA Inc. Incorporated to provide additional design and construction-related services for the 12 Channel Street stairwell pressurization project in the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park in the amount not to exceed $400,046. William.
Thank you and good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. We are seeking authorization to amend this existing design contract with Studio NA. They are our architect of record for the 12 Channel Street stairwell pressurization project that we recently put out to bid. This matter was last before you in October of 2022, requesting authorization to issue the invitation for bids for this work. And everything that I'm about to say now is also relevant to the next vote, just for your information. As you might recall, Studio NA was hired to design continued life safety improvements to this building, a 1941 nine-story storehouse built by the U.S. military. The project seeks to install a pressurized stairwell so that we have smoke-free egress in the event of a building fire. This project was originally put out to bid in April of this year. Yes, we put it out to bid originally in April of this year. We only got one bid back. It was too high, so we put it out again in September. We need to amend this contract so we have sufficient funds and sufficient time to administer the construction phase of the work. We are looking to increase the original contract by $66,527, which will result in a total amended contract of $400,046. This additional work will allow us to continue the proper oversight of this work and has been funded in the FY24 capital budget. I'll provide a little bit more details on the recent bidding of this project, but with that, we are requesting authorization to amend Studio NA's design contract. If there are any questions, happy to answer.
Questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Item number 4. Request authorization to execute a general construction contract with GVW Incorporated in the amount of $3,589,000 and to authorize a construction contingency in the amount of $358,900 for the construction of the 12 Channel Street stairwell pressurization project within the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park. William.
Thank you again. So continuation of the previous matter, this phase of the work was competitively bid September 18th of this year in accordance with Chapter 149 of the Massachusetts General Laws. We had 80 interested parties download the bid documents, and we received 3 general bids. They were open and read aloud on December 1st. The lowest eligible and responsible bidder was GVW for an amount of $3,589,000. All documents required by Chapter 149 in the invitation for bids were ultimately submitted by GVW. I do want to note at the bid opening, 4 documents were missing from their bid submission. They provided all missing documents by the next business day. This omission was declared a minor informality. For the record, the next lowest bid was $4,150,000, which is $561,000 higher than the low bid. Studio NA, the architect of record who produced the bid documents, has reviewed the submitted bids and recommends awards GVW as the lowest eligible and qualified bidder. The total contract award is for $3,589,000, but we are recommending a 10% contingency be held in the amount of $358,900 for a total authorization of $3,947,900. The work will be funded from the FY24 capital budget. And with that, we are requesting authorization for the director to enter into this contract. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Okay, item number 5. Request authorization to award a contract to R.W. Sullivan, PC, as a licensed design consultant to produce a building systems assessment report for the 12-channel building in the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park at an amount not to exceed $350,000. William.
All right, thanks again. So this matter was last before you March of this year, requesting authorization to list qualifications and fees for this work. This design contract will provide for a complete building systems assessment of the 12 Channel Street building necessary to identify, plan, and budget future critical repairs and improvements. The agency issued a request for qualifications in accordance with Chapter 7C of the Massachusetts General Laws in May of this year. That process included outreach to disadvantaged firms, pre-submission conference, and 48 interested parties downloading the RFP. We had 7 firms submit qualifications in response to the solicitation on June 20th. We had a designer selection committee meet publicly to review all qualifications, and based on that review, the committee unanimously recommends the design contract to be awarded to R.W. Sullivan Engineering with the total contract amount of $350,000 to be funded from the FY24 capital budget. With that, we're requesting authorization for the director to execute this contract. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Dr. Landsberg?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thanks, William.
Thank you very much.
Okay, item number 6, request authorization to clarify a previous vote of the board and confirm that the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park shall continue to be known as the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park in all respects. Rebecca.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. In February 2016, the board of the EDIC voted to approve the naming of the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park. At the time, the board voted that the Marine Industrial Park shall be known as the Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park, but shall continue to do business as and legally remain the Boston Marine Industrial Park. In the years since that 2016 vote, the EDIC began to use the name Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park in its legal documents and now customarily refers to it as such. Therefore, staff recommends that the EDIC take this clerical vote to use the name Raymond L. Flynn Marine Park in all respects. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Dr. Landsberg?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you. And the next item is personnel. Right? Yeah, so personnel. Mike, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, and Director Jemison. We have a number of items for your consideration on the EDIC agenda with the exact details included in the board memos. We have 3 appointments. In the Finance Department, Grace Meehan, Contract Administrator. In the Research Department, Grace Julian, Research Assistant, Data Analyst. And in the Urban Design Department, Jonathan Palazzolo, Senior Urban Designer 1. We have 6 contracts. In the IT Department, Emily Weija. In the Office of Workforce Development, Jamila Puckerin, Joan Kirshner, Andrea Silva, Jada Burrs, and Anthony Benoit. We also have 2 internships / co-ops in the Development Review Department, Julian Herzing Burkhardt, and in the Office of Workforce Development, DeJourna St. Florent. We also have 2 status changes in the Urban Design Department, Christina Rico from Senior Planner 2 to Senior Urban Designer 1. And in the Real Estate Department, Emma Bird from Senior Real Estate Development Officer to Senior Advisor, Real Estate Strategy and Special Projects. We also have 2 out-of-state travel requests. And that's everything. Thank you, Al. I'm here to answer any questions if you have.
Okay, great. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Dr. Landsberg?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you. And welcome to all of those new hires who are joining us at BPDA. And congratulations to those of you that received promotions. Way to go. So I need a motion to adjourn this meeting.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Dr. Landsberg?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Meeting adjourned. Now let's come over to the, let's see. Okay. So thank you for joining the December 14th, 2023 Boston Redevelopment Authority Board meeting. At this time, the Boston Planning and Development Agency is continuing to host public meetings in a virtual setting for the health, safety, and accessibility of Boston residents. For more information and updates, visit bostonplans.org. The Open Public Meeting Law requires that I notify the public that this meeting is being recorded. Please be aware that an audio and visual recording of this meeting is being made and broadcast by Boston City TV, which is a part of the City of Boston Office of Cable Communications at Xfinity Channel 24, RCN Channel 13, and Verizon Fios Channel 962. It is also being live streamed at boston.gov/cable. I will now take a roll call for this meeting. Ms. Bennett.
Present.
Dr. Landsmark.
Present.
Mr. Shepherd.
Present.
And the chair is present. Okay. Agenda item number 1. Request authorization for the approval of the minutes of the November 16th, 2023 board meeting. The motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Second. Thank you.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
I'll vote present since I didn't start that
Yeah.
meeting.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Item number 2, request authorization to schedule a public hearing on January 18th, 2024 at 5:30 p.m. or at a date and time to be determined by the director to consider the proposed development plan for Phase 1A at 495 Dorchester Avenue, South Boston, within the planned development area number 144, known as On the Dot. A motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Item number 3, request authorization to schedule a public hearing on January 18th, 2024 at 5:40 p.m. or at a date and time to be determined by the director to consider the applications of the 90 Cushing North 4 Limited Partnership and 90 Cushing North Lot 9 Limited Partnership to the Boston Redevelopment Authority for authorization and approval of a project under Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 121A, and the acts of the 1960, Chapter 652, both as amended for the 90 Cushing North, Chapter 121A project in the Dorchester neighborhood of Boston. A motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Item number 4, request authorization to schedule a public hearing on January 18th, 2024 at 5:50 p.m. or at a date and time to be determined by the director to consider the proposed development plan for planned development area number 149, 103 North Beacon Street in Alston, and to consider the related development impact project. A motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes.
Madam Chair, before we
Yeah.
go on to the next item, Councilor Durkin is on.
Oh, okay. Welcome, Councilor Durkin. The floor is yours. We can.
Thank you so much. I'm here to support 2 projects today, so I'll take the first one. I'm here to speak on behalf of Parcel 25, Phase 3. Dear Chair Rojas and members of the board, I write to you today in support of Phase 3 of project at Parcel 25. As District City Councilor for Mission Hill, I'm cognizant in the need for more housing in the neighborhood. Not just housing, but extremely low and moderate income families and individuals. This project will deliver 94 units of affordable housing at all the previously mentioned levels of income, 70 of which are family-sized units, ensuring that all families can afford to live in this wonderful neighborhood. I'm also pleased to see that this proposal is brought forward by a steadfast partner and leader in the neighborhood, Mission Hill Neighborhood Housing Services. They are committed to helping Mission Hill retain its cultural, racial, and economic diversity, and to do that, additional workforce housing needs to be provided. This project also serves to finish the beautification of a once blighted corner near Roxbury Crossing. This area serves as a gateway into the neighborhood. I hope that the people stepping off the Orange Line get to see this vibrant housing community instead of what is currently there. For these reasons, I ask the board to vote in support of the proposal before you today. Thank you. Sharon Durkin, Boston City Councilor, District 8. And then I'll speak on the second project of support. This is for 415 Newbury Street. Dear Chair Rojas and members of the board, I write to you today in support of the proposal at 415 Newbury Street. My support is based on two major components of the project: housing affordability in the Back Bay and significant contributions to the public realm. The proposed development will include a portion of affordable homeownership units, which will help address the complete lack of affordable homeownership opportunities in the Back Bay. It is good to see that as a result of neighborhood feedback, the proponents have made the adjustments to keep all affordable units on site. I believe this shows a good faith effort by the proponent to improve the diversity of income levels that can call the Back Bay home. The proposal also makes serious improvements to the public realm of not just the immediate area, but projects important to the Back Bay. The developer has proposed to include a number of public amenities in the project. The first of said improvements will include the beautification of the end of Newbury Street and west of Massachusetts Avenue. This will turn an underutilized and unappealing street into an activated greener space by planting many trees and using permeable pavers. Improvements also include a community contribution to improve the connection at Charles Gate, which will hope to recapture the lost link of Frederick Law Olmsted's Emerald Necklace. For these reasons, I ask the board to vote in support of the proposal before you today. Sincerely, Sharon Durkin, Boston City Councilor, District 8. And I'll just add, I have a longer form version of the letter that is already on record, but just wanted to make sure that I voiced my support for these two projects. Thank you.
Great. Thanks so much, Counselor. Okay, so let's get back to agenda. I was on 5, correct? Secretary Polhemus, we're on 5.
Sorry, I'm multitasking.
No worries. Yeah, I think it's fine.
I think we were on 4, to be honest with you. I think we're on 4, yeah.
I was so sure it was fine.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, no problem. Item number 4, request authorization to schedule a public hearing on January 18th, 2024 at 5:50 p.m. or at a date and time to be determined by the director to consider the proposed development plan for planned development area number 149, 103 North Beacon Street in Alston, and to consider the related development impact project. A motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Item number 5, request authorization to schedule a public hearing on January 18th, 2024 at 6 p.m. or at a date and time to be determined by the director to consider the proposed development plan for planned development number 148, 287 Western Avenue in Alston. A motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote.
I don't think so.
Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Okay. Item number 6. Request authorization to schedule a public hearing on January 18th, 2024 at 6:10 p.m. or at a date and time to be determined by the director to consider the proposed amendment number 6 for the planned development area number 37 Prudential Center redevelopment located at 39 Dalton Street in the Back Bay. A motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Dr. Landsberg?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Item number 7, request authorization to adopt the South Boston Seaport Strategic Transit Plan to guide future transit network improvements and investments and to take all related actions. Jim.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board, Madam Secretary, Director Jameson. I'm Jim Fitzgerald. I'm the Deputy Director of Transportation Planning here at BPDA, and I just wanted to provide an overview of the final draft South Boston Seaport Strategic Transit Plan. I'm also joined by my colleague at the head of the BTD Transit Team, Matt Moran, and then who will actually jump in kind of halfway through the presentation. And then we're also joined by Pat Hoey, who's the director of the BTD Neighborhood Transportation Planning Team. Next slide, please. So the whole focus of the South Boston Seaport Strategic Transit Plan is really to take a deep dive and focus on the transit mode. Things like obviously MBTA buses, Red and Silver Line, shuttles that service the area, and water ferries as well. And really kind of study what you have on the right side is the map of the existing transit connections. Study those existing connections as far as existing conditions, existing capacities, and then obviously take a look at the full long-term build-out projections for the demands on that transit network, and how are we going to meet those demands to really allow the area to continue to grow. So throughout this process, we took a very analytical approach to analyzing those networks, had very clear projections of build-out, and projected through different points of time of build-out as to what the needs will be for the transit network improvements in order to improve missing connections, improve areas where we need additional service on existing routes, and really try to drill down on priority recommendations for really short term, and then really as we reach kind of a full build-out scenario for the seaport. Next slide, please. This was very much a joint effort between our agency and our friends BPDA. We also had a great consulting team that was led by Stantec and Cambridge Systematics that did a lot of the analytics as far as the network analytics and the transit service analysis. And then Regina Villa was our sub-consultant with community process. Next slide, please. And it was very much a multi-agency effort. We worked closely with obviously the MBTA, our colleagues at MassDOT, Massport, the Convention Center, and the Seaport TMA. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you. So, why we're planning? Well, I think we all know, the Seaport, there's really unprecedented growth projected for the Seaport neighborhood. When we first started doing this planning work 4 years ago now, build-out was essentially at 32 million square feet for the Seaport. When we did a thorough updating of really projected full build geography of the Seaport, all the way down basically to First Street, First Avenue, our latest projections really put that growth at 60 million square feet. So we're only at a little bit over half build out. And I think it's pretty well known. It has been experiencing some growing pains on the transportation network side, even under existing conditions. So we really felt the need to focus on mobility and the long-term evolution of the neighborhood. And really the only way to meet those needs, we are confident, is growing the transit network, improving connections that don't exist today, and adding capacity as growth comes online. Next slide, please. This is a timeline of our planning process. We started way back in the spring of 2019. We took a thorough deep dive into existing conditions, looked at how people are currently getting to and from the Seaport, and then we took a thorough review of past recommendations. There's been a lot of planning done in the Seaport, a lot of transportation planning done in the Seaport, but they tended to be all over the place and develop way too broad and sometimes conflicting recommendations for the future mobility needs of the Seaport. We really wanted to focus on the transit mode and determine which improvements really gave us the most improvement and which ones were really feasible from a realistic timeline, cost perspective, and partnership perspective. We also work closely with the community on kind of developing our goals for the transit network, and those really focused on 4 areas. We really wanted to expand the network, obviously, create those new missing connections for parts of the city and the region that don't exist today. We wanted to make the transit network much more reliable and predictable. We also wanted it to have it on equal footing with other modes as well, and really improve that user experience so that we're attracting, we're growing, we're shifting mode shift from automobile, single occupancy vehicles to utilizing transit. And at the start, we identified, casted a wide net, came up, based on past planning recommendations, came up with a universe of 84 potential strategies. We developed those a little bit further and really kind of created a whole scoring metric on how each of those 84 recommendations meet our goals. And that allowed us to evaluate the strategies and prioritize them. From there, again, working with the community on their feedback too, and being very transparent about this review and analytical process of all the recommendations, we came up with a prioritized set of 27 different recommended transit improvements for the network. We released the latest draft plan after our previous winter engagement of 2022, where we kind of presented our 27 recommendations. And we've been revising them since through online feedback, workshops, office hours that we had held since winter 2022, and we released the latest, hopefully final plan just last month in November for kind of last minute review and kind of modification of the recommendations. Next slide, please. This is a little bit more on the public process. Like I said, we kind of started back in June of 2019 where we had some workshops with the community to identify goals and to really present existing conditions and existing challenges to the community and to really help develop that universe of recommended improvements that I said earlier, where we started with a really broad universe of recommendations. And then we went through this whole evaluation process where we were evaluating all those recommendations and shared with the community, what we saw as far as how they got prioritized out, how they would be most effective, and kind of wound up, releasing these recommendations to the community back in, like I said, March of 2022, where we had a kind of a thorough review of what we saw through the analysis is really the best kind of package of recommendations. And since then, we have developed this final plan that we had released last month for kind of further review and feedback. Next slide, please. And at this point, I'm going to have my colleague Matt Moran jump in and dive a little bit deeper into the recommendations.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Jim. Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you for your time today. As Jim mentioned, my name is Matt Moran. I work for the Boston Transportation Department, the Streets Cabinet, where I lead the transit team, where we coordinate closely with the MBTA and a variety of other stakeholders around making our transit better. So, as Jim mentioned, we started to develop this plan by building off past planning exercises and really looking towards the future with the goal of driving transit, driving mode share towards more sustainable modes and goals. Next slide. And so our recommendations are broken down to three main categories. Local, so how do you get around the seaport itself? Crosstown, how do you get to different destinations within Boston? And then regional, so how do you get to this growing jobs residential hub from the region around? And I won't go through all of these in too much detail, but happy to follow up if there are any questions about any of the specific recommendations. But in general, I just want to highlight a few from the local. So on local, we are proposing a 5-route, first mile, last mile shuttle system. The goal of the shuttle system is that it would complement, not compete with the MBTA system, and provide a good connection for people to get from places like South Station and Union Square into the seaport and around the seaport. The goal is that these would be free and fully open to the public. Second, I want to point out the Summer Street Multimodal Corridor, which we are running now as a pilot, and we are going to be evaluating that over the coming months to determine the final configuration for Summer Street based on data and community feedback. And then there are a number of other recommendations here that involve both service and infrastructure improvements within the seaport itself. Next slide. Next, as I mentioned, we're going to be looking at the crosstown connections. So how do you get to the seaport from a place like North Station or from Charlestown, the Back Bay, Nubian Square? So we developed a number of recommendations that will hopefully help people get here in a much easier way than they do today. If you're coming from Nubian Square to get to the seaport today, it is at least 2 transfers and it can take you 45 minutes just to go 3 miles. The goal here is to tie a place like Nubian or a place like North Station, which are geographically very close to the seaport, in with a much better, more efficient transit connection. So I just want to highlight one project on here, which is the North Station to Seaport Rapid Bus Connection, which BPDA, in coordination with BPDA and other city agencies and the MBTA have been planning for the last several years, which would better tie in North Station to the seaport. And I also want to highlight the Nubian to Ray Flynn Marine Park via Andrew Square bus link, which is an MBTA service proposed to bus network redesign that would provide a 1-seat ride between these 2 locations, which, as I mentioned before, today don't have a good connection. Next slide. And then I want to talk about the regional connections, because we know if you want to get to the seaport, this, as we've been mentioning, emerging jobs, residential hub, we need to think about how people can connect from the broader region around the city. So in partnership with the MBTA, we looked at a number of different rail links that can help people get into the seaport easier. So the first is this new cross harbor railing idea, which would better connect the existing northeast corridor into the South Station area, to the seaport, and then continuing on towards the North Shore. We also looked at different rail connections coming in from the South Shore via the old colony lines. Those are existing commuter rail lines. We looked at things like enhancements to the Fairmont line, direct ferry service to the seaport, and then Silver Line extensions to Everett, to Campbell Square, South Station expansion, which will again help to tie this region, or rather tie the region more closely into the seaport. Next slide. And so these recommendations are all available on the project website, and they're laid out in a document that really starts to get into the details around cost, implementation strategy, what are some related recommendations, and I think really starts to answer the question of why we chose these individual recommendations to be included within the plan itself. Next slide. And we put together an implementation chart. This is very wordy. I'm not expecting anyone to be able to read this in the few minutes that we have, but in general, what we're trying to do is to think about ways that we can work within both city governments, with our state partners, with our federal partners, to begin implementing some of these recommendations as quickly as possible. We've set up a monthly standing meeting to begin thinking through how we implement these, and that's an interagency meeting that includes city departments along with the MBTA. Next slide. And so in 5 years, we are hopeful that the seaport will look a lot different than it does today. There are certain bus priority elements that we can begin to add. From an infrastructure standpoint, service standpoint, we would be looking to better connect the seaport with a better, more robust first mile, last mile public shuttle service. And we'd be looking to have better ferry service as well. So this gives you a sense of how you might be able to move more easily into and out of the seaport in the coming years. And as Jim said, we know that the build out here in terms of development is only about half of where it will be in the future. So we think these investments now will really help to shape the future of the seaport, the future of the South Boston waterfront going forward. And next slide, I believe that's the last one. Yeah, so happy to take any questions you all have, but thank you very, very much for your time today.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? I just want to say I really love that last slide that I couldn't read but the colored boxes and the interagency work, just so glad to see that happening. So yay. Okay. If there are no questions, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you. Item number 8. Request authorization to petition the Zoning Commission to adopt text amendments to Articles 60, 2, and 10 of the Zoning Code and map amendments to zoning maps 8As/B and C to consolidate, simplify, and modernize the zoning code, and to create 2 new residential subdistricts and implement zoning recommendations from Plan Mattapan, and to take all related actions. Adriana.
Good afternoon, members of the board, Director Jemison, and Secretary Paulinas. My name is Adriana Lasso-Harrier, and I'm a planner on the zoning reform team. Today, I'm bringing forward amendments to Article 60 of the Zoning Code, which focus on new residential zoning for the Greater Mattapan Neighborhood Zoning District. Next slide. So these proposed zoning changes are directly informed and shaped by the planning recommendations within Plan Mattapan. As many of you know, Plan Mattapan is Mattapan's neighborhood plan and a functional document that focuses on how future development can help Mattapan residents increase generational wealth, address historic inequities, and avoid displacement of current residents. Next. Plan Mattapan was launched in October 2018, and over a 5-year time period, the planning team worked alongside the Mattapan community in developing the plan over a total of 150 plus engagement workshops, which range from public meetings and planning workshops to in-person chats with the planner at the Mattapan Library, activities at neighborhood events, community one-on-ones, and many walkthroughs along Blue Hill Ave. Plan Mattapan was approved and adopted by the board in May of this year. Next slide. The plan contains an entire section devoted to planning and zoning recommendations for Mattapan's residential areas. And throughout the entire Plan Mattapan planning process, Mattapan residents were very clear about one specific thing. They feel really proud of their neighborhood because it's a place where families can find affordable homes, put down roots, and settle down for years to come. But at the same time, they felt that the impacts of Boston's citywide housing shortage were also being felt in their neighborhood. And they expressed the need for more housing, especially the type that can support multi-generational living arrangements, more home ownership opportunities, as well as opportunities for senior citizens to age in place and extra income to help cover living costs. So for this reason, the development of contextual, plentiful housing became a central recommendation of the plan. Next slide. One of the other major housing recommendations to come out of the plan was the proposal that accessory dwelling units should be made as of right to build in Mattapan. Accessory dwelling units, which are often abbreviated to ADUs, are additional units that can be built within an existing home or outside of it, such as a smaller detached dwelling. As you can see from this slide, ADUs come in all shapes and sizes, including backyard cottages, attachments to the main home, or even converted sheds or garages. The city does currently have an ADU program, but it only allows homeowners to build an ADU using existing space within the footprint of their home, like in a basement or an attic. ADUs allow homeowners to utilize their property to its fullest potential and do what's right for their family's needs. An ADU can provide extra room for growing families, keeping multiple generations close. It can provide opportunities for extra income with an on-site rental unit, and it can increase equity on a property. Next slide. So segueing now from Plan Mattapan and its planning recommendations for Mattapan's residential areas into how the planning team turned those recommendations into new draft zoning code. I'm going to spend some time walking you through our thought process, the goals behind the zoning changes, and the most important elements of the zoning. Next slide. Once Plan Mattapan was approved by the BPDA board in May of 2023, the zoning team immediately began working on implementing the planning recommendations for Mattapan's residential areas into updated residential zoning. During the spring and the summer of this year, we worked on the necessary zoning analysis and test fits, held community engagement, and participated on an interdepartmental working group with staff from the Mayor's Office of Housing, Inspectional Services, and the Fire Department. This work continued into the fall as we worked to refine the draft zoning based on analysis and stakeholder feedback. Over these past 6 months, there are some key engagement items that I want to highlight for you all. So first, being that the zoning team held 3 public meetings with the Mattapan community in August, October, and December. Once the draft zoning was released, this launched a public comment period throughout the month of November, and we also held 2 public zoning office hours for community members to speak to planning staff about the draft zoning. And then finally, we held a briefing with local and state elected officials who represent Mattapan in November as well. Next slide. So this zoning also can't really be as successful without the really important interdepartmental coordination that BPDA planning staff have gone through over the past 6 months. And we have worked closely with city departments to align the draft zoning outcomes with other ADU supports. One of the big things that I want to highlight is that interdepartmental working group that I mentioned before with members of MOH, Fire, and ISD that really met weekly in order to align zoning, fire, and building code so that once zoning is passed, Mattapan homeowners can really hit the ground running and be able to build ADUs. We also have been holding meetings with staff from ONS, BTD, Energy and Environment on the ADU program and zoning changes and what that means, hearing from the staff members, some areas for follow-up, et cetera, and more meetings with other departments are forthcoming. Mayor's Office of Housing is also leading the very important financing and program process to support homeowners as they look to build ADUs. Next slide. The zoning changes that you see before you will create amendments to Article 60, which is Mattapan's neighborhood article. The whole zoning district that is governed by Article 60 is known as the Greater Mattapan Zoning District, which is outlined here in red. However, you'll notice that the Greater Mattapan Zoning District doesn't exactly match up with the neighborhood boundaries that we know, and actually includes some parts of Dorchester. So this is why Plan Mattapan had a specific study area which the planning recommendations apply to, and this is the area that most Mattapan residents would identify as the Mattapan neighborhood extents, and you'll see that highlighted here in the blue color. So for the proposed zoning changes, we are solely focusing on the area that is both within the Greater Mattapan Zoning District and also within the planned study area. So that's the area that has the polka dot overlay on it on this map. And it's only within this area that the new zoning subdistricts and dimensions for residential zoning will be applied. There are a few assorted text changes that are being made to update and standardize Article 60 itself, which I'll walk through at the end of the presentation. Next slide. The major goal of these zoning amendments is to deliver a progressive and simplified residential zoning code for Mattapan. The text amendments to Mattapan's residential zoning will modernize the zoning code and align regulations with what is actually already built. And these changes can be organized into 3 categories. First, the new residential zoning will support the existing character of the neighborhood via renovations to existing homes and development of new contextual housing on vacant lots. Secondly, new residential zoning will allow as-of-right construction of accessory dwelling units on all lots in Mattapan, or all residential lots in Mattapan, I should say. And thirdly, the assorted text updates to Article 60 will improve the function of the code. Next slide. The proposed changes that are being made to Mattapan's residential code will result in zoning that's reliable, accessible, and helps build the type of housing that will support residents in the years to come. And in a nutshell, the changes accomplish these 4 things. First, it creates a code that's easier to read and use, and it inputs more straightforward language and regulations. Secondly, it creates a code that's reflective of Mattapan's values when it comes to creating housing that prioritizes a wide range of household types and needs, including the allowance of accessory dwelling units and contextual infill development. Thirdly, the changes create a code that's more modern and reliable, which will in turn enable a simpler pathway for housing development, including for standard renovations that homeowners are putting forward. And lastly, the changes include new dimensional regulations that will enable the development of better projects in the future by incorporating more useful and straightforward regulatory tools that take into account important goals like climate resiliency. Next slide. So let's first walk through the zoning changes that will support renovations and new housing construction. Next. So as a refresher, here is Mattapan's existing zoning. And for the residential portion, we'll just focus on the areas shown in yellow and purple on this map, which are currently zoned for single family, 2-family, 3-family, and multifamily residential. Next. The new zoning proposes simplifying the current single-family, 2-family, and 3-family subdistricts into 2 new residential subdistricts, which we're calling Residential 1, or R1, and Residential 2, or R2. R1 is shown in the light yellow color, and R2 is shown in the darker yellow. There are also a couple multifamily residential subdistricts that will continue to be zoned as multifamily residential areas, with a few new areas that have these arrows pointed to them that are added to legalize the multifamily developments that are currently already there. I'll also note that the map shows the proposed areas for the ongoing Squares and Streets zoning initiative for illustrative purposes only. The amendments before you today do not include any new zoning related to Squares and Streets. Next slide. Both the R1 and the R2 subdistricts propose changes that will better align zoning with what's already built in these areas. So within the R1 subdistrict, zoning will allow up to 2 housing units on all lots, exclusive of ADUs. In the R2 subdistrict, zoning will allow up to 3 housing units on all lots, exclusive of ADUs. For both subdistricts, there will be dimensional regulations in place that will make sure that any new construction matches the surroundings. Residents of existing homes will find it a lot easier to make renovations to their homes because zoning is now going to be updated to actually match it. And you might notice that the photos on this slide look a bit familiar, perhaps. They're photos of homes that are actually already built throughout Mattapan. And so the proposed zoning will shape new construction to look and feel quite similar to this in terms of size and unit count. Next slide. So this is the proposed dimensional table for both the R1 and R2 districts. And what you see before you would become the new base zoning for both of these areas. Again, in the R1 subdistrict, we're allowing up to 2 dwelling units on a lot, and in R2, up to 3. This zoning legalizes the existing conditions of what's present in these areas, and it creates a much more reliable zoning code that will help support renovations and also allow the development of new housing look similar in terms of size, scale, and unit count to its neighbors. So we're proposing a building lot coverage maximum of 40% on lots that are less than 5,000 square feet, and a building lot coverage maximum for lots larger than 5,000 square feet of 30% to take the place of floor area ratio and better scale that buildable lot area to the existing surroundings. We're also proposing a minimum permeable area of lot percentage of 25% to take the place of an open space, minimum open space, as well as right-sizing the yard setbacks to a 10 feet for front yard, cumulative of 14 feet, with a 3-foot minimum for side yard, a minimum rear yard of 20 feet, a maximum building height of 3 feet, or 3 stories, or 35 feet, and a minimum building frontage of 20 feet. Next slide. The work to develop these new dimensional regulations included many rounds of existing conditions analysis and test fits. And the 2 diagrams that you see before you are meant to illustrate how the zoning would shape new infill development. On the left-hand side, you'll see an illustration of what a new 2-unit building could look like and how the setbacks, lot coverage, and minimum permeable area will shape its buildable area. And on the right, we've diagrammed a potential new 3-unit building. And you'll see that they look quite similar to the type of building typology that is present throughout the neighborhood. Next slide. So that sums up the changes that are being proposed for zoning that will guide most types of housing development and home renovation in Mattapan. However, accessory dwelling units are a bit of a unique type of development. And for this reason, the proposed zoning has specific dimensional regulations that solely kick in for ADUs. Next. So as I said before, the City of Boston actually already has an ADU program, but it only allows ADUs to be built within the existing building footprint of a home with very little exterior change allowed. And since the program launched in 2018, there's been about 150 ADUs permitted or constructed in Boston, and 18 of those have been in Mattapan. And this is good progress, but we feel that there is room for improvement. The proposed zoning will allow ADUs to not just be built more easily with exterior changes to the building, but it will allow more ADU types as well, including new detached structures. The owner occupancy requirement that is currently in place will be kept for all ADU types, which means that the owner of the primary home must also be living somewhere on the premises of the lot, but they can rent the ADU out if they choose to. There will not be a parking requirement proposed for ADUs. Over the course of the past few months, including during the comment period, we got some great feedback about ways to improve supports for the ADU program, including exploring funding opportunities, expanding outreach, i.e. through abutter mailers or notices, creating a year-end report for the Greater Mattapan Neighborhood Council on building permits and their impact on the neighborhood, and continued collaboration with ISD. Next slide. So these proposed zoning changes would include new definitions that clearly define the two types of ADUs that would be allowed. So first would be non-detached accessory dwelling units. And these are additions to the existing home, either through using pre-existing space like a basement, or creating the ADU with some type of new exterior construction, or a combination of these two. We're defining the maximum size of this ADU to be 75% of the square footage of the principal unit, or 1,250 square feet, whichever is smaller. A maximum height of having the new construction be no taller than the height of the principal structure, and allowing homeowners to build up to just one non-detached ADU. On the right, you'll see the detached accessory dwelling unit, which is that fully separate, smaller structure, either can be built via new construction or renovation of some pre-existing structure on the lot, such as a garage. The maximum size of the detached ADU would have a building floor plate of less than 900 square feet, or the size of the principal structure's floor plate, whichever is smaller. A maximum height of 1.5 stories, or the height of the principal structure, whichever is smaller. We are adding an additional provision for detached ADUs that they have to be at least 5 feet away from other buildings on the lot in order to have parity with building code. And again, here for detached ADUs, only one can be built per lot. Next slide. So in addition to the specific height and size dimensions that ADUs would need to abide by that I just went over, they also would need to fit into a specific buildable envelope on the lot. And so these are the zoning dimensions that we are proposing for both the R1 and R2 subdistricts that will only apply if the homeowner wants to build an ADU. These zoning dimensions are meant to facilitate the construction of ADUs, and they won't apply to any other kind of new development. What these zoning dimensions do is they essentially create an allowed building envelope for ADUs on residential lots. And they help homeowners take advantage of extra lot space while also maintaining safe distance from neighboring homes and maintaining permeable space on the lot. The building lot coverage of 60% for smaller lots under 5,000 square feet and 50% for lots 5,000 square feet and over are meant to create space on the lot for development of an ADU that is at least studio-sized. The reason that this building lot coverage allowance is larger than what is being used for base zoning is because this lot coverage has to accommodate both the building footprint of the existing home, also the new ADU, and any other additional structures like garages. So as well as that lot coverage maximum that I just went over, we're proposing a minimum permeable area of lot of 15%, side yard maximums for the front yard of 5 feet, front of the front yard for 5 feet, minimum side yard of 3 feet, and minimum rear yard of 20 feet, although the detached ADU will be allowed to be built within the rear yard. A maximum building height of the existing +1, and keeping that same minimum lot frontage of 20 feet that was in base zoning. Next slide. And so again, here are some snapshots of the test fit analysis that help determine and refine the ADU zoning. And again, these are just examples of how the dimensions could shape an ADU and the resulting buildable area. And both diagrams show average sized lots and how those additions or the new ADU would fit in, as well as keeping all of the yards compliant, lot coverage, and permeable area. Next slide. Alongside the residential zoning changes, we've also made some text updates to Article 60 itself in order to improve its function and readability. Next. In order to increase legibility, draft zoning proposes to consolidate redundant text throughout Article 60, including substantial updates to the sections that you see before you on this slide. And parking minimums were also aligned with current Boston Transportation Department policy, which has determined a maximum parking ratio guideline for all areas of Boston. Next slide. Secondly, the use tables were updated, and the R1 and the R2 subdistricts will follow the same pattern of allowed and forbidden uses as the other residential subdistricts in Mattapan, but we made some small changes to allow senior centers and accessory dwelling units, of course. In the MFR subdistrict, we also newly allowed senior centers. Community centers are conditionally allowed in R1 and R2, and they are currently conditionally allowed in MFR. These use table changes align with recommendations in the plan for increasing access to community services throughout Mattapan, particularly for seniors. We also updated all use tables throughout Article 60 to remove outdated uses like billiard parlor, telephone exchange, orphanage, etc. We consolidated similar uses of the museum/public art/display space into one use, which is now the art display space, including gallery/museum. Next. And finally, we updated the zoning for White Stadium in Franklin Park. So we're proposing that White Stadium in Franklin Park, which was previously zoned under the OS Parkland subdistrict, now be rezoned to OS Recreation. And this change was made in order to reflect the existing and future use of the stadium as a sports and recreation facility. Next slide. So to conclude, pending board approval of this zoning, the anticipated next phase will be the Zoning Commission hearing on January 10th, 2024. So thank you for your attention in this presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the board?
Through the chair.
Please.
I guess I'll start off just because you just mentioned White Stadium. When it comes to White Stadium, are there any talks or anything as far as like, high school students or high school schools using the facility once it's one day refurbished in a sense? Will high school students still have access to it as far as, usage?
So, hi, Kathleen Onifer. I'm the Deputy Director of Zoning here at the BPDA. And I'm going to come in because Adriana is really focused on the ADU zoning that she said here. White Stadium is a project that has filed and to begin its review under Article 80, and so we'll be coming to you as part of its Article 80 review as a renovation of the stadium, including analysis of all the components that go into Article 80 review. So they have kicked off that process and are undergoing that right now through sort of all of the departments of the BPDA.
Yes, all right, thank you. Yes, we'll go through the process and we'll figure that out. And then as far as the ADU and the Mattapan plan, Adriana, a great report. I just want to say, through the grapevine, I've heard great things about it, and I think this will help a lot of young adults and elderly that live in the neighborhoods that can continue to stay in the neighborhoods when, they might be financially strapped to go elsewhere. So I think that is a major piece to Plan Mattapan that I do like. So just wanted to comment on that. Thank you very much for the report.
Thank you.
Additional questions or comments?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just agree with Rahim on this. It's a ton of work, and really appreciate it. I've also heard good things about the work and making it easier for ADUs to be created is just I think really important going forward. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Additional questions or comments? All right, fabulous job. This is really great, very excited. Nothing gets me more excited than updating our zoning. So, kudos to a lot of work. I too have heard, right? There's all the grapevines are everywhere. that this process has been exceptional in interacting with Mattapan. And I've experienced it as well in participating as a resident. So just great job. And with that, I believe a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Cheers. Okay, item number 9, request authorization to adopt Plan Downtown, which will guide the Boston Redevelopment Authority doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency and stakeholders on future development, public realm, design, and transportation improvements within downtown Boston through recommendations for future land use and zoning, urban design guidelines, and transportation improvements, and to take all related actions. Andrew.
Thank you, Madam Chair Rojas, Secretary Palhimas, and members of the board. I'm Andrew Namias, joined by fellow planner Astrid Walkert-Stewart, seeking authorization to adopt Plan Downtown. Next slide. Plan Downtown establishes a new framework for the growth, enhancement, and preservation of downtown as a more inclusive, around-the-clock neighborhood that can balance greater livability, daylight, walkability, climate change preparedness, more access to open space, greater affordability, as well as a more dynamic mix of uses. Next slide. The planned study area encompasses the downtown area between the Greenway and the Boston Common, as well as the area of Chinatown north of the Mass Pike, and the area of downtown just south of Government Center and City Hall. This area really was a key part of Imagine Boston 2030 and was identified as a vital growth area for the city with a strong capacity to bring increased affordability, housing, and job growth for the region and the city as a whole. The plan itself is actually one of the only neighborhood and comprehensive plans that is mandated by the state as a part of the Massachusetts House Bill 3749 in 2017. The bill was in response to the Winthrop Center development, which sought relief from shadow restrictions at the time, and mandated that a plan be created to help guide future development and growth downtown to create a more predictable and comprehensive framework for the area. The plan itself went on pause during the planning process due to the pandemic, but really relaunched as a way to address post-pandemic recovery for the area, and also builds on the findings of the 2022 City Report, Revive and Reimagine, a strategy to revitalize Boston's downtown that looked at different policies and actions to help in downtown revitalization. Next slide. The planning process for Plan Downtown spanned 5 years, first launching in 2018. As I mentioned, it did go on pause in 2020 due to the pandemic. During that time, there were several kind of mobility projects that continued and continue to this day. That really built on the initial findings and goals of the community process that was first launched in 2018. The planning process relaunched last November, building off of the downtown revitalization report. And in the past year, really tried to look at updating the findings, the goals, and the policies that are part of the Plan Downtown to address the impact of the pandemic on the area. Part of that approach was also launching, alongside the plan, a study into looking into the feasibility of office conversion for downtown, which helped inform the recently launched downtown office conversion program that was launched in November. The draft of the plan itself was released in August, and the current draft for adoption, which was released last month in November, was updated to address some of the concerns from the public, really highlighting the need for more concentrated policies around preservation for downtown. Next slide. Throughout the process, the Plan Downtown planning team engaged with the community through in-person workshops, virtual workshops, open houses, pop-ups downtown, installations in vacant storefronts, as well as most recently walkthroughs in Chinatown and the ladder blocks. Next slide. This community engagement process really helped inform the key goals of the plan itself that centered around the themes of growth and preservation, mobility, open space and public realm, and climate resilience and sustainable development. These goals center around, one, promoting more dense mixed-use development for the area, moving away not just from the commercial uses that we find downtown today, as well as enhancing access to housing and amenities downtown for all levels of affordability, preserving the cultural heritage, historic building fabric, and embracing the distinct histories that really make downtown unique and cohesive, strengthening connections to and throughout downtown, the connections that really make downtown a transportation hub for the city and the region, while also creating a greater focus on active transportation, improving existing public spaces, as well as creating new ones, as well as ensuring new and existing spaces and development projects are resilient and help mitigate climate change impacts. Next slide. These goals run throughout the entire planning document, which is broken up into 3 parts. One, the introduction, which really looks into the ways in which Plan Downtown is formed around different character areas and districts, and the various demographic and development trends that have shaped it today. A section around the key recommendations center around these goals, as well as the implementation tools to enact them. Next slide. To fulfill the community goals, the report relies on the following key elements. Firstly, really the existing conditions analysis, looking into the challenges and opportunities facing downtown, especially in the wake of the pandemic. Secondly, a new development framework to help guide growth downtown and also inform future zoning updates. Streetscape and public realm recommendations alongside key public realm projects. Design guidelines to help ensure new development respects and enhances the public realm and surrounding buildings, as well as recommendations for office conversion, the ongoing program, as well as future policy. In addition to policy actions that could shape a more coordinated approach across different departments when it comes to projects and policies downtown. Finally, the plan also includes zoning recommendations for future zoning changes next year. So I'll quickly run through a few details of the key recommendations in some of these areas. Next slide. When it comes to the existing conditions analysis conducted as part of the plan, the analysis really focused on both the opportunities and challenges facing downtown. One, really as identified as a part of Imagine Boston 2030, the fact that downtown really has a strong capacity for growth, being both a job center and transportation hub for the city, as well as there being a high demand for residential development in the area, as well as a demand throughout the city itself. Analysis also looked into the struggling office market downtown, increased vacancy, and trends when it came to office flight to quality, in which office spaces are moving more towards newer development sites rather than the older Class B, C spaces that we find in the downtown core. Other key findings included the declining affordability of residential development, the fact that many historic structures and buildings are unprotected and not surveyed downtown. Zoning is out of date and does not reflect current development trends, as well as challenges facing curbside uses, sidewalks, climate vulnerability of development, as well as open spaces, and the fact that there's a great lack of green space and green infrastructure within the study area. Next slide. The plan creates a new development framework to help shape and grow downtown itself and find a balance between the need and opportunity to grow and find new density and housing opportunities for the area, alongside the need to also enhance and preserve the key character and preservation districts downtown that are in need of, that are distinct to downtown itself and its history and cultural identity. The development framework identifies, one, these growth areas shown in this diagram in red, and how they bleed into and blend in with the distinct enhanced areas shown in yellow here, that are meant to be the key preservation and character areas to focus on improving cultural identity. Interweaving between these areas is then key public realm connectors identified by the plan, as well as associated with those key public realm assets, open spaces and new open space opportunities to help create a new public realm network throughout the city, throughout downtown. Next slide. Alongside the new growth and development, that is the opportunities that are seen downtown, the community really emphasized the need to create a comprehensive approach towards historic and cultural preservation in downtown, and tools to really embrace downtown's unique cultural and historic heritage, both as it came down to buildings themselves, as well as the existing communities like Chinatown. Key recommendations in the plan include updating the inventory of buildings and historic assets based on historic and cultural significance and design features. The plan itself includes design guidelines that new development can follow to respect and enhance the public realm and surrounding context. The plan also recommends continued support for public artwork, mural and sculptural projects that represent the cultural identity and history of the unique spaces downtown, as well as introducing within zoning massing restrictions that could help mitigate building impacts and scale. Alongside all of this is also the need to encourage more adaptive reuse projects, such as office conversion, that can help preserve existing building fabric while bringing new vibrancy and uses to the downtown spaces. Next slide. The plan also includes streetscape recommendations to create a greener and more accessible public realm network. These include key public realm connectors that help link major green spaces such as the Common and the Greenway, while also providing opportunities for stepping stones or smaller green spaces to connect these larger ones and create a more tightly knit public realm network. Along these key public realm connectors, it becomes increasingly important to address areaways, which are the basement-like vaults beneath sidewalks that impede accessibility, green infrastructure, and public realm improvements downtown. Next slide. Alongside these streetscape recommendations, the plan also recommends key public realm improvement projects, which include existing public realm improvement sites, such as Reader's Park, Jenny Plaza, or Custom House Plaza, potential road diet and traffic island transformation sites, most notably Phillips Square, which is an existing temporary plaza, but has the potential to become a significant permanent plaza and open space for Chinatown, as well as potential new green edges, such as streetscape improvements and a new greenway along Marginal and Hudson Street, which could provide vital green space for Chinatown as well. Next slide. I will now hand it over to Astrid, who will take you through some of the policy actions and zoning recommendations of the plan.
Thanks, Andrew. Good evening. My name is Astrid Walker-Stewart, and I'm a planner on the zoning reform team at the BPDA. And I will be discussing the portion of the plan which outlines Plan Downtown's implementation process. The implementation chapter outlines how the BPDA and other city agencies are supporting and working towards the goals of the plan. Each of the plan's goals is underpinned by a series of policy actions, essentially outlining how we are going to achieve that goal and the respective agencies responsible for carrying forward the action item. Each policy action is given a loose time frame, which are identified as ongoing or in planning, an immediate action, a near to midterm action, and a long-term action. And the intent of this framework, as you can see, there's a screenshot on the page, is to provide additional clarity and accountability to our goals, recommendations, and policy actions. Next slide, please. So to give you an idea of the policy actions we've identified in collaboration with other city agencies, I'm going to review a few examples, a selection of the many, many policies in the plan. So to begin addressing our goal of activating the street and diversifying our downtown storefronts, particularly through legacy and small businesses, we have identified a near to midterm policy action to expedite, streamline inspection services for first-time brick and mortar retail businesses. And this is a collaborative effort with the BPDA, Inspectional Services, and Office of Economic Opportunity and Inclusion. To improve access to housing and amenities downtown for all levels of affordability, we have identified as a near to midterm action to accelerate the permitting of income-restricted housing by prioritizing and simplifying their review and approvals process. Next slide, please. Our Smart Utilities and Environment team is working on a policy action of incentivizing investment in green infrastructure that addresses pressing needs such as urban heat island effects and stormwater management as part of redevelopment and the design of capital projects. Boston's Transportation Department, BPDA, and Public Works Department are, as a policy action, exploring expansion options of the city's pedestrian zone to other areas of the district. So again, these are just a few selection of the slew of policy item actions in the plan. Making and implementing improvements in the city requires a coordinated effort, so our policy actions in the plan reflect that. Next slide, please. The following section of the implementation chapter outlines zoning recommendations based on the planning and public process that has happened up to this point. There are 4 key components of the next phase of zoning implementation. The plan outlines the need to update what kinds of uses are allowed within the downtown. Updating the use table is imperative to supporting our goals of encouraging new and diverse businesses to grow and thrive. This effort will remove unnecessary regulatory barriers for new and exciting uses and existing uses in the downtown and ensure we support, for instance, other city agencies' efforts to encourage new small businesses into our city's core. The plan also identifies areas in which the downtown can maximize heights, shown in red on this map, to support the much-needed residential growth this area can support, and then maintain lower height in strategic areas of the downtown to retain the existing historic buildings. The Chinatown process will align more closely with the ongoing cultural master plan and receive additional and a reviewed public engagement process, so we ensure we hear more voices from members of the Chinatown community. And lastly, the plan recommends streamlining project mitigation and reducing project by negotiation to provide more predictability in development. Next slide, please. So what's next? The zoning implementation process is going to be broken up into 3 phases. In the coming year, we're going to release a new use table and use definitions for the downtown. Followed shortly after that, in the midterm, the Chinatown zoning process is going to kick off, as well as the additional as-of-right density for residential and reuse projects. And in the long term, we're actively pursuing streamlining project negotiations and benefits through Article 80 modernization and ensuring mitigation supports specific projects in the plan. Next slide. Thank you for your time and attention.
And we're happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you so much. Great job. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? Well, I just want to say, like, A+, like Andrew and Astrid, this is amazing work. I know it, just want to congratulate the team on just a job well done. I love the development framework, policy framework. You took something that is complicated and made it less complicated. And, simplifying things is actually really, really hard to do. So just appreciate all your efforts. Okay, with that, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you. Okay. Item number 10. Request authorization to amend the land disposition agreement between the Boston Redevelopment Authority, doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency, and E-House, waiving the resale payment requirement of the land disposition agreement contingent upon completion of renovations and to take all related actions. Rebecca.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. The project site is located at 226 to 232 Highland Street in the Highland Park section of Roxbury. The site is improved with 4 energy positive and environmentally sustainable 3-bedroom townhouses with 1 parking space per unit and landscaping. In December 2010, the BRA approved a demonstration project for the redevelopment of the project site into cutting-edge energy-positive green residential buildings. In June 2012, the redeveloper for the site was selected through an RFP process. On September 20, 2012, the BRA conveyed the project site for the purpose of constructing the improvements. Construction was completed in August 2013, and in August 2014, the BRA authorized the final certificate of completion certificates of the improvements, signifying that they have been completed in accordance with the LDA deed and final working drawings and specifications. In April of 2021, the unit owners notified the city of issues with the exterior siding, water leaks, and wood decks. The unit owners have sought and obtained building evaluation and repair services. A contractor provided cost for the necessary building repairs is $487,000. To ease the significant cost of building exterior repairs noted above, the owners have requested the BPDA permanently waive the resale payment requirement of the LDA. Staff recommend that the BPDA authorize the director to amend the LDA to waive the resale payment requirement contingent upon proof satisfactory to the BPDA that the necessary renovations have been completed. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Okay. Item number 11, request authorization to enter into an easement agreement with Nubian Square Development LLC for emergency access to Washington Street for the Nubian Gallery property located at 2164 Washington Street in the Nubian Square area of Roxbury. Rebecca.
I am here today to request approval to grant an easement to Nubian Square Development LLC for a portion of the Blair Lot. The Blair Lot is a BPDA-owned site consisting of approximately 80,000 square feet of vacant land located in the Nubian Square area of Roxbury. The BPDA board approved the designation of Nubian Ascents LLC in December 2020 to develop approximately 390,000 gross square feet of new mixed-use space at this location. The Nubian Gallery is a privately owned site that is immediately adjacent to the Blair Lot parcel and is owned by Nubian Square Development LLC. Both Nubian Square Development LLC and Nubian Ascents LLC have the same proprietor, which ties the land for both sites together. The owner of the Nubian Gallery would like to sell the building on the private parcel. The emergency access for the Nubian Gallery parcel is currently provided through a passageway that bisects the Blair Lot site. This passageway will eventually be transferred to the BPDA to facilitate the redevelopment of the Blair Lot site, so a new easement is needed to facilitate Nubian Gallery rear access. Therefore, BPDA staff recommend that the board approve the granting of an easement to the owner of the Nubian Gallery, Nubian Square Development LLC on the Blair Lot site. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Okay, item number 13, request authorization to extend the tentative designation status of Drexel Village LLC as developer of the Crescent parcel.
Madam Chair, I think you just skipped 12.
Did I? Did I skip? Yeah, I did skip it. Okay. Item number 12, a request authorization to award final designation status to the Maple Street Food Forest Stewardship Committee and the Boston Food Forest Coalition Incorporated for parcel L25 in the Washington Park Urban Renewal Area, also known as 44 Maple Street, and to take all related actions. Rebecca.
Thank you. 44 Maple Street consists of approximately 10,000 square feet of vacant land in the Washington Park Urban Renewal Area in the Roxbury neighborhood. The disposition of this parcel began in March 2022, and through a community process, it was unanimously requested that the parcel be developed into a community garden and open space for the residents in the area. The BPDA staff used this community guidance to draft an RFP, which was released in February 2023. The BPDA received one proposal from the Maple Street Stewardship Team and the Boston Food Forest Coalition. Their proposal is to convert the parcel into a food forest park containing fruit and nut-producing trees, scrubs, and other perennial plantings. The park will be accessible to all neighbors and activated by a gathering space, bulletin board, dominoes tables, and many additional design features. The board approved tentative designation for Maple Street Stewardship Team and the Boston Food Forest Coalition in August 2023. Since being designated, the developers have completed requirements to be approved for final designation status, including BPDA approval of final design and operations plans, evidence of financing, and negotiation of the deed and land disposition agreement. BPDA staff recommends the approval of final designation for this development. At this time, I will turn the presentation over to Liz, Luke Close, and Alex Alvanos to give a more detailed presentation of their proposal.
Thank you, Rebecca, Madam Chair, and the BPDA Board. Thrilled to be here. I'm Alex Alvanos, Associate Director of Boston Food Forest Coalition. Can you hear me okay? Great. I'll provide a brief overview of Boston Food Forest Coalition's work and then turn it over to my colleague Liz, Luke Close, to talk about the 44 Maple Street project. So Boston Food Forest Coalition is a nonprofit community land trust started by a multi-racial, multi-generational group of Boston neighbors in the Eggleston Square area of Boston many years ago, and we have 10 food forest parks that we oversee across the city of Boston, especially with a focus on neighborhoods that lack access to parkland. There's about a 20% disparity, according to city data, between majority white neighborhoods and neighborhoods of color with access to good parkland, and about a 39% disparity in trees. So we're really focused on equitable parkland access and neighborhood climate resilience. Next slide, please. So I'll briefly describe that we have a four-part model. We're a land trust, so there's community governance of our organization by neighbors, for neighbors. We support local neighborhood volunteer stewardship teams, including at the Maple Street Food Forest, to help define the vision of their food forest park for their neighborhood. So we've designed it with them over the last many years, and support them to tend the park through our education programs and through our technical assistance support. And then we also then help develop the food forest parks themselves. Next slide, please. So like I described, we offer a lot of different technical assistance and support to neighbors, from pruning their fruit trees in the wintertime through harvesting, and everything in between, cleaning up, supporting neighbors and taking care of their parks, engaging their fellow neighbors in the work. We really believe that climate resilience is community resilience, and that means getting to know your neighbors and getting your hands dirty in the dirt together. Next slide, please. This is the next couple slides are just examples. This is the Mattapan, or the Edgewater Food Forest in Mattapan that had a grand opening this year, and some of the neighborhood stewards planting some of their trees during construction a couple years back. Next slide, please. This is the before and after of that food forest, Edgewater Food Forest in Mattapan, which we broke ground on this year. It's wonderful. Next slide. Next slide, please. So food forests are a new thing to some folks, so I'll just quickly say that it's about building relationships to food, to each other, and to nature. And so we really are focused on helping neighbors connect with each other, to meet each other. Some of the neighbors you saw on the last slide had lived next to each other for 30 years and never met each other. And so through the food forest and through planting trees together and growing food and harvesting that food, we harvest black walnuts across that site through some of our workshops, which is wonderful. So it's all about connection to food, to each other, and to nature. Next slide. And again, our focus is on areas that are affected by urban heat island, lack of access to parkland, et cetera. So that shows some of our sites and some of the city data around urban heat island. Next slide, please. And we are a community land trust, which means that stewards are on our board of directors, and so they are our boss, and so we do work for neighbors. And as a neighbor of Boston, it's really great to be in that tight relationship with the neighbors that we support. Next slide. And again, the stewardship teams, like the one seen here, this is Ms. Carolyn leading a workshop with us at the Ellington Food Forest Park in Roxbury, and then Jesse and Taina at our annual gathering of food forest stewards across Boston that we do at the Boston Nature Center, learning how to prepare foods in the fall from some of the perennials that they were growing in their food forests. Next slide. Turn it over to my colleague Liz, who's going to talk about 44 Maple. Next slide.
I'm Liz. I'm the Director of Community Engagement and Community Forest Construction. I'm happy to be here and tell you about 44 Maple, which is our most recent endeavor to break ground. The site is located in Bloom Hall. It's approximately 2-3 blocks from Bloom Hall. It's centered between Schuyler Street and it's on Maple Street and Junior Street. It's a residential neighborhood, which is just a few minutes from Franklin Park. Our guiding principle for the design is LEED, which is a sustainably designed nature-based solution for ways of constructing. That means that we will be installing rain gardens, swales, renewable paving, even hugelkultur, which is a way of recycling down limbs, and also the site is located on a grade, so stormwater management will definitely be part of the design. Next slide, please. Let's see. Leading the development and the vision are the neighbors and a number of associations, such as the Sonoma Maple Schuyler Trans Association. There's also an adjacent community garden, Project Right, which you may all be familiar with, and the Boston Food Forest Coalition. And this photo here was taken just a few days ago. We have the pre-development license, so we were able to begin cleaning up the site, removing invasives, and begin to start preparing soil. And also it's an opportunity for neighbors to just really engage in the design. They had been working on the design for a couple of years. Next slide, please. So since 2019, before the pandemic, the Sonoma Maple Scholars Association reached out to Boston Food Forest Coalition, saw that this vacant land could be used as a resource. There was a local community garden, and they wanted to expand, have more growing capacity, and the local gardeners and SMSTA and Project Right had multiple conversations to begin transforming the land and trying to understand how to also preserve the land. In 2022, community meetings began, and the initial design for the park was created by neighbors. Neighbors said that they wanted gathering space, they wanted gazebo, they wanted planting spaces, and together we started to bring these ideas to life. This year there was a number of days of door knocking. We are also trying to engage the community and figure out who are the gardeners and who might want to also be stewards. We continued with 3 in-person design meetings and refine the design. I am a landscape designer by profession, so I helped bring these ideas to life. In September, we worked with Jonathan of BPDA to put together this acquisition and trying to get the land into the space that people wanted designed. We have a budget, we've worked with our lawyers, we have a design, we've hired a contractor, and we have a maintenance plan in place so that we're able to move forward. Next slide, please. This is a photo of a community meeting. Here you'll see the leader of the Sonoma Maple Association in red shirt. That's Miss, I won't get into names, but, and then a photo here of our youngest designer who was inspired that day to corporate recycling bin. Next slide, please. Okay, this photo shows the depth of the site. It's 140 feet long site. It's a parcel, and 88 on the other end. Here you can also see in Photo C, there's a lot of debris and a little bit of cleanup. The site is actually in good shape. The environmental assessment gave us a go. Next slide, please. So a couple of guiding things. I will keep it brief here. We are looking at Boston's design vision that's underway. There's the idea that community spaces should reflect the people who live there more closely. I'm actually looking forward to seeing what BPDA comes up with at the end of this year, next year, that will be guiding principles around that. For this design, we really thought a lot about maximizing walking space. Actually, if you do 3 loops, it's a quarter of a mile. And the idea is that in the winter or any time of the year, you're able to walk this particular path. Maximizes the length of the parcel. This also maximizes community space, because what we do is all about community. So there are several places for interaction. One is at the community garden entrance, where people can flow freely between the community garden and the food forest. At the entrance, at the community board, and in the gathering space. The gazebo is also a highlight where people can gather. And then the last key piece is the food forest itself, which is multi-seasonal. There are raised planters on the north side, where these are raised so that seniors are definitely part of the design. The accessibility is focused on seniors and for folks of all ages. And we have fruiting trees, flowers, lots of berry bushes, compost, rain gardens, and it's designed in a way to have the space be enjoyable and accessible to all. Next slide, please. And this is a drawing that shows the site from the opposite direction. Perspective is facing north. And you'll see the maintenance shed there at the bottom of the screen, the gazebo, and then at the top is Maple Street. Next slide, please. Next slide. And again, how is this done? Stewardship and community is at the center of everything that we do. And these are folks from various parts of the city and different of our 10 sites. Next slide, please. And in closing, these are some of the types of plants, a model of what a food forest looks like. It's layered with the highest canopy trees, understory fruit trees, shrubs, etc. But as you can see, this compilation, it's a vibrant, biodiverse place that people will enjoy. Next slide. Thank you for your time. This slide is just a few days ago, all of us beginning to think and dream about the site. I thank you for your time, and we're open for any questions.
Great, thank you for your presentation. Do you have any questions or comments from the board?
Seems like a great project. Thank you for the presentation.
You're welcome. Okay, any other questions or comments? Food forests are a new concept to me, and I just think this is just so great to see. Thank you to all the community members and stewards who are, banding together to create this space. It's really beautiful, and I thought I heard there was some domino tables there, so I can definitely see like it's a domino tournaments coming.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I just couldn't be happier. With that, a motion is in order.
A wonderful project. So moved.
I second that.
Okay. A roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thanks so much. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay. Now let's do item number 13. Request authorization to extend the tentative designation status of Drexel Village LLC as developer of the Crescent parcel in the Nubian Square area of Roxbury and to take all related actions. Rebecca.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. As you may remember, the BPDA board tentatively designated Drexel Village to be the developer of the Crescent parcel in November 2021. The Crescent parcel is approximately 73,000 square feet, composed of 8 parcels of vacant land. The property is located in both the campus high school and the South End urban renewal areas. Drexel Village proposes a 313,000 square foot development with 206 rental units, 11 home ownership units, and 31,000 square feet of community space for the social service agencies currently located at the Crescent parcel, and parish space for the St. Catherine Drexel Church. The proposed development will also include improvements to the abutting parcel owned by the Roman Catholic Archdiocese of Boston. Since being granted tentative designation, the development team has made significant progress, including completing due diligence work, finalized the negotiation of ground lease terms, received $2 million from the state to support project development, and filed a PNF through the Article 80 process. During the requested 6-month extension, the development team plans to assemble necessary financing and equity, complete BPDA design review, and complete Article 80 and Article 37. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thanks, Rebecca.
Thank you.
All right, item number 14. Request authorization to award a contract to J.C. Canestraro LLC in the amount of $460,600 for the fire pump replacement project at the China Trade Building located at 2 Boylston Street, and to authorize a construction contingency in the amount of $46,060. William.
Thank you again, Madam Chair, members of the board. These next 3 votes have to do with the China Trade Building in Chinatown. This first matter was last before you in September of 22, and as you might recall, the China Trade Building is a 6-story historic building. It was originally constructed in 1887. It is listed on the National Historic Register. It is occupied by the Chinatown branch of the Boston Public Library, as well as several nonprofits and higher educational learning centers. This particular project involves the replacement of the fire pump. It was originally installed 40 years ago. It's obsolete. We need to replace it, as well as the control panel. This project was competitively bid twice, and both times we did not receive any general bids. So we reached out to the State Department of Capital Assets Management and Maintenance, and they gave us a waiver to the public bidding process, which allowed us to directly work with 3 different vendors to receive quotes for this work. The most responsive and lowest quote was from Canestraro in the amount of $460,600. Aside from the advertisement process and the public bidding requirements, all other requirements of Chapter 149 will be applicable to this work, specifically including bonds and prevailing wage rates. The total contract award is for $460,600, and we are requesting a 10% contingency in the amount of $46,060 for a total authorization of $506,660. And with that, we're requesting authorization from the director to enter into this contract, and happy to answer any questions you may have.
Great, thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Item number 16, request authorization for the Boston Redevelopment Authority doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency to award a contract to Marquee Architecture in an amount not to exceed $117,960 to provide design services for bike and storage rooms in the China Trade Center located at 2 Boylston Street. Leo.
Madam Chair, I believe we're on item number 15, and I think you just read number 16 to the record.
Oh, gosh. I am like,
I'm happy to present however you like.
let's just go with 16 so I don't have to read it again.
All right.
And then we'll go back to 15, I'm sorry.
No problem. So this is for the China Trade Center. Again, this matter was last before you in March of 2023. It's to install a bike room in the lobby of the China Trade building. Several tenants have asked for this. This work will be designed in accordance with Chapter 149. We issued a request for qualifications in accordance with Chapter 7C back in April of this year. That process included outreach to disadvantaged firms. We had 60 interested parties downloading this RFP, and we had 9 responses submitted to us on June 20th. We had a designer selection committee hold a public meeting on October 19th, and the result of that meeting was the unanimous recommendation of Marquee Architecture, who is a WBE. The total contract for this award is $117,960. That has been appropriately budgeted for in the current capital budget. Therefore, we're asking for authorization for the director to execute this contract, and happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Let's rewind to number 15. Request authorization for the Boston Redevelopment Authority doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency to issue an invitation for bids for building envelope repairs of the China Trade Center located at 2 Boylston Street. William.
All right, thanks again. So this was last before you in November of 22, requesting authorization to select an architect for this work. Back in 2007, masonry repairs were completed on about 80% of the exterior of the building. We had portions of the southwest corner that were not repaired at that time. In 2014, a conditions assessment identified that iron hinge anchors were causing deterioration of adjacent bricks, and this project seeks to stabilize and preserve the historic building envelope with approval of the Boston Landmarks Commission. The bid package was prepared by architectural firm BH+A. It will be advertised following the state's requirements under Chapter 149. The construction contract would be awarded to the lowest bidder after being brought back to the board for approval. The current estimate for this work is about $3 million. We have an allocation in the current fiscal year capital budget. We would expect to come back to you in the spring for authorization to enter into the construction contract and expect work to start next summer. Therefore, we're requesting authorization to advertise and issue this invitation for bids for this project, and happy to answer any questions you may have.
Great, thank you. Questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Thanks, William. Item number 18, request authorization for the Boston Redevelopment Authority doing business as
Chair.
Yes.
Skip 17.
That I am doing 7. Oh my gosh. Sorry, I scrolled too far. Okay, item number 17, request authorization for the Boston Redevelopment Authority doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency to issue an invitation for bids to repair the Chelsea Street fence in the Charlestown Navy Yard. William.
This is the last one, I promise. So this is the Chelsea Street fence in Charlestown. We were last before you in June of 22, authorizing a contract with the landscape architect to design this work. As you might recall, the fencing runs 1,500 feet along Chelsea Street and is part of the Navy Yard's historic monument area. It is constructed of iron fence panels supported by intermediate masonry columns, and both the iron fencing and the masonry columns are in critical condition and in need of repair and restoration. This project includes partial replacement of the concrete pedestals, in-place concrete repair, masonry repair, as well as restoration of those cast iron fence panels. The bid package was prepared by Ray Dennis Landscape Architects. It will be advertised following the requirements of Chapter 3039M. The resulting construction contract would be awarded to the lowest responsive and responsible bidder after being brought back to the board for approval. Our current estimate for this work is $4 million. There is an allocation in the current fiscal year capital budget for this work. We would anticipate returning to the board with an award recommendation in the spring, as well as construction start in the summer. And with that, we're requesting authorization to advertise and issue the invitation to bids for this project, and happy to answer any questions you might have.
Great, thank you. Questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Now number 18.
Thank you.
Thank you. Request authorization for the Boston Redevelopment Authority doing business as Boston Planning and Development Agency to amend the consultant and design services contract with Scape Landscape Architecture DPC for the development of design and use guidelines for the downtown waterfront in an amount not to exceed $13,380. Ksenia.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. I'm Ksenia Kwaviva, Senior Coastal Resilience Delivery Project Manager at the Real Estate Department. I'm here today to request approval to amend the contract with Scape Landscape Architecture for the development of design and use guidelines for the downtown waterfront in an amount not to exceed $13,380. The board approved the contract back in November 2020, and it remains in effect until March 2024, and we will finalize the work before then. So far, as part of this contract, we have produced consistent design standards for the public realm in downtown, including the Harbor Walk, as well as wayfinding elements, landscaping, lighting, signage, improved connectivity, and flood resilience. This amendment in particular will enable the completion of the anticipated watershed management guidelines. We will develop recommendations for an organizational framework and improved land and waterside infrastructure to support existing and future water-dependent uses within the downtown waterfront district. While the guidelines remain in draft form, we hope that they will inform and assist the planning and design efforts along the downtown waterfront, including the New England Aquarium Master Plan, the North End Waterfront Climate Alliance District Protection and Resiliency Plan, and importantly, this work will inform the Long Wharf Flood Resiliency Plan that we at the Coastal Resiliency Delivery Team are working on right now, aimed at developing resilient design options that support and improve water-dependent uses and experiences on Long Wharf. There are no development scenarios within the planning area under consideration, and the guidelines are not intended to advance or support any future development scenarios. With that, I am ready to answer questions.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you. Congratulations on this being your first presentation.
Thank you.
We're excited to see you again.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Cheers. All right, item number 19. Request authorization for the Boston Redevelopment Authority doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency to award a contract for citywide ADU pattern book and zoning to Outwith Studio for citywide ADU pattern book and zoning in an amount not to exceed $294,590. Adriana.
Good evening again, members of the board. My name is Adriana Lasso-Harrier. I'm a planner in zoning reform. What I have for you today is a request to authorize this award for contract for consultant services. Next slide. So again, this citywide ADU pattern book and zoning is an RFP that will craft new zoning recommendations for the by right development of ADUs in all residential subdistricts in Boston. The scope has 3 tasks, and in a nutshell, the first task, which would launch in January 2024, would focus on zoning nonconformity analysis. The second task, which would be expected to wrap up in September of 2024, which is the creation of what we're calling an ADU pattern book, which would be a comprehensive guide to support Boston homeowners who are interested in building an ADU on their lot. And then the last task, ending in November of 2024, would be the crafting of zoning recommendations to address common nonconformities and new zoning to create, as of right, zoning envelope for ADUs in Boston. Next slide. So just to quickly go over the procurement timeline, we received board authorization to advertise the RFP on October 12th, 2023. We advertised the RFP in all the typical places: Combis, MA Central Register, Boston Herald, City Record, etc., resulting in 148 interested parties downloading the RFP. We held a virtual pre-submission conference on October 26th, after which 15 proposals were received on November 17th and evaluated by the evaluation committee, which included BPDA planning and urban design staff according to criteria published in the RFP. And we held interviews from November 28th through December 1st, 2023. Next slide. We, as I said, received 15 proposals in response to the RFP. And in the end, the comparative criteria stated in the RFP were applied by the evaluation committee, resulting in the final composite ranking on the slide before you. It was determined that Outwith Studio had the most highly advantageous score and proposal, interview, etc. And we felt that Outwith Studio brings a highly relevant technical experience, collaborative management style, and a compelling approach. And with that, I am happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, any questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Okay, everyone, we're going to take a brief 5-minute break before we start the public hearings. So we'll see you at, what is that, 5:37? Okay. Talk to you soon. everyone for the brief recess. Secretary Bohemus, are we okay to proceed? Secretary Bohemus?
Yeah,
Good,
we're
right?
ready to,
Okay.
yep, we're good.
Simultaneous Vietnamese interpretations are being provided for this meeting using the language interpretation function within Zoom. We ask that you be patient in case of any technical issues. Language interpretation will not be enabled until instructions on how to access interpretation have been translated into Vietnamese. Once interpretation has been enabled, a globe icon will appear at the bottom of your screen. It is also an important reminder to all those who are presenting and commenting today. We ask that you speak slowly for the interpreters. If you are speaking too fast, I may interrupt you and ask you to speak slower so the translator can catch up with the information. So thank you. So to enable interpretation for Vietnamese, please click on the globe icon on the bottom of your screen and select Vietnamese. You must mute original audio. So An, would you now interpret the instructions I just gave in Vietnamese?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dạ, xin chào quý vị. Và cái buổi họp hôm nay thì chúng tôi sẽ có phiên dịch tiếng Việt song song ha, và mình có thể dùng cái phiên dịch tiếng Việt song song này bằng cái chức năng ở trên Zoom này, và chúng tôi yêu cầu quý vị trong trường hợp mà mình gặp những cái trục trặc về vấn đề kỹ thuật thì chúng tôi yêu cầu quý vị có sự kiên nhẫn ha, và chúng tôi sẽ mở cái kênh ngôn ngữ ra sau khi chúng tôi đã hướng dẫn quý vị cái cách nào để tiếp cận cái kênh ngôn ngữ này, và khi mà chúng tôi đã mở cái kênh ngôn ngữ ra rồi đó thì quý vị sẽ thấy có một cái quả cầu nó hiện ở cái bên dưới của cái màn ảnh của Zoom, và còn thêm một cái điều quan trọng mà chúng tôi cũng muốn nhắc nhở cho đến bất cứ một ai mà phát biểu hay là bình luận, và chúng tôi yêu cầu quý vị nói chuyện một cách chậm rãi để cho những người phiên dịch của chúng tôi, nếu mà quý vị nói một cách quá mau thì tôi sẽ cắt lời quý vị, và tôi sẽ yêu cầu quý vị nói một cách chậm rãi hơn để những người phiên dịch của chúng tôi mới có thể theo kịp. Dạ, cảm ơn. Và để chúng tôi có thể mở ra cái kênh phiên dịch cho tiếng Việt thì nếu quý vị muốn tiếp cận cái kênh thông dịch tiếng Việt thì quý vị nên bấm vào trong cái quả cầu ở cái phía dưới của cái màn ảnh của quý vị, rồi quý vị chọn cái ngôn ngữ là Vietnamese, rồi xong sau đó thì quý vị nên tắt cái âm thanh nhé. Dạ, cảm ơn rất là nhiều.
Okay, thank you so much. Ani, would you please now turn the interpretation on, and we'll give folks a few minutes to join. As you can see, the globe icon has appeared, so you can click on that and select Vietnamese for interpretation. Okay, so if you're having any difficulty activating the interpretation, please call the number on the screen. If you have difficulties with the translation later in the meeting, you can call that same number. We have interpreters available to assist you over the phone. The project presentation has also been translated into Vietnamese and is available on the BPDA website at bostonplans.org/about-us/BPDA-board/meetings. Please take note of the website address on the screen to view the translated project presentation. This is a public hearing before the Boston Redevelopment Authority, doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency, being held in conformance with Article 80C-5 of the Boston Zoning Code to consider the proposed master plan for Planned Development Area number 146, 35 to 75 Morrissey Boulevard in Dorchester. This hearing was duly advertised on November 30th, 2023 in the Boston Herald. This is a BPDA hearing on a proposed petition by the agency. Staff members will first present their case and are subject to questioning by members of the agency. Thereafter, anyone who wishes to testify about the proposed project will be afforded an opportunity. We are taking support and opposition at the same time, so if you're planning to testify, please take time now to verify that your computer microphone is active and click the hand icon on your Zoom control panel. This will signal to the staff that you would like to speak. When your hand is raised, it will be blue. If you are calling into the meeting and would like to testify, please dial *9 to raise your hand. When I call for all testimony, staff will announce your name and allow you to talk. You must unmute your microphone. Your webcam will not be active. In an effort to accommodate all who would like to speak about this proposal, each person will be given up to 2 minutes to comment. BPDA staff will indicate when 30 seconds remain, and at that time, please conclude your remarks so that the hearing may continue and others may be heard. Finally, the proponents are allowed a period of 5 to 10 minutes for rebuttal if they so desire. Mr. Nick Carter will now begin the presentation.
Good evening, and thank you, Chair Rojas, members of the board, Secretary Boljimas, and Director Jemison. I'm here before you to present the master plan for planned development area number 146, 35 to 75 Morrissey Boulevard, also known as Columbia Point Crossing. Located in Dorchester on Morrissey Boulevard, the project site encompasses approximately 9 acres of land that is currently occupied by a variety of commercial buildings, including a supermarket and the Record Company. The proposal contemplates the development of 7 new buildings, open spaces, and road networks. 3 of the proposed buildings are proposed as residential buildings, and with a commitment to 20% IDP, the project will contain an estimated 117 affordable units and 585 units total. The remaining 4 buildings are currently envisioned as commercial and life science buildings. The project will provide an activated ground floor with retail and community uses throughout. Importantly, the grocery store currently located at the site will have a new space in the future development as well. The project will also create a new road network on the site, several new open spaces, including a large family park which will be protected in perpetuity. In addition to the work being done at the site, the project will bring a number of important contributions to the neighborhood, including a contribution of up to $4,600,000 to the Transportation Mitigation Bank, established by the recently approved Dorchester Bay City for improvements to area transportation infrastructure, including Morrissey Boulevard, K Circle, and JFK UMass Station. The project will also make a donation of $1 per square foot of residential usage for the upkeep and maintenance of Oakley Park. $750,000 will also be provided to the Dorchester Bay Economic Development Corporation for community development, and $250,000 will be provided to the city to assist independent small local businesses in the Dorchester area with access to technical assistance, storefront improvements, neighborhood commercial street beautification, and affordable commercial space, including but not limited to the Dorchester Avenue commercial corridor. The project will also provide approximately 7,450 square feet of ground floor community space that will be programmed in collaboration with the city throughout the Article 80B process. Lastly, I would like to give thanks to this team for putting up space for the Record Company previously mentioned, who's helping displaced artists throughout the city continue to have access to the practice and recording space that they need to be able to thrive in our local art scene. I will now turn to Senior Planner Christina Rico to take you through the planning context before the development team leads you through the presentation.
Thank you, Nick. Good evening, Chair Rojas, esteemed members of the board, Director Jemison, and Madam Secretary. I am pleased to join you this evening to share with you the planning context that informed BPDA staff review of the proposed project PDA Master Plan number 146. Next slide, please. In addition to the regulatory context provided by zoning, staff review of the proposed project was informed by the Columbia Point Master Plan adopted by the BPDA board in June 2011. The master plan established a vision for the redevelopment of several key sites in Columbia Point, adjacent to established residential uses in the Harbor Point community and major institutional and public uses within close proximity of JFK UMass Station. Next slide, please. The project site is located within the Community Commercial Zoning Subdistrict of the Dorchester Neighborhood District, governed by Article 65 of the Code. The entire project site is also located within the Restricted Parking Overlay District and the Coastal Flood Resilience Overlay District, established by Article 25A of the Code. Finally, eastern portions of the site along Morrissey Boulevard are located within the Morrissey Boulevard Greenbelt Protection Overlay District. Section 65-28 of the code provides that the BPDA may approve the establishment of a PDA within the Columbia-Morrissey Community Commercial Subdistrict to provide for a more flexible zoning law, to provide benefits to the Dorchester community, including the creation of job opportunities, and to encourage economic development. Next slide. In addition to delivering on the vision for a transit-oriented mixed-use district, the proposed project delivers on several key concepts identified by the Columbia Point Master Plan, including, as Nick mentioned, the creation of an internal north-south Main Street, which is effectively an extension of Old Colony Avenue, lined with active commercial uses, outdoor seating areas, pedestrian amenities, and the creation of 2 street-level open spaces. And with that, I am pleased to turn it over to the proponent team for a more detailed presentation of the proposed project.
Hi, before we turn it over to the architectural team, I'm Matt Snyder, here on behalf of ownership and the proponent, along with my partner, David Raftery. We appreciate you guys making the time for us, and with that, we'll turn it over to Louis and the team.
Thank you. Thanks, Matt. So the design team, myself and Chris Bridle, both of Stantec, we're proud to be here within the Zoom rectangle to bring before you the Columbia Point Crossing PDA Master Plan. This is an Article 80C PDA Master Plan, which establishes the framework for a vibrant and inclusive neighborhood addition to Dorchester. Next slide, please. So this site is located on Morrissey Boulevard, just south of Hub 25, north of the South Line, located between Morrissey Boulevard and I-93, and within a quarter mile of the JFK UMass T station. As mentioned before, this site has the Star Market located on the site. That use will remain on site because you cannot have a real neighborhood without a grocery use. Also mentioned, the site currently houses 40,000 square feet of free subsidized space for the record company to provide space for Boston's displaced musician community. Otherwise, the site is fairly underutilized. It's essentially a lot of pavement next to a lot of prime transportation. Next slide. So this context slide really cites the project as a key urban and open space linkage between a lot of existing Dorchester neighborhoods, Savin Hill Park, Harbor Point, as well as newer developments, Hub 25 as mentioned, South Line, and of course the Dorchester Bay City development, which of this site, it provides key linkage and access for the neighborhood. Next slide. It's really a testament to the sound planning and community input of the Columbia Point Master Plan that circa 2011. That's the slide that you see on the left. And on the right is the proposed master plan district that a lot of those principles that are in place are really relevant today, and the team has been able to build off of those and expand, as mentioned, providing a transformative mixed-use development, a main street that will eventually connect from JFK, UMass, and then very critically providing a key point of connection across Morrissey Boulevard to Dorchester Bay City and to the waterfront as well. Next slide. So, Dorchester is one of Boston's most diverse and vibrant neighborhoods, and it's kind of through the lens of open space equity that the site has really put a focus on providing dedicated open space and connectivity, both from the neighborhoods across 93 through Hub 25, connecting to the South Line, and then further on to Dorchester Bay City, and then also to the waterfront, but then also for neighborhoods like Harbor Point to provide connectivity back to and connecting to the transit network as well. So what you see here is we can move along to the next slide. Proposed in this master plan is 7 buildings that are really focused around this new Main Street mixed-use experience and these 4 primary dedicated open spaces that Chris Bridle is going to tell you about in a second. This totals 1.57 million total square feet of mixed use, residential, life science, 7,500 square feet of community space, 585 new residences, 20% of affordable, and that 1.35 acres of true open space. This is all linked across this main spine, and then you see towards the left-hand side what we're calling A Street, but what will really be a future major important connection for this site across Morrissey Boulevard, really linking the neighborhood together. Next. So there's an important resiliency component to this site. As we know, there's a lot of resiliency challenges in the neighborhood, and the entire heart of the site and this Main Street view that you see here is raised up to a resilient level. This allows for that mixed use retail experience that is anchored by the grocery use, but is also the proponent is committed to including local retail, which really is about expanding access for local residents to participate in the economic development of this area, and is all centered around this vibrant, open, wide right-of-way that is really going to be the home for this new neighborhood. Next slide. It's also important for this project to not turn its back to Morrissey Boulevard, but rather to enhance the quality of Morrissey Boulevard as a true parkway experience. So the buildings are held back from the property edge, which allows for a lot of future flexibility. As we know, Morrissey Boulevard is currently under design, and by holding the building back, we're allowing for several possibilities for that future development of Morrissey Boulevard, which obviously the team really welcomes, and is opening up with generous buffer spaces that are activated and active use entrances at each block of the building here, providing that ground level pedestrian character along Morrissey Boulevard as well. Next slide. So this is an aerial view, which again, we can see the linkages and context and how this open space network is really intended to, enliven and connect with all of the new and existing development that's happening in the area. You see the 3 residential buildings in yellow. It's important to note that building C, that would be the grocery store that would come online while the existing Star Market is in place. So these buildings are phased roughly left to right, and as they're coming online, there would be continuous grocery store use. All of the parking is underground as well, and so it's really important to also note that as an Article 80C master plan, this is really conceptual level massing and articulation, and each of these buildings and all of the open space is going to come back as part of an Article 80B large project review, where there will be, obviously further development, care, and most importantly, a lot more connections to the community, meeting with our local civics groups, of which we've had several meetings to date across 16 months. That will continue along in this process for each building in much more detail as part of Article 80B to follow. Next slide. So as that development takes place, this is really going to be put forth and guided by design guidelines, of which we see 6 pages of an almost 24-page document that are really serving as a guide to sort of enshrine the level of quality and character that the proponent is bringing to the site. On the top 3 slides here, they speak to the massing and articulation with step backs provided along Morrissey Boulevard, Main Street, and along all those open spaces, really with a focus on the architectural quality of those open spaces so that they're provided that utility and quality of use experience. At the bottom 3 slides speak to the character and sculpting of the open space network, the build-to frontages, and being able to put all of our building entries focused on that Main Street, but also connecting to Morrissey Boulevard as well. Next slide. So all of these design guidelines and all this thinking is really first and foremost thought of as part of enhancing that open space character, which I'm going to turn to Chris real shortly to discuss. But this is enhanced by those entries focused on Main Street and all of that activity being part of this experience. Service uses moved to the perimeter of the site or to side streets as well, and that active retail use in those lobbies are on Main Street and also wrapping into those open spaces so that we can activate all of those edges and really provide a welcoming environment that draws in not only tenants and residents, but current local residents as well. So I think turn it over to Chris Bridle to speak more to the open space quality.
Thanks, Lewis. Next slide, please. So I'm going to walk through sort of the major open spaces and the typologies of each. We've created a suite of open space, and as Lewis mentioned, Main Street we consider also a major organizing element, part of the open space network that joins all of these different spaces together. Each of the space has its own character and function, and I'll start with the community park on the left, which is we hope is going to be a lovely green open space that is a terminus to Main Street and has, as I'll describe in another slide, immediate adjacent uses inside Building B that we hope will spill out into that community park and create a place for outdoor community events. The Civic Plaza is one of our major sort of gateway open spaces, which, as Lewis mentioned, is in alignment with the connection across Morrissey Boulevard to Dorchester Bay City. This is a more formal space that is terraced to work with the resiliency measures that we're introducing across Main Street. And we'll have things like sculpture and various other things which I can describe also later. At the end, or I would say the right-hand side of the plan, you'll see the family park and the pocket park. There are sort of
Keep going, Chris.
So these are a suite of spaces. The pocket park and the family park will complement each other. The family park is obviously orientated towards and for families, and the pocket park will be a more passive and complementary space to the family park. Next slide. So here we're going to show you quickly the community park. Again, a lovely green open space, a terminus to Main Street, and actually helps us to connect the South Line building and the courtyard you can see in the back of the image through our space into Main Street. So it's a really important connection space as well as a lovely open space. And you can see on the image on the left, there's a community interior use that will spill out into the community park. And we hope also that retail, you'll see in the top of the image on the left, will spill out into that park also. Next slide. Here you'll see a sketch of the Civic Plaza, again terraced to work with the resiliency measures. But here we have a lovely green gateway space that has sculpture and outdoor dining lining the street, and water features and a lovely grove of trees. Next slide.
Building. When the evacuation signal sounds after this message, walk to the nearest stairway exit and leave the floor.
Next slide, please. Thank you.
Do not use the elevators. All disabled occupants shall follow.
So this is the family park. This is a gateway space, again, that greets you from Morrissey Boulevard, and we hope that the Morrissey Boulevard green connection will allow us to connect this space to the development. And you can see in the far of this image, the pocket park, which is a complementary space. But we hope that the existing residential people will spill out into the space, including those in Building G. Next slide, please. And lastly, this is a more developed image of our Civic Plaza showing how this might look, further developed, showing the architecture and the materiality of the Civic Plaza. Next slide, please.
Do not use the elevator.
All right, sorry for the interruption, everyone. We're going to go on mute and open it up to questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you for your presentation and yeah, working through those fire alarms or tests. Okay, so this is a public hearing, so we're going to go first to public testimony, and then we'll take questions from the board. So Secretary Paul Hemus, is there anyone who would like to testify?
Amy Bennett, you can unmute yourself.
Great, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Great. Good evening, everyone. My name is Amy Bennett. I'm the founding volunteer member for an arts advocacy nonprofit called Art Stays Here. And I'm here tonight to testify in favor of this proposed development in Dorchester. Specifically, we want to praise the proponent, Matthew Snyder, and his team for helping out actually this very time last year when over 700 musicians were displaced from what was called the Sound Museum in Brighton. Because this development was in process and the buildings were vacated, Matt came to the rescue and offered to short-term house these musicians on site at cost. And it really was, at the time, heroic, unbelievable that someone would be so generous. And I want to say that a year later, that working with Center Court, everyone on his team has been amazing. He has been so generous with the musicians, with us, with the Record Co., and we're glad that he is putting forth this great opportunity in Dorchester. I'll also say that I am a Dorchester resident. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Minor Perez, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Madam Chair, members of the board, this is Mina Perez representing the Carpenters Union. I first like to begin by thanking the BPDA for conducting an excellent review process, and thanks to the proponent for a great outreach to the community. Ever since they have filed for this project, they have been outreaching to the community and all the stakeholders. They've done an amazing job. And finally, I want to thank the Mayor of Boston for allowing the residents to be part of the process. Madam Chair, on behalf of hundreds of members that live and work throughout the city of Boston, I want to go on record as strong support of this project. This is a underutilized area that it is about time that we get something going, and this is a great project, and we're all for it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Minor. Matt MacArthur, you can unmute yourself.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here on behalf of the Record Co., the nonprofit community music space that's currently in residence at 55 Morrissey, here in support of the project. I'm just going to take an opportunity to thank the proponent, Matt Snyder, and his team for really going above and beyond to be supportive of the community in the interim, and very open and clearly sophisticated in their thinking about how to support the community moving forward as the development process progresses. Last thing I'd say is that our work providing space for creative Bostonians really relies on the collaboration and in many cases the generosity of landowners and landlords. So I've had the opportunity to spend a lot of time with a lot of property owners. This is a special bunch of folks. I'm very excited at the prospect of them being able to see this development through and having them as our neighbors and a member of this community for a long time. Thank you.
Thank you. Don Walsh, you can unmute yourself.
Yep, hi, my name's Don Walsh. I live in Savin Hill. I'm an active member of the Columbia Savin Hill Civic Association, but more important for this meeting, from 2009 to 2011, I chaired the Columbia Point Master Plan Task Force, and I'm very happy to see that this project is pretty consistent with certainly on the key points, is consistent with the Master Plan Task Force, so I absolutely support the project.
Thank you. Bill Walzak, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, my name is Bill Walzak. I live in Savin Hill at 20 Rockmere Street. I'm supporting this project on the basis that it follows the requirements of the Columbia Point Master Plan, and this is something that they've been working with us as a community on. I think it's really, really important that we notify the BPDA that future developments in this area will be supported only if they work in collaboration with the community on making sure that that this is designed with the goals of making our community stronger and with the support of the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Desmond Rohan, you can unmute yourself.
Great, thank you. Des Rohan, CAC member of the Columbia 7 Hill Civic Association. I live just on the other side of 93 from this proposed project off of Sydney Street. I echo the comments of the public that have spoken. I am supportive of this development. My only issue is the CAC, again, hasn't been a very active CAC. So if there's things that we can do with the development team and BPDA to increase the communication with the CAC members to ensure the mitigation to the community is outlined clearly, I'd appreciate that. But thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to testify about this project? Please raise your virtual hand. Madam Chair, this concludes the public hearing portion of this item.
Okay, great. Thank you. And thank you to those who called in and participated. We appreciate you and your time. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? Okay, I think it's, I'll just say that I am very pleased with the design. This is my grocery store, so really excited that you see that as a key amenity, and you'll be planning around that. So yeah, and just the open space, the family park, like this is a very family-oriented neighborhood, right? So I'm just really excited for my neighbors to get to use this space. So with that, a motion is in order.
Appreciating the great support for the artists, so moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Congratulations and good luck. Or we'll see you soon.
Very much.
Okay, here we go. Okay, so we're going to move on to the second public hearing. So this is agenda item number 35. Simultaneous Spanish, Cantonese, and Mandarin interpretations are being provided for this meeting using the language interpretation function within Zoom. We ask that you be patient in case of any technical issues. Language interpretation will not be enabled until instructions on how to access interpretation have been translated. Once interpretation has been enabled, a globe icon will appear at the bottom of your Zoom screen. Also, an important reminder to all who are presenting and commenting today, we ask that you speak slowly for the interpreters. If you're speaking too fast, I may interrupt you and ask you to speak slower so that our translators can catch up with the information. Thank you. To enable interpretation services for Spanish, Cantonese, or Mandarin, you'll click on the globe icon on the bottom of your screen and select the language you want to hear. You must also mute original audio. Juan, will you now interpret the instructions I gave into Spanish?
Certainly, Madam Chair. Good evening, everyone. This is Juan, Spanish and Portuguese interpreter. I'll be interpreting in Spanish tonight. Muy buenas noches para todos. Vamos a proveer el servicio de interpretación simultánea en español, cantonés, mandarín. Este servicio de interpretación se va a ofrecer por medio de la función de interpretación de Zoom. Le pedimos que sea paciente en caso de que se presente alguna dificultad de tipo técnica. La interpretación no va a estar disponible el icono hasta que se termine de dar las instrucciones de la interpretación apropiadamente. Se ha establecido también, una vez que esté activo el canal de la interpretación, va a haber un globo en la parte inferior derecha de la pantalla en el cual usted puede apretar y seleccionar el lenguaje de preferencia, que en este caso es español. Un recordatorio importante para todos aquellos que estén presentando o haciendo algún comentario público, que por favor no hablen demasiado rápido, lo hagan a una velocidad que le permita a los intérpretes dar su debida interpretación con precisión. Es posible que yo los interrumpa o les pida que hablen un poco más lentamente en caso de que los intérpretes no logren interpretar a la velocidad que ustedes están hablando. Para poder facilitar la interpretación en español, cantonés, mandarín, hagan un clic en el globo que aparece en la parte inferior derecha de la pantalla cuando quieran escuchar, y tienen que apagar también el canal del audio original para que puedan escuchar su idioma de preferencia. Muchas gracias. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Gracias, Juan. Now, Anna, will you now interpret the instructions I gave into Cantonese, please?
Certainly. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, everyone. I'm Anna. I'll be your Cantonese interpreter for the meeting tonight. 大家好，我係 Anna， 我係你今天晚上嘅廣東話翻譯員。今天我哋而家呢個會議咧有西班牙語、廣東話同埋國語嘅同聲傳譯嘅。一陣間你見到佢地球嘅時候咧，麻煩你撳落去揀廣東話嘅圖標，咁你就會有廣東話嘅翻譯㗎啦。如果咧係聽如果你用你手機嘅話，或者用平板電腦嘅啦，咁你就要去呢個點標標，再揀更多，再揀 Cantonese， 咁你都會去到廣東話同步翻譯㗎咯喎。唔該曬，一陣間見。Thank you. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Anna. And now, Terry, will you interpret the instructions I gave into Mandarin?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. Hi, everybody. My name is Terry. I will be the Mandarin interpreter for this meeting tonight. 大家好，我叫 Terry， 我今天的国语翻译。然后我们今天呢会有西班牙语、广东话和国语的翻译。待会在屏幕下方会看到一个地球的图标，您点选地球的图标，然后再选择 Mandarin， 你就可以听到国语的频道了。如果您是用手机或者是平板电脑上来的话呢，您可以点选屏幕下方的3个点，再选择语言翻译的功能，也可以听到国语的频道了。好，我们待会见，谢谢大家。Thank you. Back to you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. And Ani, will you now please activate the interpretation, and we'll give folks a minute or so to join the respective channel. You can see the globe icon has appeared now at the bottom, and you can select Mandarin, Cantonese, or Spanish. Okay, so if you're having difficulty activating the interpretation, please call the phone number on the screen. If you have difficulties with the translation later in the meeting, you can also call that same number. We have interpreters available to assist you over the phone. The project presentation has been translated into Spanish, Cantonese, and Mandarin, and is available on the BPDA website at bostonplans.org/about-us/BPDA-board/board-meetings. Please take note of the website address on the screen to view the translated project presentation. This is a public hearing before the Boston Redevelopment Authority, doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency, being held in conformance with Article 80C-7 of the Boston Zoning Code to consider the proposed amendment number 1 to the Plan Development Area number 100, Parcel 25, Phase 3 in Mission Hill. This hearing was duly advertised on December 2nd, 2023 in the Boston Herald. This is a BPDA hearing on a proposed petition by the agency. Staff members will first present their case and are subject to questioning by members of the agency. Thereafter, anyone who wishes to testify about the proposed project will be afforded an opportunity. We are taking support and opposition at the same time. So if you're planning to testify, please take time now to verify that your computer microphone is active. Click on the hand icon on your Zoom control panel, and this will signal to the staff that you would like to speak. When your hand is raised, it will be blue. If you're calling into the meeting and would like to testify, please dial *9 to raise your hand. When I call for all testimony, staff will announce your name and allow you to talk. You must unmute your microphone and your webcam will not be active. In an effort to accommodate all who would like to speak about this proposal, each person will be given up to 2 minutes to comment. BPDA staff will indicate when 30 seconds remain. At that time, please conclude your remarks so that the hearing may continue and others may be heard. Finally, the proponents are allowed a period of 5 to 10 minutes for rebuttal if they so desire. And now Ms. Ebony DeRosa will begin the presentation. Thank you.
Good evening, and thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, and Director Jemison. My name is Ebony DeRosa, and I am a Senior Project Manager in the Development Review Department. We are here before you today to discuss the proposed First Amendment to the Development Plan for planned development area number 100, parcel 25/parcel 25B, and the parcel 25 phase 3 notice of project change project. I thank you for your time today. The proposed notice of project change consists of the construction of a new 6-story, approximately 120,000 gross square foot building with up to 94 affordable rental units and 33 parking spaces.
Sorry for the interruption. The audio is not very clear for the Spanish interpreter. Very difficult to hear what you said.
As ancillary parking for the adjacent Phase 1A project. The proposed project amends the original Phase 3 project, which consisted of approximately 161,500 gross square foot of commercial office space, which was anticipated to be 160 feet tall and included 185 below-grade parking spaces. The notice of project change and PDA amendment were both filed on September 22nd. A public meeting was held in October, which resulted in an overwhelming amount of support for the project from the greater Mission Hill community and Councilor Durgan. At this time, I am happy to turn it over to Ford Del Vecchio from the planning team to discuss the planning context for the project, followed by a presentation from the development team. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Ebony. Good evening, Chair Rojas, Secretary Palamas, members of the board, and Director Jemison. My name is Ford Del Vecchio, and I'm the BPDA Zoning Compliance Reviewer assigned to this project. BPDA planners use the zoning, citywide plans, and policies, local context, including present density and recent construction, as well as community feedback in order to review the proposed project during the review process. This project is located in Roxbury Crossing on the border of Mission Hill and Roxbury. There is currently no applicable neighborhood plan for this parcel. Next slide, please. The proposed project is located, looks like my slides didn't get in here, but that is okay. Oh, there we go, yes. The proposed project is located in areas supplied heavily by public transit with many amenities needed for daily life located nearby. Directly across the street from the property is the Roxbury Crossing MBTA Orange Line stop, as well as stops for the 18 and 22 buses. The buildings surrounding the proposed project are a combination of commercial, retail, mixed use, and multifamily housing. This is especially true as one continues west along Tremont Street. The bridge that spans the MBTA tracks immediately to the east of the development site is underdeveloped with no air rights projects, which provides for a sharp break between Mission Hill, where the property is formerly housed, and the adjacent neighborhood of Roxbury. This project also falls within Parks Design Review, which calls for heightened importance upon open and green space preservation and enhancement. Next slide, please. Based on these resources, this final slide outlines the current state of compliance for the project and the relief we are proposing, as well as regulatory compliance and planning improvements. This parcel is governed by PDA number 100, which was created as an overlay in order to create consistency and reliability for the zoning that defines the property. The proposed MPC still falls within the parameters set forth by the original PDA. Thank you, and now I will turn it over to the development team to present the project in more detail.
Good evening. Thank you, Ebony, and thank you, Ford. Good evening, Madam Chair, board members, Director Jemison, Madam Secretary, Attorney Nick Zazula, McDermott, Quilty, Miller, and Hanley LLP, zoning and permitting attorneys for the project. With me tonight are from Mission Hill Neighborhood Housing Services, Patricia Flaherty, who's the Executive Director, and Ricardo Sanchez, Senior Project Manager, and our project architect from UTEAL, Nick Burens, an Associate Principal. We are really, really honored to be here tonight and excited to be here for this wonderful project. We'd like to thank Ebony and the BPDA staff, as well as the Mayor's Office of Housing and their staff for all of their efforts to get this project to where it is tonight. We also want to quickly thank all the individual Mission Hill community folks and stakeholders who participated in this community planning process for Parcel 25 that resulted really in the vision that NHS is completing with Phase 3 of this overall project, and who supported the recent funding application to the Mayor's Office of Housing, including Sociedad Latina, Community Alliance of Mission Hill, Roxbury Tenants of Harvard, and the Mission Hill Community Center, Tobin Community Center. We also had some help from our institutional community and neighbors, Wentworth, New Baptist Hospital, Children's Hospital, and Metro Housing Boston. And I would be remiss if we didn't also thank our elected officials. It would not get done without them. Congresswoman Presley, District City Councilor Durkin, and at-large City Councilors Murphy and Lejeune, State Reps Tyler and Montano as well. Next slide, please.
I'm sorry, Nick, can I interrupt you for a second to remind you to speak slowly? The interpreters are having a hard time keeping up, so if everyone can just keep that in mind. Thank you.
Yes, Madam Secretary. I know it's going to be a long night, so I was hoping to save a little time, but I will slow down. But I apologize to the interpreters. On this slide, much of this information has already been mentioned by Ebony and Ford. This is a notice of project change for the third phase of the overall BPDA project. The first two phases of the overall project have been fully constructed and built out. In fact, I'm happy to report that Neighborhood Housing Services just received their certificate of occupancy for phase 2 on Tuesday of this week, which is very exciting. And this new third phase, which is being pivoted from previously a commercial office use, will now consist of 94 affordable housing units that will all be affordable at a range of area median incomes, including 24 one-bed units, 55 two-bed units, and 15 three-bed units. And so as you can see here, this comparison chart I think is important because it really lays out programming changes from a commercial office building to an all affordable housing building. The change also significantly reduces the building massing and impact from the previous approved project, as it results in an approximately 26% decrease in gross square footage and a reduction in height by 4 stories, while also changing to a less impactful residential use than the approved commercial office use. And obviously, in recent years, commercial office space has been less necessary and less sought after. So changing to a residential use in the midst of a housing crunch, specifically all affordable housing, just seemed to make a lot of sense. The final note I will make is that the zoning code, as you can see here on the bottom of the chart, allows for an FAR of 5 in a planned development area. The approved build-out had an FAR of approximately 4. And this NPC Phase 3 project will reduce that overall floor area ratio to approximately 3.06. With that, I will now toss it over to Nick Burns, who will go through the rest of our presentation. Nick, over to you.
Great, thanks Nick, and thank you to the members of the board for having us tonight. I'm Nick Burns with UTO Architecture and Planning. Can we go to the next slide, please? Thank you. So as has been mentioned, the project sits directly adjacent to the Orange Line right-of-way in the Southwest Corridor Park and directly across the street from the Roxbury HE station. And the site really serves as a gateway to the Mission Hill neighborhood and also as an important pedestrian connector for residents of many of the surrounding communities in Mission Hill, at Mission Main Housing, Alice Taylor Housing, and beyond. The preceding phases have provided 86 units of affordable housing to the neighborhood, as well as commercial and community spaces at street level. Next slide, please. You can see here the completed Phase 1 project on the left, as well as the recently completed Phase 2 building on the upper right. Congratulations to Mission Hill on the recent C of O. And the proposed project is going to integrate many of the temporary improvements that have already been made on site from the preceding projects to provide welcoming pedestrian connections, as well as landscape areas throughout the site. Next slide, please. Phase 3 is going to bring an additional 94 units of 100% affordable housing in the neighborhood and fill a missing gap in the neighborhood fabric. The project has been designed architecturally to be equally responsive both to the active transit corridor at its front door and the city beyond, but also to its immediate neighbors and surroundings within the Parcel 25 block. Massing, materiality, and color around the building have all been considered to further these goals. Next slide, please. The landscape plays a really important role here in stitching together the individual projects into a cohesive whole. And we've designed these spaces in coordination with our landscape architect to create clear, safe, and accessible pathways for people to circulate through the site, while also providing a variety of places for informal gathering and more structured community events within the site itself. Next slide, please. The ground floor of the building accommodates a generous community room facing Tremont Street, and an ample lobby, as well as indoor bike parking, and vehicle parking, as mentioned, in an enclosed parking area. The upper floors are arranged efficiently to maximize the livable area for the residential units and to provide daylight to corridors and elevator lobbies. Next slide, please. Here you can see a view of the project from the plaza directly in front of the Roxbury Crossing T station at the intersection of Tremont and Columbus, with a long pleated facade facing the train tracks. Next slide, please. And making your way down Tremont and across the street, the ground floor of the building is pulled back to open up to the community room and invite pedestrians into the site along the pedestrian pathway. Next slide, please. From Gurney Street on the left-hand side and Mindoro Street here on the right, you can see the landscape paths connecting the site invite neighbors into the site, and they provide direct access to the building's residential entrance. Next slide, please. The building entrance itself is located on a plaza at the nexus of the three projects, with a prominent position and very clear views to and from the surrounding neighborhood and to the transit connections. Next slide, please. And we've really designed the building and the landscape as an interconnected, active, and social space, which is meant to invite connection and serve as a beacon to residents throughout the day. Next slide, please. This view of the muse between phases 2 and 3 shows that intention extends to all parts of the site design, where we've really aimed to create a balance between active public uses and private residential character, providing spaces that are welcoming and inclusive and giving residents a sense of home. We're really excited about the opportunity to bring more affordable, sustainable housing to Mission Hill and to fulfill a longstanding community vision for this site. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. We'll take any public testimony first before board questions. So Secretary Polhemus, do we have anyone who would like to testify?
Anne Rousseau, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you. My name is Anne Rousseau, and on behalf of Metro Housing Boston, I am pleased to support the amendment for Phase 3 of Mission Hill Parcel 25 development. As you've heard, it's the final step. Metro Housing moved into our new home that was part of Phase 1A in November 2017. The much-needed affordable housing that is part of Phase 1A is serving to help meet the overwhelming need that exists for very low and extremely low-income housing, as is the soon-to-be occupied 46 units for low-income family rental units in Phase 2. We welcome the 94 new neighbors that the 94 units of additional 94 units would bring that are 100% affordable housing for extremely low and moderate income families and individuals. It would also provide 15 desperately needed handicapped accessible units. And in addition, this is a perfect example of transit-oriented development. It steps away from the MBTA bus stop that serves numerous bus routes, the Southwest Corridor Park and Bike Path, and directly across the street from Roxbury Crossing Orange Line Station. We know the need for housing in the city of Boston is at a crisis level, and we lack units of housing stock all across the city. Much of Mission Hill neighborhood has experienced marked gentrification over the past 2 decades due to institutional expansion, primarily the movement of undergraduates to the neighborhood. Housing production in Mission Hill has failed to keep pace with new demand, and as a result, tremendous pressure has been placed on rents. Metro Housing strongly supports this project, and it will complete the revitalization of Roxbury Crossing neighborhood and will help to alleviate and prevent homelessness in Boston. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne. Kelly Durning, you can unmute yourself.
Hello.
My name is Kelly Darning, and I will be giving testimony on behalf of myself as a student living in Mission Hill, as well as a longtime resident of Mission Hill, Nancy Amadafar, who was unable to attend the meeting tonight. Hello, my name is Kelly Darning, and I'm a student at Northeastern University. I live in Mission Hill, as do many of my peers. Unfortunately, due to many factors, including the increased student population, so many families and longtime residents of Mission Hill have been forced out. Mission Hill is a beautifully diverse community that is at risk of losing its cultural ties and community members if more affordable housing does not become available. Mission Hill needs more projects like Parcel 25 coming from a responsible and community-responsive organization such as Mission Hill Neighborhood Housing Services. There are many students who feel that way and support this project as well. I will now be quoting Nancy Amadafar. Quote, "My name is Nancy Amadafar. I am giving my full support to the Mission Hill Neighborhood Housing Services proposal for Parcel 25, Phase 3, 94 units of affordable rental housing. During the 50 years that I have lived in Mission Hill, I have seen many changes, some for the better, some for the worse. What is sorely lacking now is affordable housing for families. The Mission Hill Neighborhood Housing Services proposal will help to address this problem. By complementing the other Mission Hill Neighborhood Housing Services developments on Parcel 25, the development of the final phase of Parcel 25 will be an asset to the larger neighborhood. The Roxbury Crossing area of Mission Hill, unlike other overdeveloped areas of Mission Hill, has room to grow. Its access to public transportation concurs with state mandate for new development. Mission Hill Neighborhood Housing Services has a long and trusted reputation for developing housing and other amenities that are sensitive to the needs of the community. Its planning process always invites and includes community input. I ask the BPDA to approve the amended Mission Hill Neighborhood Housing Services proposal for affordable housing for Parcel 25, Phase 3. Thank you very much."
Thank you, Kelly. Candace Belanoff, you can unmute yourself. Candace, you can unmute yourself. Candace, if you're having difficulty, you can go ahead and call in. We'll get you the phone number up on the screen. Minor Perez, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Madam Chair, members of the board, Minor Perez representing the Carpenters Union. We'd like to go on record in support of this project. I want to take a moment to thank this great organization for taking the task of building affordable housing, which is greatly needed in the city of Boston. We, the Carpenters Union, we fully support those efforts, provided it's responsibly built, which is the appropriate and great thing to do. Therefore, we'd like to be on record in support.
Thank you, Minor. Johanna Sena, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, and Director Jemison. My name is Joanna Sena. I am speaking in support of this project this evening on behalf of Wentworth Institute of Technology, who is a direct abutter to Parcel 25. We are very excited about the revitalization of this area and the creation of affordable housing. In addition, we look forward to collaborating with the new residents on the use of open space on the new athletic field, which is also located next to Parcel 25. But again, we're just very, very excited to see the transformation of this area. And I hope that you approve this project, and I thank you for your time this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Phone caller that ends in 1042, you can unmute yourself. And I believe you do that by *6 or *8.
Hi, Cindy Walling. I'm hoping I'm unmuted.
You are.
Oh, great, thanks. I'm a 15-plus year resident of Mission Hill, 22-plus year resident of the city of Boston, and I fully support this affordable housing project in Mission Hill. It is one of the few development projects that is before the BPDA in the past 10 years that is solely affordable, does not contain studio units, but rather contains units that are designed for families and not for transient-oriented populations. I fully support this, as does my family, and as someone who works in the homeless shelter system in the city. We desperately need more units of affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Mash Abdiram, you can unmute yourself.
Hi everybody, my name is Matt Abdiram and owner Butterfly Coffee at Rockaway Crossing. I'm very supportive of this project and I've been working in the neighborhood. I've lived in the neighborhood for 40 years and we need those units and I'm very supportive of the work that they did in Mission Hill Housing Services. And also they did a good job and we needed those housing done to part of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to testify about this item? Please raise your virtual hand. Nicole Commissar, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, I'm a resident in Boston, and I definitely support this expanded housing in Back Bay. I currently live in the South End, and I'm actually looking for a new apartment, and one of the things that was a little bit difficult was just availability of housing in Back Bay. I know that recently it's turned into an incredibly commercial area, which is fantastic, but I would absolutely love to see more housing built over there.
Thank you. Laura Adams, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, my name is Laura Adams, and I lived in Mission Hill for over 55 years. And I just want to say that Mission Hill is in desperate need for more affordable housing for families, especially larger sized families and units for 2 and 3 bedrooms. This proposed project will provide lots of benefits for the Mission Hill area, the city, and the residents. I'm excited to have new residents move into the area, and they will also help to support the local businesses. And it's been a vacant lot for a long time, so I'm happy that it's coming to life. And again, I fully support this program, and I agree with everybody that's spoken for me, and I hope you approve this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to testify on this item? Please raise your virtual hand. Madam Chair, this concludes the public hearing portion of this item.
Great, thank you. And thank you to everyone who attended and stayed online to give your comments. We appreciate you. So with that, questions or comments from the board?
It's gratifying to see the institutional support from Wentworth and student support from Northeastern students and community people working together to address the issues of gentrification that have taken place in Mission Hill. I pass this site every day, and I'm very grateful to the proponents for providing opportunities for people of limited economic means to continue to stay in the area. It's a good project.
Through the chair, I definitely second that. The revitalization of the Roxbury Crossing area, Mission Hill area is definitely great. Question, is this one going to be 2 floors higher than the other project and the one with the Eastern Bank next to it? Is it 5 over podium, if I'm not mistaken, or is it going to be commercial or wood frame residential?
You want me to answer that, Nick? Yeah. So it's 6 stories overall. It has, 1 floor at the ground level that'll have the community room, similar to the building next door. But those, both phase 1 and phase 2 are 5 stories, so it's 1 story taller than the pre-existing buildings. Yep.
And I guess I will reiterate something someone said, one of the comments about, affordability does not take away from accountability on, contractors to pay area standards in the neighborhood, because this is an area where you have a lot of young men and women that would love the opportunity to become part of a trade while the area they live in is being reconstructed. And I would love to see them a part of rebuilding the area that they live in. So I just want you to take that into account as you go forward.
additional questions or comments? Again, just echo my board members and the callers and who came in to testify. This is an amazing project. It's exactly what we need, and I'm just very thankful for just building this housing and having community space, and for a neighborhood that's getting a little bit of extra attention out there in the world. I'm glad to see that this is the investment that we're making into this neighborhood. So with that, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Great project, aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd? Mr. Shepherd, did you aye it?
Aye.
Oh, you were, yeah. And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Congratulations, good luck.
Thank you all. Happy holidays.
Thank you for your support. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's go.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt. I have to recuse for the next item, so I'm just dropping out. I'll be back for the next one.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Okay, the third public hearing. Agenda item number 36. Simultaneous Spanish interpretations are being provided for this meeting using the language interpretation function within Zoom. We ask that you be patient in case of any technical issues. Language interpretation will not be enabled until instructions on how to access interpretation have been translated. Once interpretation has been enabled...
Interpretación va a estar...
Okay. Once interpretation has been enabled, a globe icon will appear at the bottom of your Zoom screen. Also, an important reminder to all those who are presenting and commenting today, we ask that you speak slowly for the interpreter. If you're speaking too fast, we may interrupt you and ask you to speak slower so that the translator can catch up with the information. Thanks in advance. To enable interpretation service for Spanish, click on the globe icon on the bottom of your screen and select Spanish. You must also mute original audio. Juan, will you now interpret the instructions I gave into Spanish, please?
That will be David, Madam Chair. He's
Okay.
in his current interval right now. David, go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. I'm David Molina, and I will be the Spanish interpreter for this session, for this part of the meeting. Buenas noches a todos, soy David Molina y yo voy a ser el intérprete de español para esta parte de la reunión. Vamos a tener servicio de interpretación simultáneo y cuando las instrucciones acaben de ser explicadas, en la parte de abajo usted podrá ver un icono que aparecerá con la forma de un globo. Al hacer clic en ese icono usted podrá tener acceso a los diferentes idiomas en los cuales usted podrá escuchar la reunión. En este caso usted podrá seleccionar el idioma español y escuchar la reunión con interpretación simultánea a lo largo de la presentación. Entonces, una vez que las instrucciones sean traducidas, sean interpretadas, esta posibilidad de interpretación de Zoom va a ser habilitada para que estén atentos a hacer clic en el icono que aparecerá en su pantalla. Muchísimas gracias. Back to Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
Gracias, David. Okay, so we're, Ani, will you please turn on the interpretation function? And as you can see, the globe icon has appeared, and if you would like Spanish interpretation, please click that and join the channel now. If you are having difficulty activating the interpretation, please call the phone number on the screen. If you have difficulties with the translation later in the meeting, you can also call that same number. We have interpreters available to assist you over the phone. The project presentation has been translated into Spanish and is available on the BPDA website at bostonplans.org/about-us/BPDA-board/meetings. Please take note of the website address on the screen to view the translated project presentation. This is a public hearing before the Boston Redevelopment Authority, doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency, being held in conformance with Article 80C-5 of the Boston Zoning Code, to consider the proposed development plan for Planned Development Area Number 137, the Mary Ellen McCormick redevelopment in South Boston. This hearing was duly advertised on November 30th, 2023 in the Boston Herald. This is a BPDA hearing on a proposed petition by the agency. Staff members will first present their case and are subject to questioning by members of the agency. Thereafter, anyone who wishes to testify about the proposed project will be afforded an opportunity. We are taking support and opposition at the same time, so if you're planning to testify, please take time now to verify that your computer microphone is active. Click on the hand icon on your Zoom control panel, and this will signal to the staff that you would like to speak. When your hand is raised, it will be blue. If you're calling into the meeting and would like to testify, please dial *9 to raise your hand. When I call for all testimony, staff will announce your name and allow you to talk. You must unmute your microphone, and your webcam will not be active. In an effort to accommodate all who would like to speak about this proposal, each person will be given up to 2 minutes to comment. BPDA staff will indicate when 30 seconds remain, and at that time, please conclude your remarks so that the hearing may continue and others may be heard. Finally, proponents are allowed a period of 5 to 10 minutes for rebuttal if they so desire. And Ms. Camille Platt will now begin the presentation. Camille.
So thank you and good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Jemison, and Secretary Polimis. My name is Camille Platt. I'm a project manager in the Development Review Department here at the BPDA. We are here before you this evening to discuss the proposed Mary Ellen McCormick redevelopment project in South Boston. The proposed project consists of the phased redevelopment of the northernmost 18 acres of the 31-acre McCormick development into a mixed-use, mixed-income community. The remaining approximately 13 acres of the McCormick development will be redeveloped under a separate planned development area plan as part of a future second phase. The proposed project before you will comprise 8 new buildings, the substantial renovation of an existing structure, also known as the boiler building, and will include up to 1,440,000 square feet of gross floor area of residential, retail, community, and open space uses, and uses accessory and ancillary thereto. Approximately 13% of the project site, or 2.4 acres, will be comprised of publicly accessible open space, which will be provided in a variety of configurations with both active and passive areas and hardscaped and planted areas. At this point, I would like to hand it off to my colleague Eileen Michaud from the Planning Department to present the planning context for the project, followed by a presentation from the development team. Thank you.
Thank you, Camille. Good evening, Chair Rojas, Secretary Polimis, members of the board, and Director Jemison. My name is Eileen Michaud, and I'm the BPDA planner assigned to this project. Next slide, please. The proposed PDA number 147 will set the zoning for the first phase of the redevelopment of the Mary Ellen McCormick housing development, which covers approximately 18 acres of land as approximated on the map to the left. This PDA will set the zoning and regulatory requirements for Phase 1, including maximum heights, gross square footage, and FAR, as well as site elements such as lot coverage, open space, and public realm. The proposed Phase 1 redevelopment is also subject to the resiliency requirements of the Coastal Flood Resilience Overlay District. Phase 1 proposes 8 new residential buildings and 1 community center to be substantially renovated, with ground floor retail and public realm amenities primarily located along Logan Way. The replacement of 52% of existing EHA units in Phase 1, with an eventual 100% replacement upon completion of Phase 2, advances the goals of Housing Boston 2030 to reinvest in Boston's public housing stock via public-private partnerships that also create new market rate housing. The proposed Phase 1 development will also provide over 2 acres of publicly accessible open space and improve pedestrian crossings at Old Colony Avenue to Moakley Park. The new open spaces complement the planned resilience and programming improvements to the park through the Moakley Park Vision Plan. Next slide, please. In summary, the 9 proposed Phase 1 buildings, subject to Article 80B approval during this board vote, are consistent with the use and dimensional regulations set out in proposed PDA number 147. The proposed buildings will also comply with coastal flood resilience overlay district design guidelines. Lastly, Phase 1 site design meets Boston bike parking guidelines and complete street design standards with improved sidewalks, new bike facilities and bike parking, and public realm elements. After board approval and subsequent zoning commission approval of the proposed planned development area, which will supersede the base zoning for Phase 1 for the Phase 1 project site, the proposed project will continue design review at the BPDA. Thank you, and I will now turn it to the development team to present their project.
Administrator Bach.
Hi, everyone. Yeah, happy to kick it off. Hi, I think I know all the board members, but Kenzie Bach, the new administrator of the Boston Housing Authority. Really delighted to be here with you tonight about this project. I actually worked at the BHA before I was a city councilor, just as this project was kicking off. And so I have a real sense of how over now a number of years it has evolved and really has been a joint endeavor of the WIN team that's going to speak to you tonight, our folks at BHA, and then crucially the residents of Mary Ellen McCormick, led by Carol Sullivan, our task force president, and a whole committed group of resident leaders. You know, to me, the dream of this site is how do you take the fact that we have public housing residents in, you know, I think one of the most desirable places to live in Boston, somewhere that's on the T, that's on the coast, that's got, you know, a beautiful public beach, public park, access to jobs and all kinds of things. But today, well, we're very proud in Boston often to have the oldest of many things. This is one of the oldest public housing developments in the country in 1938, even before the sort of federal program was really up and running. And the reality is that our residents deserve better, higher quality buildings. And not only that, but they deserve a site plan that gets them back into the community with the street grid that and that really protects our vulnerable public housing developments from flooding. And so to me, the trick of this has always been how do we leverage this amazing site that we have while also making sure that we maintain our BHA residents who we exist to serve here on this site. And so it's really exciting to have this kind of partnership with WIN, where we're talking about both replacing every public housing unit that is there today with these much you know, nicer, more modern new units, while also welcoming new neighbors and new amenities to the site. And I'm just really proud of the partnership that's happened. So you're going to hear a lot about that tonight, but I just really want to say that's been very real. There's a lot of organizations, like I said, a lot of resident engagement that's gone on along the way. And there's a lot of focus on how we not only build new buildings, but also forge new conditions and supports and resources for our residents. So you're going to hear a lot about people as well as buildings tonight. But to me, as a way to use public land, as a way to house our public housing residents, get denser, meet the climate challenge, this is the type of thing that we at BHA hope can happen on public land all over the city. And we would really be very grateful for the BPDA board's approval tonight. So thank you. Thanks so much, Drew.
Thank you, Kenzie. Now we'll turn it over to WIN Company CEO Gilbert Wynn to talk more about the existing context and the need for the project. Gil?
Sure. Thanks, Drew, and thanks, Kenzie. Really, I don't want to reiterate everything that Kenzie said, but I do want to rethink, it does not go unsaid, the tenant task force, the community, the BPDA staff, the elected officials, and the BHA for really coming together to create a wonderful plan. One of the elements here, we see that the site was built back in the 1930s. This has been a long-term resource of affordable housing, and I'm here to ensure that it'll be a long-term resource going forward as well, because WIN companies are long-term owners. We manage everything that we own. We will be here when the first building is built and the last building is built, and so will our partnership with the Tenant Task Force and the BHA. So we really intend to not only make this a national model, but make it sustainable. And we're really excited to get going. It's been a long time coming, and it's going to be worth the wait when we're done. As Drew is going to allude to in a minute when I turn it over to him, the site is very challenged right now because of lack of federal funding. It's also challenged because it really is almost an enclave, in some ways segregated from geography as well as income brackets from the rest of Boston. One of the great things about this plan is that we're going to be reknitting pedestrians, retailers, consumers, but also all income levels to live together while ensuring that every single person who lives there today remains there. So this is sort of a culmination of everything that I believe we should be doing as a company. We're really proud of our partnership and of what's to come. So thank you for your consideration tonight. Drew?
Thank you, Gil. BPDA board members, Director Jemison, BPDA staff, members of Mary Ellen McCormick and the broader South Boston and city community. Thank you for the opportunity to present our project at Mary Ellen McCormick this evening. My name is Drew Colbert. I'm a Vice President of Wind Development. I've had the pleasure of working with the BHA and with the residents of Mary Ellen McCormick and Andrew Square on this plan over the last several years. Next slide, please. Here's the context of the existing community. So the project, as described, is going to be phased, and we are undergoing review for the phase 1 project, which is the northern half of the site, bounded by Old Colony and Moakley Park to the east, the right-hand side of the page, Andrew Square to the north and west, and then the existing community and MBTA tracks in future phase 2 project to the south. Next slide. Here are some additional contextual images of the adjacent site. Unfortunately, infrastructure such as Old Colony serves as a barrier to community assets, efforts in which this project is going to be working to reconcile to improve access to these incredible public parks and open spaces. Next slide. The context of the existing site is very reflective of the time in which it was created in the late 1930s. The site consists of 35 buildings ranging between 2-story duplexes to 3- and 4-story apartment homes with a network of streets that do not connect to the surrounding neighborhood, all of which we will be seeking to improve upon, better knitting this community to Andrew Square. Next slide. While working to emphasize and retain incredible assets such as the mature tree canopy that exists at the site today. Next slide. The phase 1 project involves construction of 8 new buildings and retrofitting the former boiler plant into a community center. It will create 1,310 units, of which a minimum 529 will be affordable BHA replacement units. There'll be 33,000 square feet of retail and 26,000 square feet of community programming and service space. When it comes to housing, I want to emphasize that all existing residents will have the right to return, and that the affordable unit mix was developed to respond to the current needs of families and individuals living on site and on the BHA housing waiting list. The project will be increasing the number of affordable 3-bedroom units on site and creating affordable 4-bedroom units for large families where none exist today. The ultimate goal of the project is to create an economically, socially, and racially diverse and inclusive neighborhood with strong urban design components. The new mixed income community will replace the existing housing buildings while adding market rate and middle income units and ground level retail space. The project includes significant public infrastructure improvements to better connect Mary Ellen with the surrounding neighborhood through a revamped street grid, new utilities, parks, and long-term climate resiliency measures. Next slide. Public realm improvements associated with the project include over 5 acres of new landscaping, pedestrian connections, gathering areas, and publicly accessible open spaces. The project will include new bicycle and vehicular connections through a new street grid that will better integrate the Mary Ellen McCormick community with the broader Andrews Square and South Boston neighborhoods. These improvements will help address the community's physical, social, and economic isolation. The proposed network of open spaces will link Dorchester Avenue to Old Colony Avenue in order to purposely and thoughtfully integrate the project into the surrounding neighborhood, better creating access for residents through the site to Moakley Park, which is undergoing its own redevelopment effort by the City of Boston. The project will raise grades for new and improved infrastructure, making the project site more resilient to future storm surges and sea level rise. The public realm improvements will be consistent with the city's complete street guidelines, include wide, tree-lined, ADA-compliant sidewalks, making the project more accessible for mobility-impaired persons. Next slide. The welcoming streetscape experiences will be activated by adjacent ground floor uses, which will include residential units, residential amenity space, community space, and neighborhood scale retail. The project will support locally focused and responsive retail space, including a grocery retailer, to activate the streetscape and encourage greater connectivity with the rest of the neighborhood. The ground floor activation strategy will ensure that retail uses are both attractive and accessible to all residents across all income levels, including current residents of Mary Ellen McCormick. Next slide. The Phase 1 project is bounded by the Andrews Square neighborhood to the north and west, so page right and top right. Old Colony and Moakley Park to the east in the bottom left, and then the future Phase 2 site, MBTA tracks, and the Southeast Expressway to the south in the upper left-hand corner. The project includes a mix of building construction types, including mid-rise apartment buildings, a tower building, and townhouse apartment units. The unique design at a range of appropriate scales will enhance the pedestrian level experience. The project buildings were designed to respond to multiple existing and proposed contexts and adjacencies. The project steps back the height and massing of the buildings at the Andrews Square edge to create an enhanced pedestrian experience. The project also places taller buildings, buildings B and G, to serve as visual markers responding to open spaces, including Town Square and Moakley Park. On Tuesday, December 5th, the Boston Civic Design Commission approved the Phase 1 master plan and designs for the first buildings to be constructed. Buildings A, B1, B2, and C1, C2, which I'll describe in greater detail later on in the presentation. All buildings will be sustainable, LEED Gold certifiable, fossil fuel-free, passive house certified buildings, contributing to the BHA's goal of going fossil-free by 2030 and the City of Boston's goal of carbon neutrality by 2050. Next slide. Success for this project will not only be defined by the creation of a diverse and inclusive mixed-income neighborhood, but also the economic, educational, and health outcomes of current residents. Beginning in 2018, a key part of our community process with gathering feedback through surveys, focus groups, and planning sessions to understand the needs, interests, and goals of the Mary Ellen McCormick residents. With these findings, which we've updated every year since, we've assembled a coalition of South Boston and Greater Boston service providers led by the YMCA of Greater Boston and South Boston Neighborhood House to implement a range of programs and community-based supports. A key feature of this work is our partnership with BC, Harvard, and BU. Funded by a first-of-its-kind National Institutes of Health grant, our academic partners will track the outcomes of our community work in real time. Every year since we began our survey work, over 70% of existing residents have identified isolation and access to resources as the greatest challenge to upward mobility. In order for this work to be successful, these programs require a home. Next slide. We are elated to create the Billy McGonigal Community Center, named in honor of the longtime BHA administrator and former resident of Mary Ellen McCormick. The McGonigal Center will be home to recreation, classroom, program, and community space, offering over 50 programs administered by our consortium partners. Next slide. Our first building, Building A, is located in the northwest corner of the site, closest to Andrew Square. It will create 94 affordable BHA replacement units and serve as a critical relocation resource, maximizing one-way moves for current MBM residents from existing units into their new homes. The phasing of the project was carefully established to minimize the number of households that need to be temporarily relocated off-site while the new affordable housing units are constructed. The massing of Building B has been strategically configured for efficiency and relationship to the surrounding context. The simple and efficient U-shaped plan steps down from 6 to 4 stories along Divine Way to better relate to the scale of the existing neighborhood. The building was situated to preserve beautiful, mature street trees. Active ground floor spaces include a large and inviting lobby, as well as a fitness center, bike storage, community room, and outdoor courtyard for the residents. Next slide. The second building to be constructed are buildings B1 and B2, located in the northeast corner of the site at the corner of Divine Way and Old Colony Avenue, close to Preble Circle and across the street from Moakley Park. These buildings will create 300 mixed-income apartment homes with 20% affordable BHA replacement units. The Building B parcel has been split into 2 buildings, Building B1, which is the larger of the two, and B2, to create a view corridor through the site. The taller building, B1, frames the project's signature open space, Town Square, while the mid-sized B2 along Divine Way relates to other proposed buildings and the existing neighborhood. The building was carefully positioned on site to preserve as many existing mature trees as possible. Each of the parcel's edges have a distinct ground floor character that responds to adjacent activities. All of the site's retail spaces are located to the south, which serves as the main retail corridor along Logan Way. The entrance to the building is located directly adjacent to a public dog park. The public dog park has been positioned on a residential street to encourage use by inhabitants of this building and adjacent Mary Ellen McCormick buildings. Ground floor residences with terraces line the site's northern edge to relate to Building C2, which I'll describe shortly, and existing residential units at that condition. The entirety of the site's eastern edge, which you can see in the upper right-hand image, along Old Colony is given back as an expansive public park to connect to Joe Moakley Park across the street and invite green space lining both edges. Next slide. Constructed simultaneously with buildings B1, B2 is parcel C, which also was divided into 2 distinct buildings, C1 and C2, with a shared common space between them, known as the Muse Shared Lane. Building C1, the larger of the 2, is bounded by Logan Way, Gavin Way, and a publicly accessible open space known as Wendeler Plaza. The building will create 172 units of affordable replacement housing for seniors 62 and older. By creating this project early in the redevelopment, one-way moves for existing senior residents are maximized, minimizing off-site relocation. The 7-story building is comprised of a 6-story bars that sit across a 1-story podium with ground floor retail, community space, and resident amenity space. Community spaces will be developed in partnership with South Boston Neighborhood House, creating spaces for both a senior center and early education center benefiting Mary Ellen McCormick residents and the broader community. The massing steps back from the retail street wall to create elevated courtyards at the second floor. The building as well was carved away to preserve beautiful existing street trees. The smaller building in the bottom right-hand corner is building C2, which will create 20 rental mixed-income residential units with 20% BHA replacement units. It's comprised with flats along with duplexes above, and the massing is intended to be an extension of the existing 3-story residential character of South Boston. While both buildings are subject to flood zone resiliency requirements, with ground floors elevated 3 to 5 feet above existing curbs, accessible units to the units are provided both from Divine Way and the Muse. I would like to thank again BPDA board members, Director Jemison, BPDA staff, Mayor Wu, the South Boston electeds, including Congressman Lynch, Senator Collins, Representative Beal, Councilors Flynn, Flaherty, and Baker. And lastly, and most importantly, I would like to thank the residents of Mary Ellen McCormick and South Boston for working with our team to create a project that will be inclusive and inviting to all. Thank you.
Thank you for the great presentation. Okay, so this is a public hearing, so we're going to take any testimony from the public first. Secretary Polhemus, do we have anyone who would like to testify?
Mercy Robinson, you can unmute yourself.
Hello. Thank you to everyone here today. My name is Mercy Robinson. I am the Executive Director of South Boston and Acción, and I'm here to testify in support on behalf of our residents in the Mary Ellen McCormick development. Our residents have been patiently waiting for this redevelopment to take place. There's only so much work that can be done to the current buildings to keep them in fair living conditions. But that is not enough, and our residents deserve better living arrangements and diverse outdoor spaces. Time and weather have really taken a toll on these buildings, and they are barely holding on. Working alongside Wind Development, the Boston Housing Authority, and the Tenant Task Force, we hope to not only rebuild physically, but rebuild the community as well. Not only am I a longtime resident of South Boston and work in the community, I also have many personal friends and family in the Mary Ellen McCormick. So on behalf of them, I really do hope that you approve this project so we can move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Shaitan Green, you can unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hi, my name is Shaitan Green. I'm a business agent of the Boston Building Trades Unions. I'm a Boston resident. The Building Trades Unions, we represent over 35,000 members who live, which thousands of who live and work in these communities. First, I'd like to thank the BPDA for hosting these important meetings, as well as Kenzie Barr, and also thank you to Wind Development. I appreciate the hard work and planning that goes into making this a great project. BHA is a great long-standing partner of the Building Trades Unions. We appreciate the partnership and BHA's leadership as we share the goal of good careers and good homes for everyone in Boston. I have attachment to the South Boston community. As of recently, I've went to the South Boston Boys and Girls Club and also shared the importance of unions and also more specifically union apprenticeships, which I think the youth were very interested in. I've also worked on the Gavin House as well, very near and dear to my heart. The union, you know, we donated free labor because we knew the importance of it. And when residents and people of the community have the opportunity to work on jobs in our community and in the city, it's very close to our hearts. And we want to share that same prosperity to every community member and everybody who has a vested interest in the community. Because we know these careers help support people to stay in their community. So that's very valuable and important to us. So I just wanted to speak in support of this project, and I'm thankful to have great partners and have a great partnership with people who share the same goals. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Shaitan. Minor Perez, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Madam Chair, members of the board, this is Minor Perez representing hundreds of union carpenters that live and work throughout the city of Boston. I first like to take a second to thank the BHA and the great leadership, Kenzie Buck, also Kate Bennett, and who can forget our beloved, rest in peace, Bill McGonigal. I remember having conversations about this project with him, and he used to speak very enthusiastically about seeing this come reality, and I'm very happy to see it finally here. Not only I'm here representing our organization, but we're also neighbors. You literally can throw a stone from our headquarters at 750 Dorchester Avenue to the projects, to the Ellen McCormick projects, and we are delighted to see this finally come through. And thanks to the proponent for conducting great community outreach. Because of that, we're in strong support of this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Minor. Dunia Belmir, you can unmute yourself.
Hello, I'm Dunia Belmir. I'm a tenant, but also I am a secretary for the Mary Ellen McCormick Task Force. I've been here my whole life, and I am excited to see everything that is going to be accessible as a caregiver of a disabled elderly mother. And as a mom myself, I'm so excited to see the McGonigal Center to be open and ready, and for our community to become a village and support everybody that needs it.
Thank you. Does that conclude your comments? Yep. Carol Sullivan,
Yes.
you can unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Carol? Yes, I can.
Okay, great. Hi, my name is, good evening, everyone. My name is Carol Sullivan. I'm a tenant of Mary Ellen McCormick Development, IAG member, and also president of the Mary Ellen McCormick Task Force. I'd like to say that we've all been looking forward to this groundbreaking and hope we get votes tonight in favor of this. As for wind development, they have held many meetings here on the property in our outside venue at St. Monica's Church, at the task force, and even have space at the task force so tenants walking by can come in and, without an appointment, ask people for updates, how this is moving along, the changes that may be made, and have been very forthcoming and accessible to our tenants here with any concerns that they may have. As far as the pictures that you saw tonight, there have been many different sketches, but we're just so excited how gorgeous this is going to look. Tenants here can't believe that they're going to be able to have affordable housing, living in such a place like this with the amenities, because right now, as Mercy Robinson had said, Mary Ellen McCormick is one of the oldest developments we have here, and it is in dire need of repair, and we can't sustain any more Band-Aid repairs that are retrofitting that we've had to put up with. I'd like to show my support for the wind development for this project and 100% behind it. And thank you for letting me give my comments tonight.
Thank you, Carol. Patty McCormick, you can unmute yourself.
Yeah, hi, good evening. This is Patty McCormick. I'm an IAG member, Andrew Square resident, Andrew Square Civic Association officer, and longtime employee at the South Boston Boys and Girls Club, just a few blocks away. I'd just like to go on record enthusiastically in support of this plan, which will transform Mary Ellen McCormick into a safe, healthy, and vibrant community that is welcoming to all. Most importantly, it will provide replacement units for current BHA residents. I'd like to acknowledge the WIN team for an outstanding job. I'd also like to mention our ASCA members voted unanimously to support the plan, and we're all anxious to get shovels in the ground. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to testify about this project? Please raise your virtual hand. Madam Chair, this concludes the public hearing portion of this item.
Okay, thank you. Now, questions or comments from the board? Yeah, just a comment. Again, very happy to see this and to be redeveloping these affordable this public housing, because it just, the residents more than deserve this. So with that, a motion is in order.
This is a wonderful project, so moved.
I agree with that and second that.
Okay, roll call for a vote. Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you so much. Good luck. Okay. Thank you. It's a good one. All right. We're going to go to the fourth public hearing. Agenda item number 37. This is a public hearing before the Boston Redevelopment Authority, doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency, being held in conformance with Article 80C-5 of the Boston Zoning Code to consider the proposed development plan for planned development area number 145, 415 Newbury Street in Back Bay. This hearing was duly advertised on December 2nd, 2023 in the Boston Herald. This is a BPDA hearing on a proposed petition by the agency. Staff members will first present their case and are subject to questioning by members of the agency. Thereafter, anyone who wishes to testify about the proposed project will be afforded an opportunity. We are taking support and opposition at the same time. If you're planning to testify, please take time now to verify that your computer microphone is active and click on the hand icon on your Zoom control panel. This will signal to the staff that you would like to speak. And when your hand is raised, it will be blue. If you're calling into the meeting and would like to testify, please dial *9 to raise your hand. When I call for all testimony, staff will announce your name and allow you to talk. You must then unmute your microphone and your webcam will not be active. In an effort to accommodate all who would like to speak about this proposal, each person will be given 2 minutes to comment. BPDA staff will indicate when 30 seconds remain, and at that time, please conclude your remarks so that the hearing may continue and others may be heard. Finally, the proponents are allowed a period of 5 to 10 minutes for rebuttal if they so desire. And Quinn will now begin the presentation. Quinn.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Jemison, and Secretary Polimas. My name is Quinn Valsich, and I'm a Senior Project Manager in the Development Review Department. I'm here before you this evening to discuss the proposed development plan for planned development area number 145, 415 Newbury Street, and the associated 415 Newbury Street project. The 415 Newbury Street PDA development plan is located on a 1.1 acre site at 374 Commonwealth Avenue, containing the existing Harvard Club of Boston building, 415 Newbury Street, and a portion of the 380 Commonwealth Avenue in the Back Bay neighborhood of Boston. The development plan envisions the construction of 2 new buildings containing approximately 133 residential units, residential amenities, and new Harvard Club facilities, within approximately 157,000 square feet of new building space, together with up to 125 off-street managed vehicle parking spaces exclusively for the Harvard Club and events. Of the 133 residential units, approximately 38 will be homeownership units located within the 3-story building, and 95 will be residential rental units located within the 11-story building. 23 units, or approximately 17% of the total number of units of the proposed project, will be created as IDP home ownership units within the 3-story building. The development team filed their project notification form on January 19th, 2022, followed by a supplemental information filing on February 17th, 2023. The development team then filed a draft PDA development plan on August 16th, 2023. The BPDA hosted 4 public meetings and 4 IAG meetings between March 2022 and October 2023 to review the project and the PDA development plan. These meetings were advertised in local newspapers, posted to the BPDA's calendar, and an email notification was sent to all subscribers of the BPDA's Back Bay neighborhood updates. The proposed project received an approval from the Boston Civic Design Commission on October 3rd, 2023. At this point, I'll hand it off to my colleague, Ted Schwartzberg from the Planning Department to present the planning context for this project, and that'll be followed by a presentation from the development team. Thank you.
Thanks, Quinn, and good evening, Chair Rojas and members of the board. My name is Ted Schwartzberg. I'm a senior planner, and I participated in the review of this proposal. Next slide, please. and I'll be reviewing the planning and zoning context. This site lies in two different zoning districts as indicated by this map, the business district and the housing district. There are no recent planning initiatives in this area. On subsequent slides from the proponent, you'll see probably several renderings of a project that's across the street, which is part of the Back Bay Turnpike air rights planning context. Because this is not an air rights parcel over the Turnpike, that planning context of the relatively recently parcel 12 approved project that's under construction is not applicable to this site. Other local context is that it's very close to the MBTA, including the Hines MBTA station and several bus lines. Currently, the use is surface parking, and this is at the nexus of the Back Bay grid, which was filled in first, and subsequently this Fenway grid, where there's a kink in our street network, which is why the zoning districts that follow the street network bisect the site at an angle, as you see in this image. Next slide, please. For the zoning on the easterly portion, which is in the business district, this maxes out the zoning envelope height that would be as of right, and that's at 120 feet. However, on the westerly portion of the site, the proponent has elected not to maximize the as of right zoning envelope in terms of height. The proposal is 36 feet high, whereas in this housing district, 65 feet is allowed. That's a little bit on the zoning context, and in terms of the planning, in any case, unequivocally converting surface parking in an area that is so close to transit into housing is something that's very well aligned with Housing and Changing a City and Go Boston 2030 citywide planning. And then also in terms of citywide transportation context, this is compliant with the Boston Transportation Department parking maximums. And with that, I'd like to thank you and turn it over to the proponent.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Jemison, and Secretary Polimas. My name is Abby Goldenbarb, and I'm a Vice President of Development at Trinity Financial. And on behalf of Trinity, we thank you for taking the time to hear us tonight. I just wanted to give you a little bit of background before you start to see the pictures. Trinity commenced the community process in 2019 after being designated developer of the site by the Harvard Club of Boston. The program and design that we submitted to the Harvard Club was for a replacement amenity space, parking for the Harvard Club, and the addition of a 200-room hotel. The proposed massing and design was a single 6 to 8 story building across the site. In the fall of 2019, almost 4 years ago, we engaged the Back Bay community in a series of meetings and learned that a hotel was definitely not a use that would be acceptable to the community. We heard vehemently from abutters who own homes overlooking the site and abutters who own commercial properties. We then began a series of meetings to reimagine the plan. We held over 40 meetings with individuals and groups before even filing our letter of intent with the BPDA in 2021. We drastically changed the buildings program and massing in response to the neighbors with whom we met. The plans that Dan Gellermini from CBT will show you this evening are the results of 4 years of listening to the feedback of the community and responding to it in a way that we are confident will benefit the public. In a neighborhood that currently has only 6 inclusionary condominiums, we will be adding 133 new homes, including 23 affordable for-sale condominiums. The development will elevate the public realm of Newbury Street Extension to the stature of the rest of Newbury Street and create a more inclusive and diverse neighborhood of Boston. I now pass it to my colleague, Dan Gellermini at CBT Architects.
Thanks, Abby. Hi, everyone. I'm Dan Gellermini from CBT, and I'm going to be taking you through the rest of the presentation. Starting with our site location, our project is located on Newbury Street Extension. To the left is Charles Gate East, and to the right is Mass Ave. Next slide. These are some site context photos. Our site is primarily an open air surface parking lot. There's also a large windowless brick volume that houses the Harvard Club squash courts. Next slide. This is our proposed site plan. So starting in the top right, that blue volume is the existing historic Harvard Club, and our project proposes to build an 11-story building just south of that volume. That building will be mixed use with 95 residential rental units as well as Harvard Club facilities. To the left of the existing driveway is a 3-story, 38-unit condo building, and as Abby had mentioned, 23 of those 38 units are on-site affordable units. Next slide. This is our proposed elevation of our 3 and our 11-story building. We are also including 10 new street trees and streetscape enhancements. Next slide. And this is our site longitudinal section that shows the programmatic organization of our 2 buildings. Starting on the right, the 11-story building, the red represents the Harvard Club facilities, the green represents the residential rental units. And to the left is our 3-story building, which is 100% residential over a below-grade parking garage, which serves the site. Next slide. This is a section through our 11-story building showing the connection to the existing historic Harvard Club, as well as the relationship to the parcel 12 building on the right that's under construction, the background. Next slide. This is an aerial view from across the Mass Pike. The parcel 12 building is on the right in the foreground, and I just want to note the cascading effect that our 11-story building is contributing to as we start to transition into the historic district and Back Bay. Next slide. Moving a little closer to our 11-story building, we're proposing a glassy, inviting base, brick facade with cast stone accents, and a light and airy crown. Next slide. And this is a view of our 3-story building. We've activated the streetscape by providing a vibrant corner entrance and 6 at-grade units. Those at-grade units are directly accessible from Newbury Street, and we've also recessed them from the property line to provide opportunities for plantings and improving the public realm as you're traveling west to the Red Sox game. And finally, we've designed an A-B rhythm to the facade, and this is a nod to the proportions and the architecture on Newbury Street east of Mass Ave. Next slide. And here we have some contextual views of the historic district on Com Ave. So the 2 views on the left are views east and west of our site on Com Ave, looking towards our building. As you can see in the top, our building is partially obstructed, and when we're east of Mass Ave, the existing Elliott Hotel completely obstructs the 11-story building. To the top right is a view looking straight on at the historic Harvard Club, and as you can see, the crown of our building is visible in that view. And then finally, going full circle back to Newbury Street, the bottom right, we're standing just before the intersection to Mass Ave and Newbury Street in front of the Tower Records building. Looking west, you see parcel 12 on the left and room and board on the right. And just beyond room and board, you can see the crown of our 11-story building. And next slide. I think that's the end of our presentation. I'm not sure if I should turn it over to you, Quinn, or...
I think that's good. So this is a public hearing. So we are going to take testimony from the public first. Secretary Polhemus, do we have anyone who would like to testify?
Yes. Justin Jager, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, thank you very much. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you for having us tonight. So I am in opposition. I represent the Kensington Investment Company. We are in opposition to this. We are legal abutter. Remember that a PDA is a overlay zoning district that establishes special zoning controls for large or complex projects. And a PDA must be a complex project and provide for numerous uses appropriate for the immediate area and the neighborhood. This is not a complex project, does not provide for numerous uses, and is inappropriate for a PDA. PDAs were not intended, nor should they be used as a mechanism to avoid the Zoning Board of Appeal. As a city councilor, even Mayor Wu released a report critical of the use of PDAs, noting developers can flout the underlying zoning code through a haphazard process and promote speculation by developers who aim to leverage influence. On this specific project, the BPDA has already communicated to the developer that this project should seek zoning relief through the Zoning Board of Appeal, in that it is incumbent upon the proponent to demonstrate why a PDA is an appropriate zoning mechanism for this project. We have not done, this has not been done. The proponent has not clearly articulated how the project furthers neighborhood planning goals. This is a circumvention of the zoning process and trying to avoid public comment by seeking a PDA. Granting a PDA would curtail legal rights of direct abutters and neighbors by imposing spot zoning. A PDA has never been granted in the historic district of the Back Bay. This would set a very bad precedent by doing that. Again, a PDA must provide significant mitigation of public benefit for the immediate area and the surrounding neighborhood. We're not seeing that here. We did not hear that here tonight. As far as affordable housing, the affordable housing is in a different building from the 11-story tower looking down on that other building. The target of 17% falls well short of the proposed target of 20%. And this only benefits the residents of the building, the developer, and the harbor club. Looking at the other testimony from tonight, the other presentations, there was a 9-acre, $4.6 million in benefits with a 1.35 acres dedicated to parks, an arts and performing space, multiple multi-family units that are affordable for families. That's what we heard tonight for other requests for PDAs. A PDA should not be granted here. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris Tracy, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Thank you and good evening, Madam Chairwoman and members of the board. Director Jameson, Madam Secretary Polhamus, Ms. Sarah Black, Mr. Quinn Velchich, Mr. Ted Schwartzberg, and Mrs. Casey Hines. My name is Chris Tracy. I'm a Vice President at O'Neill & Associates with a business address of 18 Tremont Street in Boston. As a former employee of this agency and someone who has great respect and admiration for the work and public service you all provide, I must rise tonight on behalf of my clients in adamant opposition of this proposal. My clients are the Elliott Hotel and Kensington Investment Company, two direct abutters who are long-standing stakeholders and institutions in a special little historic corner of the city of Boston. My clients have had numerous significant concerns, including height, density, and transportation that have not been addressed throughout the now years-long process of Article 80, and we were completely blindsided by this appearance at the board tonight. I'll first talk about the PDA, which has never been granted in the historic district of the Back Bay, as Justin said. We believe this is a wildly inappropriate use of such a powerful zoning tool. Indeed, this is not like other PDA sites like the Prudential Center nearby or the site you heard earlier in Morrissey Boulevard. Those are massive, complex sites that require and warrant PDAs. This is quite the opposite. We're talking about 133 units of housing in a revamp of a private social club. A key tenet of PDAs is robust community benefits. They simply don't have it here. They talk about IDP as if it's a public benefit. I would remind everyone that that is a requirement. We believe that a PDA here flies in the face of the new community planning initiative that our mayor and Director Jameson strive for the city. The IDP, again, does not comply with the spirit of IDP, whereas there's an 11-story luxury tower and then a 3-story building that has all the IDP units. We respectfully challenge the board to think critically about such an important topic and respectfully request that they either deny or table this proposal. Thank you all for your time.
Art Therian, you can unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Good evening. I represent the owners of the Room and Board building at 375 Newbury Street, a direct abutter to the proposed project, and the Urban Outfitters building at 92 to 100 Mass Ave. We oppose this project and have grave concerns about proponents' affordable housing proposal. We are disappointed that the proponent continues to assert that affordable housing is a benefit of this project within the PDA submission. The fact is that affordable housing is a requirement of a project of this type and size. As a matter of fairness, we simply cannot agree that the 17% on-site affordable home ownership as proposed fairly represents what is being demanded from other developers in other parts of the city and falls short of the mayor's affordable housing target of 20%. This project should deliver no less than 20% on-site affordable units, a blend of rental and home ownership. Projects recently approved by the BPDA, 1 Mystic Avenue, and tonight 35 to 75 Morrissey Boulevard, a PDA project, were required to designate 20% of their total unit count as affordable housing. The question remains unanswered. Why is proponent not held to the same standard? This project fails to provide housing opportunities specifically for families in need of affordable housing in an area of Boston where they have been excluded. The proponent of affordable mix is 9 studios, 10 one-bedroom, and 4 two-bedroom units. Family-based affordable housing calls for 3 and 4 bedroom units, of which the proponent is proposing none. The Boston Fair Housing Committee's comments from February of 2022 regarding proponents' affordable housing proposal clearly state that the AMA target should be 50 to 70%. In direct contradiction to the Fair Housing Committee's recommendation, proponent is targeting an AMI of 80 to 120%. We hope the BPDA will encourage proponent to adhere to the Fair Housing Committee's recommendation. Most disturbing, during the October 3rd public hearing, the proponent confirmed its affordable housing plan to segregate all affordable housing units into the 3-story building at the western end of the site. There are no affordable units designated within the 11-story luxury rental tower. This discrepancy has been pointed out to proponent on several occasions. Proponent has refused to address this issue. This sets a terrible precedent, which should be addressed quickly and firmly, as it would allow for corridor separation within future development proposals. We ask that the board deny approval of this project, or at least delay the decision until such times as these and other important issues can be properly addressed. Thank you for your time and consideration of these issues.
Thank you. Paris Hardaway, you can unmute yourself.
Hello?
Hello, yep, I can hear you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Bruce Hardaway, I'm a resident in the city, and just hearing about this project, I'm really, really excited because it's a project that I haven't seen in a long time. Something Back Bay has been an area that I've only been able to shop in and not necessarily live and enjoy the historical value of that neighborhood as a Boston resident. And to see such affordable units and home ownership opportunities being levied here, it's really something that we treasure. And so I do feel that home ownership and housing is definitely a community benefit, for especially in an area that has the least amount of land to share with the rest of the city. And so I would ask that the board reconsider and really look at this and how it will benefit so many families to access more than just housing, but an opportunity to be a part of the history of the city. And so I ask you to approve this project.
Thank you. Jacqueline Yessian, you can unmute yourself.
Hello. I'm here this evening to speak for the Neighborhood Association of the Back Bay. Like many of the other speakers, I've been meeting on this project since like 2019, I guess, is when they said it started. And our first concern was the PDA. We believe that it is a misuse of process to use PDA on this site. It's not a complicated project. A simple zoning change should make the project fit. We have no concerns about the project. And we're concerned that this project wants to use a PDA to avoid legal appeals. And that's an inappropriate justification for this particular application of the development process. We were concerned also that granting a PDA now, especially for a straightforward project like this, sets an uncomfortable and unnecessary precedent for the future. So we urge the BPDA to not approve this and for the developer to seek approval through a normal zoning process. So thank you for the opportunity to speak. We have told everyone we could think of that this opinion, and I hope you will agree with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie. Arthur Spruik, you can unmute yourself.
Hello, my name is Arthur Spruik. I'm a civil engineer with Sherwood Consulting and Design, working on behalf of the Elliott Hotel and Roman Board. I've been involved with this project since the beginning of the application. issues that were raised in the April and October IAG public hearings. I spoke at that, and I offered two rather extensive letters. None of those points that I raised in my letters or what I spoke have been addressed. Just to cite a couple of them for tonight: unsafe wind conditions. The sidewalk area adjacent to the proposed 11-story tower on Newbury Street will experience an unsafe wind speed of up to 27 miles an hour. This was actually cited by the proponent's wind study. However, they've offered no mitigation to resolve this. There are traffic circulation and parking related issues. The parking and circulation logistics do not support the combined 133 residential units and the Harvard Club events. There are only 17 spaces that are set aside for the residential units. There are conflicts with access and circulation for emergency vehicles that need to service the site. Valet vehicle drop-off during the Harvard Club events have conflicts due to insufficient circulation. These conflicts will back up traffic on Newbury Street and Massachusetts Avenue. The entrance driveway to the site and access to the alley is obstructed during every Harvard Club event. This is a serious safety issue and prevents emergency vehicle access to the residential condo units off the alley. This isn't something that can be resolved just by a few changes. It requires major program changes to the buildings, to the site, and to the structures. I asked the board to table this application or not take final action until these issues and those that were raised in my April and October letters have been addressed by the proponent. Thank you very much for allowing me to give this testimony.
Thank you. Bradford DeMio, you can unmute yourself.
Hello all, I'm Brad DeMio. I'm a neighbor residing across the street at 413 Commonwealth Avenue. I've watched Trinity develop projects throughout New England for over 25 years. They've always been thoughtful and creative in developing community-driven projects. And with this project, I know that they've been engaged with the community since 2019. In response to neighborhood concern, Trinity has changed the development program from a hotel to a residential use and has changed the massing and access. So there's been many steps to continue to improve the project. The public benefits of this development includes the 23 units of on-site affordable condominiums in Back Bay, which makes it very important to our community and our neighborhood. I'm fully in favor of the project proceeding as it's currently planned. Thank you for this time.
Thank you. Parker James, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. So my name is Parker James. I'm a 42-year resident of Mass Ave, portion of Back Bay, Charles Gate neighborhood. And in the interest of full disclosure, I'm actively involved in a number of neighborhood parks and open space groups. However, I am speaking tonight as a private individual and citizen of the city of Boston, as well as a committed long-term resident of the Mass Ave neighborhood. I want to speak strongly in favor of 415 Newbury Street. This is exactly the sort of transit-oriented residential neighborhood that we need to be building more of, not only here in my neighborhood, but all over the city, the region, and the state. We'll transform a surface-level parking lot into more than 130 units of rental apartments and condominiums, including 23 units of permanently affordable on-site ownership housing. It will contribute significantly to maintaining and extending the residential character of the Back Bay neighborhood. I have to say, I'm a huge believer that the best future for Boston will be as a residential city. This project will breathe life into the most forlorn and unsafe block of Newbury Street and probably the whole of the Back Bay, making it a greener, safer, and more humane part of the city. This project has so many virtues that I cannot enumerate them in just 2 minutes. I hope that the BPDA board will vote to move this project forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Pascal Schlafly, you can unmute yourself.
Yes, good evening. My name is Pascal Schlafly. I'm the general manager of the Elliott Hotel. The Elliott Hotel is located at the corner of Commonwealth and Massachusetts Avenue. I've been in my position for about 30 years, so I feel like I live in the Back Bay. We have to consider the increased traffic volume that will affect the safety of pedestrian, bicycling, and our guests along Massachusetts. Our densely populated area already suffers from severe limitation of available parking and as well traffic issues constantly. I can see that on a day-to-day basis. The matters of safety, the bicycling has the traffic volumes overburdened. The proposed development of 415 Newbury Street will overburden our district and will impact our business with already heavy traffic congestion. While broad development is necessary for our city, the scope of this project and the burden to our businesses are excessive, as well as the safety issues. So at the present time, we would want the board to reconsider in regards to moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Pam Beal, you can unmute yourself.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Pamela Beal, and I am a member of the IAG, and I'm here to express my support for Trinity Financial's plans for 415 Newbury Street. Specifically, I want to say that I was very pleased with the way plans for this project evolved. From the beginning, the proponents engaged with the community, listened to the issues, and responded with plans that addressed the community's concerns. Trinity Financial has shown an understanding and respect for the history and character of the neighborhood, while also factoring in the deficiencies of this particular block of Newbury Street. The design of their buildings have been refined over time to incorporate appropriate massing, lighting, access, setbacks, and landscaping to ensure a pleasant and safe pedestrian experience. Additionally, Trinity has also designed an enhanced landscaping, tree planting, and public realm improvement plan that will green, beautify, and give a wonderful new identity to this section of Newbury Street. Another extremely important aspect of this project is Trinity Financial's plans to respond to the need for more affordable housing in the Back Bay. Their plan calls for creating a new and significant opportunity for affordable home ownership in this community. Lastly, I believe that the review process has been extremely thorough and detailed, and that the extraordinary benefits and mitigation measures that this project will bring to this end of Newbury Street warrants the use of a PDA and the approval of this project. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening.
Thank you, Pam. Minor Perez, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you, Madam Secretary, Madam Chair, members of the board. This is Minor Perez representing hundreds of union carpenters that live and work throughout the city of Boston. I first like to take a minute to thank the Office of Mayor Michelle Wu for her great leadership in allowing the community to be part of the process. I also want to thank these ex-councilors Kenzie Buck and Councilor Sharon Durkin, who are in full support of this project. And of course I have to say that kudos to the development team. They have done an extraordinary work, many changes in working and listening to the community of their concerns. This is a great location for this project. This is a great project, steps away from 2 train stations, a bus line, and I do appreciate the concerns that are being brought up, but I really think this is a great proposal, and we are in strong support of this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Minor. William Perry, you can unmute yourself.
Hi. Yes, I've been a Boston resident since 2018, and actually had a parent that lived in the Back Bay, so I spent a lot of time in the neighborhood while growing up. So this community really does mean a lot to me. I'd like to voice my support for this project. As we can all see, the city is in dire need for more housing, and I don't see any justification as to why the Back Bay should be exempt from joining the fight. Yes, I want to voice my support and thank you for time.
Thank you. Max Bigliotti, you can unmute yourself.
Good evening. Sorry, I'm having a little difficulty here. Good evening. Thank you for having me on this call this evening and giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Max Bigliotti, and I'm a principal broker at Compass in the Back Bay. I'm also a resident of Boston, and I have been since 2009. I will keep this pretty short because I know this call has been going on for a long time. But I'm here in full support of Trinity Financial, and I fully support the project at 14 Newbury Street. I believe this project will bring some much-needed affordable housing to the neighborhood and housing into the Back Bay. Also, it will also add some much-needed housing stock for the city as well. And I feel like this project will make living in the Back Bay a reality for many people. And I ask the board to approve this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sean Regan, you can unmute yourself.
Evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Sean Regan. I am an attorney representing the Windsor Place Condominium Trust, which is the duly elected organization of the 92 residential units and 14 commercial units within that condo located at 390 Commonwealth Ave. Windsor Place is a direct abutter to the project. Throughout this process, dating back to 2019, the proponent has engaged in significant discussions with residents and as a result has made significant changes to their original proposal. These changes have addressed residents' concern and preserved the unique elements of our property. We believe this design with the two buildings of varying heights provides a unique look that is quintessentially Boston, while protecting the interest of current residents. We additionally commend Trinity for utilizing a PDA, which will grant additional protections and stability to current residents by codifying the zoning. Most importantly, Trinity has spent significant time and energy and resources to understand and address the concerns of residents. This result represents what can occur through proper neighborhood outreach and should actually be an example for other developers and the city. For these reasons, Windsor Place Condominium Trust, on behalf of our 92 resident owners and 14 commercial owners, wholeheartedly support the project, and we compel the board to vote in favor. And lastly, I would just like to commend the BPDA staff. I have been on every meeting throughout this process, and Sarah Black and our other and the rest of the BPDA staff has done an amazing job hurdling this through, and I would compel the board to rely on their staff and vote in favor of this project, which has an immense amount of residential community support.
Thank you. Nevin Lorden, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Nevin Lorden. I am a Boston resident, and I am speaking out tonight in strong support of this 415 Newbury Street proposal. I would like to thank the development team for their diligence and responsiveness to community feedback over a more than 4-year period to arrive at the proposal before us today. This project will provide 133 units of badly needed housing in a neighborhood which is walkable and well connected by transit. It is also important to note that this project's contribution of 23 units of on-site affordable homeownership opportunities would represent a dramatic increase in the Back Bay's portfolio of IDP homeownership units, which we should all welcome. This project would also bring a host of much-needed streetscape improvements to a currently unwelcoming and unattractive stretch of Newbury Street. This project is exemplary of what we need to build to chip away at our housing crisis, and it will be a net positive for the neighborhood. I urge the board to approve this project tonight. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Joe Creason, you can unmute yourself.
Hello, hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, good evening to the members of the board. My name is Joe Creason, and I'm with the Office of State Representative Jay Livingstone. The representative regrets that he couldn't make it here tonight, but I have some comments prepared by him that he would like to share with you all. I greatly appreciate the changes that the developer has made in responding to the concerns of the community and for meeting their obligation to affordable housing. I'm troubled by the use of a PDA for this project, but because of litigation risks, I don't see this project being successful without a PDA. As I do not want to miss this opportunity for affordable housing, I support this project and ask you to approve it. Thank you.
Thank you. Margaret Porkany, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you. I'm speaking on behalf of the Garden Club of the Back Bay, which for the last 20 years has been in partnership with the Boston Parks Department to care for the street trees in the historic district. This block has been one of the most problematic blocks for restoring the urban tree canopy, as well as a pedestrian-friendly way into the western part of the district. And we have been working in conjunction with Trinity since the beginning of this to encourage them to create a streetscape that establishes this as a welcoming, safe, green pathway into what will become Charlesgate Park. And when the Department of Transportation finishes the work on the Turnpike Bridge, will also be a connection into the western part of Newbury Street. So this will become a very important transportation artery into the western part of the neighborhood. Not only will it be beautiful, as they have responded to the many concerns we've had about the amount of greenery on the sidewalk, the number of trees. We're hoping, I understand tonight they said there would be 10. We're hoping there'll be more than 10 when they get right down to it. But they have been very responsive and understanding of the importance of establishing the tree canopy. So from that particular point of view, we are very grateful for the staff of the way Trinity has handled this and their landscape architects, and we look forward to improving this block. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian Sweeney, you can unmute yourself.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and thank you for allowing me to be part of this process the last couple of years and to submit letters to the BPDA and to get responses back from the proponents. Really appreciate that. I was asked by Kensington and Elliott Hotel to evaluate the project on their behalf of what it would do to their buildings. I'm a professional engineer, registered in Massachusetts for over 40 years, along with 5 or 6 other states across the great nation we have. And my background is I design building foundations and also design holes in the ground all across the city of Boston and the United States. As we all know, the Back Bay is reclaimed land. It used to be a marsh. This was tidal water, and it's been reclaimed, and now they have developments. As you see, most of the buildings in this area have limited height. That's because the soils can only support the buildings of a limited height. In particular, you look around in context with some of the presentations we've given maybe a half hour ago, all the buildings are very small in comparison to this massive 11-story building. The building, unfortunately, is going to cause settlements to the surrounding buildings. That's been a comment that I've been consistent with. The proponents have never addressed it. They say that they don't think it'll be a concern, but they've never come out to say that there's been zero settlement. So I think that the building is too high. It's going to cause settlement to the Elliott Hotel and the Kensington building. And I think being an engineer, we all try to solve things and help matters. If you have a 3-story building to the west and an 11-story building in the east, just take 4 stories off the 11-story building and put it on the one on the other side, and you have 2 7-story buildings. You're probably going to work out all right. I don't know if the developer could to do something like that, but this 11-story building is going to cause too much settlement. Thank you. And in conclusion, I speak in opposition to the project.
Thank you. Ken Cram, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you. Ken Cram, Basin Engineering, representing the Elliott Hotel and the Room and Board. A number of technical issues have been raised. One of our primary concerns is the operations of the parking facility for the site. We have asked numerous times how parking is going to be managed. and we have never received a sufficient answer. We have significant concerns, particularly when there are major events at the Harvard Club, as to how cars are going to get in and out and not create congestion and issues out on Newbury Street and then hence out back on further on to Massachusetts Avenue. We have asked for answers and have not received them. We think that this is a key issue to make the site work, and it has not been addressed. And I think that has to be addressed before the project proceeds. Thank you.
Thank you. Donna Farrelly, you can unmute yourself. Donna Farrelly, you can unmute yourself. If you're having difficulty, Donna, you can call 918-4254 and they can patch you through. Stacy Kramer, you can unmute yourself.
Hi there, thank you. Good evening, and thank you very much for allowing me this opportunity to speak. I live at 390 Commonwealth Avenue, and I am in complete opposition to this project. I'm also on the IAG. Of the 92, apparently, owners of this building, residents of this building, I'm completely the opposite. So I don't think it's all 92, I think it's 91 or less, or fewer. But I have many concerns about this project, and I am grateful that the proponent has been amenable to some of my suggestions and to my pointing things out, like in a pathway, people can't necessarily walk upstairs because not everyone can walk upstairs. I have multiple sclerosis and a lot of other health issues as well, and I use a wheelchair. The only access that I have to my building is in the rear of my building. Otherwise, the front on Conrad is upstairs. The only way for me to get picked up is behind my building to get dropped off. Right now, as it is now, I have missed countless doctor's appointments and have had such difficulty getting picked up as it is now. With this increase in traffic and transit and not widening the driveway, but making 2 lanes, as it were now supposed to be, for the entrance and exit. As it is now with the 2 lanes, they can't fit. One car has to go, the other one has to wait. There isn't space for a double lane, but now they said that they're going to have 3 lanes. There's no possible way that I can fit. Okay, sorry. I'm almost out of time. I just want to say that my unit overlooks the parking lot, and I can see the Harvard Club, and they use the spaces to more than capacity. It's absurd, and it's only going to get worse. And I think that this would be very dangerous. There's no way emergency vehicles can actually come into this area. There's no way they can access this building. And I don't believe that the big issues were ever actually accounted for, and things were not changed to my satisfaction because I think they're dangerous. I will be trapped. I won't be able to come home if I leave my home. I won't be able to go back if I do. So I couldn't be less in favor of this project. And frankly, it scares me. People will get hurt. There's no way that the amount of traffic that this will create on Newbury Street Extension will be absurd. And already it's too much congestion. This will only be worse. And any vehicle stopping to pick up someone, and if there is no curb cut, how do you expect them to get from a wheelchair? Like, this is so problematic in so many ways. And I really think that people need to just take a few steps backward or roll backward and really need to analyze this and think, how will this actually affect things? I don't think it will affect anything in a very positive way. Thank you very much.
My apologies. I just have to stick to the 2-minute rule. But we have noted and heard your concerns. Thank you. Go ahead.
Anthony Consigli, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Great. My name is Anthony Consigli. I'm a resident of the Back Bay. I'm also a member of the Harvard Club, although I'm not representing them in any way or any capacity here tonight. I'm speaking in support of the project. This is responsible transit-oriented housing that the city desperately needs. Trinity is a responsible, thoughtful developer, and this is a very thoughtful and responsible development. I know, as being in the industry, you can always find a lot of reasons not to build a project, but this project just has too many positive attributes to turn down. I speak in favor and in support of the project, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Donna Farrelly, you can unmute yourself.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, I'd also like to speak in favor of the project, although previous speakers have kind of already said what I'd like to say. I live in the Windsor, and we've been dealing with Trinity for the past, well, since it started, I guess, in 2019. And they've, as everyone said, they've listened to the concerns of the neighborhood, and you know, we would have been plunged into darkness. About 60 units on the back of the condominiums that face Newbury Street if that hotel with the rooftop bar had gone through. And I understand all the concerns about the traffic and the, but I'm taking the city at their word that they will make sure that it's a safe development with the Boston Fire Department and the ADA and the various utilities. And I agree with the previous speakers that this is probably the ugliest, the only ugly block in Back Bay. And it'll be wonderful to have, I never go out the back door because it's dangerous, it's dark, it's creepy. I'm looking forward to having more of a neighborhood back there. And I do support the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Donna. Would anybody else like to testify about this project? Please raise your virtual hand. Grace Richardson, you can unmute yourself.
Hi, I'm calling in support of the project. I'm in a Boston residence, and I think that it's time for the Newbury Street area to have affordable homes so that other people in the city can live there and take advantage of the Prudential, the Charles River events, and walk, and to be able to, you know, walk to places and enjoy the culture of the city. It shouldn't be that you only can live there because you got money, but it should be an area where everyone can enjoy the city. And I am a Boston resident, long time Boston resident, and I don't get to, you know, enjoy the area as much. You know, I have to make it's a field trip or something like that, but, you know, and the little, you know, going to see the fireworks and the races, but just going to the, I don't even know when the last time, it's been a while since I've been on top of the Prudential and whatever. And so I think that the area needs to allow everyone in the city to enjoy the culture, the history of Boston. Thank you.
Thank you, Grace. Frank Campbell, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you very much. I've been a resident of Back Bay since 1974. And I've watched this whole area develop. And it seems to me that this is the last piece of real estate that will really turn this area into a neighborhood. When you look at the development over the Turnpike and the condominium project that towers over TJ Maxx and the Bowl and Board and the Elliott Hotel and the other the other buildings in the area, everything has been redeveloped except for this alley. And I think in addition to the affordable housing, it will also create an opportunity to create some type of conformity in the area so that the entire area will somehow come together in some type of fashion that is upgraded. Everyone's spoken about the condition of the alley and the area at this time and the way it's been for years. So now it's time to really like upgrade that area and really like increase not just the affordable housing, but also the look and feel of that particular parcel. And I think this project will help in that regard. I think too that the Harvard Club has been a neighbor for years. And now that they need our help, I think that we should be there for them and allow them to move forward with this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who would like to testify about this project? Please raise your virtual hand. Madam Chair, this concludes the public hearing portion of this item.
Great, thank you. So questions or comments from the board?
I'd like to hear the proponents respond to some of the criticisms that have been raised.
Sure, I'm happy to take that question.
Just before you start, can I just put a pin into some of the comments that I just want to make sure to get in there? It's the kind of the what is a PDA and why is PDA appropriate for this is one that the question that I have. So.
Sure. I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, David Lenhart of Goulston and Storrs, to respond to that question.
Hi, thanks. Happy to talk about the PDA, and then we can, and then Abby can touch on some of the other items that came up. So as to the planned development area, there was some discussion about what's the appropriate zoning mechanism, and we heard that throughout the public process. And there's of course the route of going to Board of Appeal. It turns out this site is PDA eligible, as in it's eligible for a planned development area to be approved, and it's greater than an acre. And the acre is that's the needs to be at least an acre for a PDA to work. So they're basically it's not that one zoning mechanism is the normal path and the other is an unusual path. They're different paths, and they're both available. The planned development area path is available. It's allowed here, and but particularly for this site, it's split zoned. Looking at the building footprints, the split zoning cuts right down diagonally through the site and across from the building footprints. So that adds complication. It's also the site in total functions as a campus. There's the existing Harvard Club, which is a pre-code building. The new buildings that we're adding together work as a campus, and it's that level of complexity of several buildings on one zoning lot, split zoned. The PDA helps to resolve that. And the last thing I'll say is that often in a planned development area, there may be concern about reaching for bulk for density through that mechanism. We're aware that the underlying zoning has certain height limits, has certain FAR across the site. We didn't try to exceed those. We're actually coming in below the height, the underlying height on the 3-story building, and we're coming in at the underlying height for the 11-story building, and the FAR, the allowed FAR of the underlying zoning, using that to determine what GFA would be allowable. What we're proposing is actually about 25,000 square feet less than what would otherwise be allowed. So the approach we took was, let's think of a design of a program that works, that the community wants to see there, and then we'll provide the appropriate zoning to deliver that project. And the PDA actually restrains the project below what would otherwise be allowable by underlying zoning. So I'll pass it back to Abby.
Okay. I will first address, I think, the concerns raised by Stacy Kramer with the accessibility concerns. It's, for those of you who aren't aware of the site, the existing alley behind our proposed building is a private alley. And if you have mobility concerns, or if you're pushing a child in a stroller, that alley is today extremely hard to traverse, especially during a snowstorm. It's a not great existing condition. When we commenced the project, we had many conversations with the late Travis Roy, who was a resident at 390 Commonwealth Avenue. And he actually came up with the idea of creating a pedestrian passageway from the private alley to Newbury Street, so that folks who are visiting the Mass General offices at 390 Com Ave, folks that live in 390 Com Ave and along the alley could have easy access out to Newbury Street. After Travis passed away, we started to have one-on-one conversations with Stacy, and actually one of the most poignant experiences I've had in development was really walking the site with her and seeing from her perspective how today the situation there is unsafe and difficult living there. Stacy recommended moving the pedestrian passageway from where we had originally had it on the western side of the building to the eastern side of the building for her safety concerns. We moved that and expanded it. Stacy also recommended having a on-site pickup area for the ride and for car sharing. We created one in the location that she suggested. Also, we have wholeheartedly listened to her concerns about the time where she was unable to get to an appointment because there was traffic within the existing driveway. And we created a third valet lane, which was her idea. So we've been as responsive as we can be, and felt that what we've proposed is a vastly superior condition to what exists today.
If I could squeeze in also, not to overstay our welcome here, that as I might ask Abby to talk a little bit more on the, we mentioned how the PDA is resolving some of the complexity of the site and support for the campus. The public benefits that have been, we acknowledge as well that the PDA usually is a certain level of public benefits are expected, and we approach the project that way. And Abby can talk a little bit more about the public benefits.
Sure. The statement about the segregation of a corridor is absolutely true. What we have created is a rental building, and we've created a mixed income condominium building. Those buildings will be separately financed, and actually the rental building will be making a significant payment to support the creation of the 23 affordable homeownership units. So as many people know, Trinity Financial has been in Boston development for 37 years. We are a large proponent of affordable housing. We've built high quality housing. We would never do anything to degrade the integrity of our residents. The affordable condominiums will be built next to Marguerite condominiums. They will have the same finishes. You will not be able to tell whether one unit is affordable or one unit is market. Those condominiums will start, the affordable condominiums will start at $180,000. For people who understand that the Back Bay currently only has 6 inclusionary for sale units, the fact that we are creating almost 4 times that amount of affordable home ownership in Back Bay, to me, is a very significant public benefit.
Excuse me, through the chair, I kind of want to piggyback off that. I guess I would be asking that. I see Trinity Financial as a champion of, affordability. But I did hear a few people ask about from the 17%, and why not go for the goal of the 20? And, I'm not in your financial pockets, but if you could explain a little bit.
Sure. I mean, we have made the deliberate decision to create a 3-story building that's capped at 38 units. That decision drives the financing. Were we going up 8 stories on the parking lot, we could likely increase the affordable housing if we had more density. The reason for that building being 3 stories is, as you heard from residents, when we first proposed a 6 to 8-story building on that site, people were afraid. Their homes are their largest investments. They were afraid of being put into darkness, of losing the value of their investments. We made the deliberate decision to keep that building at a height that did not plunge our neighbors into shadows. And I think you'll hear that much of the opposition at the moment that you just heard was from our commercial neighbors who preferred the building be lower next to them. Again, they're not happy with the decision we made based on the voices we heard of the residential neighbors.
Great, thank you. Additional questions or comments? So yeah, thank you. Just to piggyback off of Raheem, sorry, I've got a Chihuahua issue right now. Just to piggyback off Raheem, I respect that you made the commitment, right, to 3 stories. I would have preferred this to be taller. Yeah, I mean, we're in affordable housing. We're in a housing crisis, period. And so, I'm a little disappointed that it's not taller, but I understand. I understand your position. But I think in general, we in Boston need to make some room. We need to make some room for our neighbors. So again, I'm happy about this project. I'm happy about the affordability. And for it to be on site, we don't really see it on site affordable housing. Most developers take the off site options. It's been 4 years, so I think a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett? Aye. Dr. Lance Marks?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you so much. Good luck. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Let's go back to item number 20. Just want to confirm that that's correct.
That is correct.
That's correct. Perfect. Okay. Request authorization for the Boston Redevelopment Authority, doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency, to advertise a request for proposals for consultant services supporting preparation of the Boston's Framework for Greening While Growing project in an amount not to exceed $600,000. Breeze.
Thank you, and good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, and Director Jimison. My name is Breeze Outlaw, and I'm here. I'm the urban designer at the BPDA Urban Design Department, and I'm here today on behalf of the department and Deputy Chief Urban Design of Urban Design, Diana Fernandez, to request authorization for the secretary to advertise and issue a request for proposals to engage a consultant to assist in preparing Boston's framework for greening while growing for the BPDA. Are there slides?
Hold on for 1 second.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you. The next slide. Okay, Boston's open space legacy is unparalleled. It is home to both the oldest publicly owned park in the nation, the Boston Common, and a verbose park network designed by Frederick Law Olmsted Sr., the Emerald Necklace. The city of Boston is proactively planning for growth that is responsive to the needs and existing residents, newcomers, and the city's environmental goals. The preservation and expansion of Boston's open space network is crucial to support population growth, address the challenges proposed by climate change, and support the mental and physical health of all Bostonians. To support the growth of the city, the BPDA, in partnership with the Boston Park and Recreation Department, is crafting a citywide spatial and typological framework for open space and development. The Open Space and Recreation Plan, developed by the Parks Department, provides a vision for publicly owned open space. And this framework will use the Parks Department's plan as a baseline and build on this vision by developing strategies to leverage the investment of private development to expand the open space network of Boston in a way that is inclusive, equitable, resilient, and accessible. This plan will essentially envision opportunities for the private-owned public spaces such as POPs to support the goals and priorities established in the Open Space and Recreation Plan. Next slide. To assist us with this visioning, the BPDA is seeking qualified consultants who will take measure of the full range of existing open spaces throughout the city of Boston, consistent with the city's open space and recreation plan, and develop a spatial and typological framework for the development of new privately owned public spaces that will stitch together our open space network. This plan is intended to be a tool to guide city decision-making related to open spaces created by and through private development as a complementary network to the publicly owned open spaces in the city. It's expected that selected consultants will perform tasks related to the Boston Framework for Greening While Growing Plan. The consultants will serve, and services and expertise will be needed to support this effort across 5 tasks. These tasks include task 1, defining success, planning, preparation, and management. Task 2, site context and analysis. Task 3, community engagement. Task 4, spatial and typological framework. Task 5, the final framework and a report. Next slide. These are a series of existing publicly accessible open spaces, also known as POPs, that exist in Boston, and meeting this open space need of the growing city requires working across multiple paths, and is more than what is encompassed in this RFP. When the RFP is done, the framework will support the city's growth and support the work of the Parks Department by achieving the following results. That includes development of an understanding of the roles that privately owned public spaces can play in helping us meet open space needs, evaluating existing networks of privately owned public spaces, plan open spaces, and all existing publicly owned open spaces. as well as establish a clear framework for open space for the private development that is viable for at least 15 years, in addition to a needs assessment for privately owned public spaces, which includes documentation of priorities and demands of the current population and charting long-range planning for accommodating the population growth and changes. This project is expected to be completed over 18 months once notice to proceed is issued, and is not in an amount not to exceed $600,000. We expect to return to you all in March for authorization to enter into a contract with the most qualified consultant resulting from the RFP process. This concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you so much. Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the board?
Could you just comment briefly on how this plan may also provide some leverage vis-a-vis unified planning that will involve not only the private sector, but many of the other public agencies, whether it's Massport or the state parks or other agencies that own or are responsible for managing public space in Boston, open space in Boston, in a way that would help facilitate the development of a unified open space plan that could deal with some of our issues of both access and resilience.
Thank you, Dr. Landsmark. I think it's an excellent question. As part of this open space plan, we are really looking forward to being able to document those existing networks, looking at some of those state and institutional partners that provide access to these open spaces, and ensuring that we're providing a clear documentation of the use and priorities associated with those particular locations, and how those can be folded into a broader strategy around access, resiliency, and open space connectivity, which includes looking at the broader access networks that provide opportunities for communities to access those locations.
Thank you.
Great. Additional questions or comments?
Just that this is really good to see. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, I agree. And great presentation, Grace. So with that, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Ms. Mark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you. Item number 21, request authorization for the Boston Redevelopment Authority doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency to execute an amendment to the contract with Casablanca Services Incorporated in the amount of $56,547 for a 2-year total contract value of $216,547 for downtown waterfront landscape and maintenance services. Richard.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairwoman, members of the board, Director Jemison, Secretary Paul Hummus. We're seeking permission to amend the contract for Casablanca Landscaping in the amount of $56,547 for a total of $216,547 for downtown waterfront landscape and maintenance services. The downtown waterfront was arguably one of the city's most popular destinations, and after 2 years of COVID, this past season was extremely busy. With all the ferries, whale watches, booze cruises, duck tours, a significant amount of trash was generated in this area. In past seasons, we've emptied the trash 2 to 3 times per day. This season it was 4 to 5 times, sometimes even 6 times a day. We simply can't have overflowing trash barrels, not just due to the high visibility of our property, but because the trash would end up in the harbor. We've worked diligently to reduce the rodent population along this portion of the waterfront, and trash removal is the best remedy for rodent infestation. Simply put, we ran out of money in our account for maintenance of this area, and this amendment will allow us to continue to maintain our property to the highest standards possible.
Great, thank you. Questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark,
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Motion passes. All right. Item number 22, request authorization to issue a certificate of completion for the successful completion of the 270 Baker Street project, also known as 1208D VFW Parkway, in accordance with the cooperation agreement by and between the Boston Redevelopment Authority, doing business as the Boston Planning and Development Agency, and 270 Baker LLC, and to take all related actions. It's a certificate of completion, so a motion is in order.
So move.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Item number 23, request authorization to issue a scoping determination waiving further review pursuant to Article 80B, large project review of the zoning code for the proposed construction of 170 residential rental units, including 29 IDP rental units, 5,300 square feet of commercial space, 49 car parking spaces, and secure bicycle parking spaces located at 25 through 39 Harvard Avenue and 410R Cambridge Street, and to take all related actions. Stephen.
Good evening, and thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, and Director Jamison. My name is Stephen Harvey, and I'm the Senior Project Manager at the BPDA. I want to thank you for your time today. The proposal I bring before you today is 2539 Harvard Ave, located in Allston. On August 9th, 2022, the Boston Planning and Development Agency received a letter of intent from the proponent. On March 1st, 2023, we received the project notification form for the proposal. The proposal calls for demolishing the existing buildings on site and constructing a new 6-story mixed-use building on the proposed site. If approved, the new building will contain 170 units and 49 parking spaces. The proposal will also have 29 affordable units on site. I held a virtual IAG meeting, a virtual public meeting, a joint IAG public meeting for the proposal. The virtual public meeting and the joint IAG public meeting were advertised in the local paper and by email. With that said, I would like to pass it over to my planning colleague, Caitlin. She will touch on the resources guiding staff review of the proposed project and key considerations. Once Caitlin runs through all the planning context slides, the development team will present their portion of the proposal. Once the presentation is complete, the development team, Caitlin, and I will answer any questions put forward by the board. Thank you for your time today.
Good evening, Chair Rojas, Secretary Polhemus, members of the board, and Director Jemison. My name is Caitlin Coppinger, Deputy Director of Comprehensive Planning. Do you mind going to the next slide, please? The proposed mixed-use project is located at 25 Harvard Avenue and 410R Cambridge Street in Allston, which is in the Harvard Avenue Community Commercial Subdistrict of the Article 51, the Allston-Brighton Neighborhood Zoning District. During a review, staff considered the neighborhood context, the Allston-Brighton Mobility Plan, a planning initiative adopted by the BPDA board in 2021, which focuses on an increasing mobility for all, and citywide plans, including the Mayor's Office of Arts and Culture's Allston-Brighton Arts, Culture, and Placekeeping Report, the Parks Recreation Department's Open Space Plan, and the Urban Forest Plan. As for the neighborhood context, this project would reopen the currently closed Allston USPS post office, which is a much needed asset in the neighborhood. Additionally, the proposed project is uniquely connected to the existing and emerging neighborhood centers due to its location on Harvard Avenue, a major north-south transportation and commercial corridor that intersects the key east-west corridors such as Cambridge Street, Brighton Ave, and Commonwealth Ave. The site is also within walking distance to Union Square, Packers Corner, Boston Landing, and the future West Station, making it a great location for multimodal development. Next slide, please. The proposed project helps advance the Allston-Brighton Mobility Plan goals that you see on the screen by reducing curb cuts from 3 to 1 on Harvard Avenue, sidewalks that are compliant with complete street guidelines, making them more safe and comfortable for people with different levels of mobility, a new blue bike station docket in this section of Harvard Ave, and a new bike facility, storage, and repair available to the building's future residents and employees. Next slide, please. The proposed project provides much-needed transit-oriented housing and community benefits to the area. There will be significant public realm improvements through the addition of much-needed street trees on Harvard Ave, helping curb the heat island effect. The project includes an outdoor plaza, which was designed for private and public events, and additionally, the project is committing to exceed the IDP policy by providing approximately 17% of affordable units on site with a range of AMIs. To conclude, the project also complies with other regulatory measures such as smart utilities and complete street guidelines. I'm now happy to hand it over to the proponents team to give their presentation.
Promoted everybody, I believe.
I'm Rob Del Savio from Embark with the Architects, but I believe Noah, the developer, is on as well. Yes.
Yes, thank you, Caitlin, Stephen, Madam Chair, and members of the board. I'm Noah Maslin, a principal with Eden Properties, the project developer. The site is located, as Caitlin said, on Harvard Avenue between Brighton Avenue and Cambridge Street in the heart of Alston Village. The site is transit-rich, with steps from the B branch of the Green Line and 4 highly utilized bus routes. Next slide, please. These photos show the current condition along Harvard Avenue. The site is covered with paving, includes 75 feet of curb cuts and 4 vacant industrial buildings, including the former Alston branch of the post office that closed in 2019 due to structural issues, approximately 2 years before we acquired the property. Early in our planning process and outreach, we heard from folks in the community, the Alston Civic Association, and elected officials, including Councilor Braden, that there was strong desire to bring back the post office to this neighborhood. Fast forward to today, with the leadership of Councilor Braden and other elected officials, the advocacy of the APA, and the many folks that submitted comment letters to the Postal Service, I'm pleased to report that we are on a path to reestablish an Alston post office branch on the ground floor of the building. We have agreed upon terms and are negotiating a lease with the U.S. Postal Service. In addition to the ground floor retail, the project provides desperately needed market rate and affordable housing, all electric heating and cooling systems, and sets a new path for the public realm along Harvard Avenue. Taking its cue from the Alston Brighton Mobility Plan, the public realm improvement transitions this section of Harvard Avenue from narrow sidewalks with no street trees to an active streetscape that promotes walkability by doubling the sidewalk width, introducing street trees, a cafe zone, and an on-site blue bike station. Next slide, please. These are views in the rear of the site. Next slide, please. Now I'm going to hand it over to Rob Del Savio from Embark Architecture to walk you through the ground floor plan and building design.
Thanks, Noah. So the plan in front of you right now is the ground floor plan. The building comes to the ground, for the most part, all along Harvard Avenue, which is shown on the right-hand side of the page. Thor Terrace, a private way, flanks the site on the left-hand side. Programmatically on the ground floor, the post office that Noah had been speaking about is shown in the top right of the building. We find that this is a great place to have public presence, the presence that the post office would typically demand. And just to the north of that is a blue bike station. So that whole area between the post office and the blue bike station is really a public amenity, which is completely on the developer's property. Moving down the footprint of the building to the south is other commercial space, be it cafe or other types of retail spaces. There's a small residential lobby. And then a little further down is a curb cut and a driveway access that we worked pretty closely with the BPDA on for upwards of a year to try to find a way to neck the width of that curb cut down as much as we could. So we got down to a dimension of 12 feet, which would allow passage of vehicles into the building. The area where the 2 cars are shown there is actually covered by building above. And at that point, it would get wider to allow cars to pass one another, one's coming in, one's going out. But then, as the cars emerge to the backyard of the building, we've gone down to a narrower drive aisle. And we think by doing that, we've been able to afford a lot more outdoor green space, which is shown here, the combination of planted areas, seating areas, and other amenity spaces. So we were able to control the traffic flow with some signalization and provide a greater benefit of outdoor spaces to the residents. And then further down is vehicular access back out onto Thor Terrace. Next slide, please. This is the typical upper level plan, units lining double loaded corridors on both the Harvard Avenue wing as well as the diagonal wing. And the diagonal wing of the building in the back was done in such a way as to move it away, furthest away as we could, from the triple deckers, which are appearing at the bottom of the page. And we should note that those buildings that sit on Harvard Terrace are actually 12 feet higher as a starting point in our building. So that affords them more distance and additional height from our building. Next slide, please. This is the typical elevation along Harvard Avenue. We did a lot to break up the massing of the building. Some of the materials that we're considering using, the buff colored materials of brick masonry, the bays that sit within the brick masonry or metal panel, and then the background portion is a gray fiber cement panel. We did a big massing move, which is shown on the left-hand side here, where the building steps down to 4 stories along Harvard Avenue. And you can see that if we go to the next slide. This is where the building steps down in an effort to get back closer to some of the other scale buildings along this stretch of Harvard Street, which include mostly 3.5-story triple deckers just beyond this 1-story residential building. You can see here how the division of the mass of the building helps to break it up, where the brick doesn't actually run the whole way, but there's a slot that comes down, and that slot actually signifies the entrance for residents coming in and out of the building. Next slide, please. So this is a view standing at the intersection of Harvard and Cambridge Street, looking back to the south. You can see here better how the building actually steps back along Harvard Street at the top floor, again giving more presence to the brick volume of the building. And you'll see in another slide how we feature the post office space on the ground floor of that corner that we're closest to. The next slide, please. The next slide, please. So this is the post office, and although it's only 1,400 square feet, we wanted to find a way to really sort of promote the civic presence of this retail space. So we've got glass wrapping the corner, we're providing a bench outside, and it's immediately adjacent to the Blue Bike station, which will again foster more public usage. And all of this is on private land. So we think the post office is actually a great anchor and a good use for the corner of the building, especially with the glass that we're going to have around the corner. And next slide. And this is a slide looking at the residential entrance to the building, and you can start to see that it's very transparent as you look through the lobby. Again, the retail spaces are planned for the right, the amenity spaces are on the left-hand side. And if you go to the next slide, so this is a view after you've gone through the lobby out to the outdoor amenity space in the back. And as Noah started to mention, this amenity space in the back is going to be open to the public a couple times a year as they feature different events in the back here. So the public will have access from Harvard through the lobby to this space, and whether they have outdoor fairs or markets or a concert or something, this would be a clear free access, and the public would actually get the benefit from this space as well. Next slide. Thank you.
And in summary, the project will include 29 affordable units, including voucher preference units, numerous public realm improvements, on-site Blue Bike station, and be built to achieve these goals. Provides contributions to support Ringer Playground and the Penniman Road play area in Alston, and finally, a path to bring the post office back to Alston Village. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, questions or comments from the board? Great looking project, and I really like bringing back the post office with that outdoor space being public and open for everyone. Is really building, helping to build that community space there. So nice.
Excuse me, through the chair.
Yeah, you have one? Okay.
Yes, just a quick one. For who's your targeted audience? Is it students? Is it residents of the community, long-term resident community, or just asking?
It's long-term residents of the community. We will not be renting to undergraduate students in this building. It's mainly targeted to working professionals and members of the community.
Right, additional questions or comments? Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
We'll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Congratulations. Good luck.
Thank you.
Good. Okay. Item number 24. Request authorization to issue a scoping determination waiving further review pursuant to Section 80B Large Project Review of the Zoning Code for the construction of 76 residential homeownership units, including 13 IDP homeownership units, approximately 2,870 square feet of retail and lobby space, 45 car parking spaces, and 92 bicycle parking spaces located at 131 North Beacon Street, and to take all related actions. Quinn.
Thank you. Good evening again, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Jemison, and Secretary Polimas. My name is Quinn Valsich, and I'm a Senior Project Manager in the Development Review Department. We're here before you this evening to discuss the proposed 131 North Beacon Street project. The proposed project is located at 131 North Beacon Street in Brighton. The project site is currently occupied by a vacant one-story commercial building and paved parking lot. The project consists of the construction of a new 6-story mixed-use condominium building with 76 residential homeownership units, approximately 2,800 square feet of first-floor retail and lobby space, 45 parking spaces, 76 resident bicycle spaces, and 16 visitor bicycle spaces. In total, the proposed project will contain approximately 72,890 square feet of gross floor area. The development team filed their project notification form on August 4th, 2023, and the BPDA hosted a public meeting on September 13th, 2023, and an IAG meeting on September 5th, 2023. These meetings were advertised in the local newspaper, posted all to the BPDA's calendar, and email notification was sent out to all subscribers of the BPDA's Allston Brighton Neighborhood Updates list. At this point, I'd like to hand it off to my colleague from the Planning Department to present on the planning context considered in the review of this project. And that'll be followed by a presentation from the development team. Thank you.
Thanks, Quinn. And next slide, please. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm Ted Schwartzberg, Senior Planner at the BPDA. I'm here to present the staff planning context on behalf of Ben Zunkler, who couldn't be here tonight. The proposed project, governed by Article 51, falls within the Guest Street Local Industrial Zoning Subject District and aligns with the Brighton Guest Street Planning Study and Urban Design Guidelines adopted by the board in 2012. The proposed project respects 2 neighborhood-wide planning studies, the Allston-Brighton Mobility Plan adopted by the board in 2021, and the Mayor's Office of Arts and Culture, Allston-Brighton Arts, Culture, and Placekeeping Report. While the zoning code hasn't been updated to reflect these recommendations, BPDA staff considered zoning, the Brighton Guest Street study, and several other resources in the review of the proposed project. Next slide, please. The Brighton Guest Street study envisions a vibrant mixed-use district with residential use along North Beacon Street, which is consistent with this proposal. Staff review ensured compliance with mobility goals, Complete Streets design guidelines, Boston Transportation Department, North Beacon Street low-stress bike lane as well. During the review, vehicular parking was aligned with transit goals, parking for bikes was increased, and conflicts between modes was minimized for safety and comfort. Next slide, please. Staff review focused on building design, accessible routes, and long-term health of street plantings, as well as sustainability goals. The proposed building steps back along the North Beacon Street edge, reflecting the urban design intent of the Brighton Guest Street study. The proposal exceeds inclusionary development policy requirements and is compliant with Complete Streets guidelines. I'll now turn the presentation over to the proponents. Thank you.
Thank you, Ted, and thank you, Quinn. And I'd also like to thank Sarah Black for her leadership as project manager of this proposal. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Jemison, and Secretary Polimas. I'm John Pulcini. I'm the Zoning Counsel for NB Development in this proposal at 131 North Beacon Street. With me this evening is Keith Craig, Senior Director of Development at New Balance, together with Rob Del Salvo from Embark, our project architect. We're excited to be here today to present a proposal that checks many of the boxes required for sensible growth in Boston. Currently, 131 North Beacon Street is a 812 square foot lot with vacant one-story commercial building. This site is entirely comprised of asphalt and has no curbs at all. It's literally a 100-foot curb cut. The curb condition will be reduced to 12 feet, providing significant pedestrian safety with this proposal.
This underutilized site is the perfect location for such a development, providing 76 home ownership condominiums in an area that predominantly has seen rentals. This 6-story building will provide significant public realm improvements and fantastic street activation with a large first floor retail space in a building that is pursuing passive house standards of energy efficiency. We'll be providing 45 internal parking spaces, 25% of which will be EV ready, 76 interior bike spaces, and 16 bike spaces on the exterior for guests, and this proposal is less than a 5-minute walk to the Boston Landing train station. Finally, we're pleased to report that we'll be providing 13 affordable units, which brings the IDP percentage to 17%. These units will be provided at AMIs between 60 and 110%. Again, we want to thank you for having us here. We know it's been a long night, and at this point, I'll turn it over to Rob to run through the proposal. Thank you.
Great, thanks, John. Just so everybody can see, the site is highlighted there in orange again on North Beacon Street, with the side street being Hitchborn Street. If we go to the next slide, please. Just some on the ground area views. The bottom left one is looking at the site from across North Beacon Street, and you can see that's the currently abandoned 1-story building there. A number of the buildings left and right of that are either factory use, abandoned use, and so forth. So we think the building is going to provide a lot of vitality to the streetscape along North Beacon. The image on the right shows how far back that building is set today. We think by bringing the building out a little closer to the sidewalk, we'll be able to activate the sidewalk in a much better way. The two views on the top are both looking across the street at the gas station and then looking to the building just to our east on slide number 3. Next slide, please. These slides are looking back and forth up and down Hitchborn Street. The slide on the left shows clearly that the sidewalk along Hitchborn Street and the building that will come down as part of this work is only about 4.5 feet wide. We're going to be making some big improvements to the width of that sidewalk as well as improvements to it. The top slide, slide number 2, shows the rear side of that 1-story building, which will be coming down. And in the distance there is this self-storage building that fronts out along North Beacon. The bottom right slide is a view looking back up towards North Beacon Street with the 5-story residential building that was done a few years ago. Next slide. So this is our basic site plan. Again, Hitchborn Street running up and down North Beacon, left to right on the bottom of the page. The red line shows the property line that exists today, and you can see how far back we're pushing the face of the building, both along Hitchborn and North Beacon Street. Along North Beacon Street, we've got a large area there designated for commercial, retail type spaces. And then along Hitchborn Street, we have our residential lobby. And continuing down Hitchborn Street is the bicycle storage. So we're providing actually good visibility into the bike storage as a way of shielding the parking that exists on the ground floor behind that. Next slide, please. These are some of the views. This is the elevation along North Beacon Street of the facade of the building. Again, the retail component, commercial component would occupy the ground floor here with the residential units going from floors 2 through 6 above. We're featuring masonry material, some cedar panels, and some other fiber cement products. Next slide. This slide shows a little bit about the varying heights that exist just along Hitchborn Street and out along North Beacon Street. You can see there's quite a bit of range to the heights there. Some are residential building, which is going up now, about 69 feet tall. The athletic center just behind our site is 95 feet tall. And the high-rise tower is the Lantera, which is 200 feet tall. So, we're on the low side of the average of the heights that exist and are being developed right along Hitchborn Street. Next slide, please. Just some more photo renderings of the building and its context. This is again looking at the building from across North Beacon Street down Hitchborn. Again, the tower in the background is Lantera with the New Balance building off in the distance. And again, the ground floor space is envisioned to be very active, which is will activate that space along the sidewalk stretch of North Beacon Street. Next slide. A view looking at the building, sort of looking towards the northwest. The 1-story building on the bottom right is a factory use space. And you can see that this building coming out closer to North Beacon will do a lot to start to activate and potentially change the streetscape along North Beacon Street. Next slide, please. A more close-up view of that commercial space at the corner of North Beacon and Hitchborn. And next slide. Next slide, please. And this is a view down Hitchborn looking back to the residential entrance. So the residential entrance occurs on Hitchborn Street side, and all the commercial uses happen along the North Beacon Street side of the building. Next slide. John, would you like to summarize this?
No, I mean, I think we're done. That was the presentation. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Questions or comments from the board? Okay, all right, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Congratulations. Good luck. It looks cool.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Okay, item number 25. Request authorization to issue a scoping determination waiving further review pursuant to Section 80B, large project review of the zoning code for the proposed conversion of a portion of Building 150, the former Constitution Inn located at 150 3rd Avenue, into 100 fully affordable residential rental units, and to take all related actions. Quinn.
Thank you again, and good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Jemison, and Secretary Polimas. My name is Quinn Valsich. I'm a Senior Project Manager in the Development Review Department. We're here before you this evening to discuss the proposed Constitution Inn project in Charlestown. The proposed project is located at 150 3rd Avenue in the Charlestown Navy Yard. The project site consists of a 6-story building known as Building 150 on an approximately 14,762 square foot site. Until 2020, the 147-room Constitution Inn operated as an inn that included 135 rooms for travelers and 12 rooms for the Dennis McLaughlin House. In addition to the Dennis McLaughlin House and the Constitution Inn, Building 150 houses the Charlestown branch of the YMCA. The project contemplates moderate renovations to an approximately 78,000 square foot portion of Building 150 that comprises the former inn. The 147 existing hotel-style one-bedroom units will be converted into a 100% permanent affordable housing community with 100 rental units consisting of 64 studios, 14 one-bedrooms, and 22 two-bedroom units. 52 of the total units will be leased to households not earning more than 80% of AMI. 48 of the remaining 48 units will be dedicated to permanent supportive housing model and are designated as permanent supportive housing units in the proposed building plans. Those units will be leased under written leases to households earning no more than 30% AMI and will include on-site services for vulnerable populations that support stable tenancies. The remaining 18,000 square feet of the building's interior space will be leased back to the YMCA. The development team filed their project notification form on September 29th, 2023, and the BPDA hosted a public meeting on October 19th, 2023. This meeting was advertised in the local newspaper, posted to the BPDA's calendar, and an email notification was sent to all subscribers of the BPDA's Charlestown neighborhood updates. At this point, I'll hand it over to my colleague from the planning department to present the planning context considered in the review of the project. That'll be followed by a presentation from the development team. Thank you.
Thank you, Quinn. Good evening, Chair Rojas, Secretary Polimas, members of the board, and Director Jemison. My name is Ford Del Vecchio, and I'm the BPDA Zoning Compliance Reviewer assigned to this project. BPDA planners use the zoning, citywide plans, policies, local context, including present density, and recent construction, as well as community feedback in order to review the proposed project during the review process. The proposed project is located at 150 3rd Avenue in Charlestown and is located in the Charlestown Navy Yard subdistrict of the Harbor Park Charlestown Waterfront Zoning District, which is found in Article 42F of the Zoning Code. In the review of the proposed project, the staff was guided by Zoning Article 42F, as well as the Charlestown Naval Shipyard Comprehensive Update for Historic Monument Area from the year 2000. Next slide, please. Based on these resources, this final slide outlines the current status of compliance with the project and the relief we are proposing, as well as regulatory compliance and planning improvements. The design and massing are consistent with the planning goals for this area. The structure, completed in 1992, was specifically designed to meet Charlestown Navy Yard Historic Monument Area Design Guidelines. The proposed residential use is consistent with citywide planning goals found in Housing Boston 2030 and Imagine Boston 2030. provision of income-restricted housing and retention of the existing gym use fulfill goals for housing production and community-serving ground floor uses. Thank you, and I will now turn it over to the development team to present the project in more detail.
Great. Thank you very much. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, and Director Jemison. I'm Bill Grogan, the president of the Planning Office for Urban Affairs, a nonprofit affordable housing developer affiliated with the Archdiocese of Boston. And I'm excited to be here with our team this evening to share with you our plans for the Independence at Charlestown Navy Yard. The mission of the Planning Office is to develop high-quality housing where people can live with dignity and respect in homes they can afford in order to create vibrant and healthy communities. And at the core of our mission is the belief that housing is a human right, and we have a moral obligation to ensure that everyone has a roof over their heads. In our 50-plus years of existence, we've created over 3,000 units of affordable housing, with over half of those units spread across a diverse range of neighborhoods in the city of Boston. As has been acknowledged and we've heard this evening, we are in an affordable housing crisis, and the need for the development of affordable housing is greater than ever. Our proposed redevelopment of the Constitution Inn into the Independence would create a 100% affordable housing community with 100 permanently affordable rental units, and is a direct response to this need for affordable housing. We've assembled a first-class team with an unprecedented depth of experience, from St. Francis House as our co-development partner, to the architectural team as our architect, Kroll Security as our safety and security partner, and Maloney Properties as our property manager. From our initial plan that we shared with the community in 2022 to today, we've spent nearly a year of thoughtful consideration with the community, which has shaped the plan that is before the board tonight. We've participated in dozens of in-person and virtual meetings over that period of time with hundreds of participants, all before filing our letter of intent and Article 80 application to BPDA. The Independence at Charlestown Navy Yard is a culmination of that feedback, and I think it's worth highlighting key revisions that we have made to our initial plan in response to that feedback. We heard that there was a desire for less density, so we reduced the total number of units in our preliminary plan by over 20%, from 126 to 100 units. We heard that there was a need for more workforce affordable housing, so we increased the number of those units from 30 to 52, and expanded the income range up to 80% of area median income. We heard that the permanent supportive housing units should focus on women and veterans, so we reduced the number of PSH units from 96 to 48 and are setting aside 16 of those units for veterans and 32 for women. We heard that there should be more two-bedroom units, so we increased the number of those units from 4 to 22. And we heard questions about the security and management plan, so we increased staffing to levels that exceed best practice standards, and we added Kroll Security to ensure that there is a robust and comprehensive security plan and oversight. In short, we've made significant transformation of our original plan to address and respond to community feedback. And I now would like to turn it over to Mike Bennett from the architectural team to briefly walk through the plans.
Thank you, Bill. Chair, members of the board, as Bill described, you see the outline of Building 150 shown on the screen ahead of you. You've got 3rd Ave that runs left to right above us. You can see the quarter-mile long rope walk right above that across the way. 3rd Ave is what runs vertically to the right side. So we're situated on that corner and situated very nicely with the pedestrian alley that runs east to west on plan view, kind of below the existing building. This is a pretty straightforward presentation. If you could go to the next slide. From an architectural perspective, we're really working within the existing building. There are no additions planned. This building was designed again to comply with the historic requirements of the Navy Yard. But what's unusual is that those materials are actually fiberglass panels. Our proposal envisions leaving those fiberglass panels for a variety of reasons. We will be replacing the windows, historically appropriate replacements, the storefronts that you see on the roofs, in order to ensure compliance with Article 37 and get us to a LEED Gold certification. Otherwise, we're also planning the introduction of enhancements to the courtyard that you see to the right that connects again, to the pedestrian alley beyond. Next slide. Again, another view of that alley. Again, the facades will be pretty much restored. The windows will be replicated, not having those already undergone the historic review from when the building was constructed originally in 1992 as the Armed Services YMCA for the hotel use. Next slide. Again, a little bit more context. Building 149 up above. You can see the tree-lined alley that really provides such a great front door for who we're proposing and these residents. Next slide. Just some context, kind of the neighbor yard. It's a pretty broad view of everything kind of going on around it. We all know how successful it has been, and we look forward to having this be kind of an additional contribution to that as opposed to a vacant hotel. Next slide. In terms of plan, again, we are sharing the Y will still remain. What you see to the right half of this is the existing gymnasium that will be restored. Below that, there are two subterranean levels that have the pool and the locker room facilities. We will be completely redoing the left side of this first floor, which, as you can see, has a through lobby that allows quick, easy access to what will be the amenity package on the left side of the plan, in addition to the pretty intensive service program for the residents. Again, further to the left will be an enhanced courtyard that would not only be for our residents, but for public use as well. Next slide. Yeah, proposed replacement of more or less what, again, is what is there. It's already undergone the historic review. The building's still within the district, so we're really kind of working with those kind of constraints, which we, in this case, were really well designed and really, we believe, created a very kind of welcoming front door and through lobby connection between the pedestrian alley and Third. Next slide. Again, just some further views. Again, the enhanced courtyard, create a little bit of life between the buildings and building 38, this to the left. Again, all existing. Next slide. Again, just further view of how we hope to contribute to the streetscape and the activity that occurs today. Next slide. Turn it back to you, Bill.
Great. Thank you, Mike. The Independence at Charlestown Navy Yard really brings together housing affordability and stability through a responsible approach that's responsive to and reflective of the community feedback we've received, which really has strengthened the project. At the same time, with the provision of 100 units of much-needed affordable housing, the Independence is also responsive to and meets the housing needs of the cities. So thank you very much for your time this evening, and we look forward to any questions.
Great, thank you. Before we head into questions, I believe we have an elected official, Councilor Coletta, has joined us, and I want to give her an opportunity to speak. So, Councilor Coletta, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and a lot of respect for you all for the time that you put in and the service that you put into the city. It's now 9:19, so thank you all so much. I appreciate the ability to provide comment on this agenda item. I'm going to provide an overview of my interaction with this proponent and the BPDA, and then transition to what I've seen in terms of community sentiment, and hope to represent that fully and adequately. After submitting their proposal to the BPDA and conducting some meetings in Charlestown, on October 5th of 2022, so this is last year, the proponent submitted a request to waive the typical development review process conducted and controlled by the BPDA. My office heard from members of the community that they wanted to offer an opportunity to review the project in its entirety, and requested to engage in a comprehensive development review process for the project as defined by Article 80 of the Zoning Code. In response, I wrote a letter to Chief Jameson on October the 11th, advocating that their request to waive development review be withdrawn. After this correspondence, the proponent ultimately decided to adhere to our request and withdraw their waiver on October 21st. Fast forward to this fall, it was almost like Groundhog Day. I found out that they were not going to go through within an IUG, which is normal of the Article 80 process. And so on November 10th, I wrote another letter addressed to Chief Jameson, or excuse me, I think it was November 14th, formally requesting that the community have the opportunity to engage in a full development review process, meaning to have a creation of an impact advisory group. I stated that the oversight of an IAG reflective of all impacted populations, including those who are formerly homeless, should be selected to help define a successful outcome on the parcel. And ultimately, those demands were denied. I hope you can appreciate and respect the fact that I'm here to represent my constituents. I say it often, but I'll repeat it because I know that there are a lot of Charlestown folks on the call, but Charlestown has its own voice, and it's my job to be their microphone. And so I'm just going to plainly state the facts and amplify what I've heard from the neighborhood. I've received communication from both residents that support and oppose the proposal. There have been more correspondence of opposition than support. Beyond that, what I've mostly heard from constituents is that they feel like this process is broken. There are many individuals from Charlestown who feel like this is a done deal. They are pessimistic that no matter what is said here tonight by me or anyone else, this board will approve this proposal because they've seen the aforementioned appeals denied or go unanswered. There are many in Charlestown who are frustrated that regardless of what they've said or done, this board will move the proposal forward. They simply don't trust this agency, and they don't trust the proponent to execute a successful program. I have seen this board approve just about everything that has come before it, and fully acknowledging that context, I do encourage you to review this project tonight on its merits, which I know this body will do given your professional expertise, but also based on the community sentiment that I've just outlined for you. Regardless, whatever you decide to do, whatever vote you take, after you seriously considered everything that's been described this evening, if at the end of it all, if it's a yes, there needs to be some serious work done on behalf of the proponent to build any resemblance of trust if they seek to operate in this 1 square mile. I don't believe that it should just end here, especially given how the process is played out. I want to see some sort of accountability mechanism codified through an agreement between this agency and the proponent that promotes additional and mandated dialogue with the community. If this proponent wants to be a good neighbor, they can't just close the door after they've gotten what they've wanted. It could be something to the effect of an independent community oversight committee or a board made up of various stakeholders in Charlestown. I'm thinking Charlestown residents, the police, healthcare professionals, members of the recovery services community, the Charlestown recovery community. There's veteran housing, we should have veterans on there, elected officials or representatives or not. Whatever it is, it needs to have an adequate enforcement levers that can hold the proponent to task if there are issues that arise in the future. So I don't usually do this, I usually talk, I don't ask questions, but all of that is to say that I'd like to make a direct demand to the proponent tonight through the BPDA that if this board takes stock of what's in front of them and decides to move forward, that there is a commitment to true accountability to the Charlestown community by answering to an independent board or committee. And I would like this commitment tonight, so I'm going to ask the proponent through the board to provide an answer.
Thank you very much for your comment, Councilor Coletta. As I think we've demonstrated over our 50-plus years of work, we've been committed to the communities that we work in. And I think our track record in Boston demonstrates our commitment and speaks to our commitment to those communities and to those neighborhoods. So we certainly are look forward to working in the best way that makes sense to fulfill our obligations with the community, and that's you can look at our developments in the West End, for example, where we've been strong neighborhood partners there. In every community that we've worked in with Boston, we've demonstrated that, and we're long-term owners, and we're committed to seeing the success of the neighborhoods that we work in.
Okay, and I don't know, looking at the BPDA, how to codify this. It's going to have to be in a memorandum or something, but I would like written confirmation that the proponent does plan to adhere to an independent community oversight board to just continue the conversation. I think that a lot has happened this year for this board just to approve and not consider the ramifications of what it's been like for the Charlestown community. They've demanded to be included, and so I think we just need reassurances that they will have the power to hold this proponent accountable and keep that open dialogue going. I don't know, folks, if there's an answer for that or...
Sure, Councilor. Thank you very much for that point. That's definitely something that we're able to work with the proponent on finding a way to memorialize and make happen.
Okay, I look forward to doing that in partnership with my other elected officials and state delegation. If this board decides to go forward, if not, That's a totally separate thing, but I do really believe that there's going to have to be some healing after all of this. This idea definitely isn't a silver bullet, but given the bureaucratic system that I find myself in with the levers I've been given, this is what I believe will build trust in the community, both on behalf of the agency and the proponent. So I feel like I've made myself clear on the topic. The only thing I can say is that for everybody at the BPDA, that the Article 80 process is broken and it needs some serious reform. And I know that there is a review process happening right now, and those on the call listening in Charlestown, I do hope that they would put their energies into that and make their voices heard. Thank you so much again for this opportunity to comment, and I appreciate all of you, and I look forward to the follow-up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions or comments from the board?
Apart from the issues of trust, I'm curious as to what the issues are that community folks have raised about this project.
Sure, I'd be happy to address that. I think through the public meeting, there were some comments, and I think we also published some responses to comments that we had received. There were some questions around the type of housing that was being provided, and we reiterated and confirmed that we're providing affordable housing that includes permanent supportive housing as well as workforce affordable housing to a broad range of households. There were questions around security and staffing plans. So I think in our responses, we clarified that we've increased staffing up to a level that really is above and beyond what typical types of housing programs are. Has a comprehensive security plan with Kroll Securities, who actually has been out there meeting with individuals on an as-requested basis to walk through that, and that's going to be guiding our development and our project as we're going forward. We also, received comments around the changes that we've made and that process. And as I mentioned at the beginning, we really did listen and make significant changes in response to the feedback that we received over the last year. They included reduction in the number of units, reduction in the number of permanent supportive housing units, increase in the units that are affordable to individuals earning $50,000, $60,000, $75,000 a year, and really creating a diverse community. So I think there were a number of general broad categories, and I think we responded to those comments through that process.
Through the chair. Bill, my question is, as you watch Charlestown, somewhat change, it's still a blue-collar neighborhood. There's still a large amount of blue-collar residents in the area. My question would be, as far as like construction management, have you spoken with any general contractors or anything to go forward with this project?
No, we're really been focused on the community process and the permitting process, and that was sort of, once we're through that will sort of be the next step in the process. But really, it's been on getting listening to the community, getting the program right, and developing a response that is incorporating the feedback that we've heard.
I think it would go a long way. You have some people in opposition, you have some people that are for this project, but it will go a long way to make sure that you have people from Charlestown working, getting a good wage on that project if this was to go forward.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, and we also, from a job standpoint, also will be looking at hiring permanent staff as well within the development, and so that's again where we're going to be outreach into the Charlestown community. So not just during construction, but also during the permanent phase. So it really can have a life cycle of commitment to jobs within the community.
Thank you. Additional questions or comments?
Well, I guess just to say, I think there's so many merits to this project, and I'm inclined to vote in favor, but I do find Councilor Coletta's comments pretty compelling, and I'm not sure what the best mechanism is that, would sort of achieve a post-approval process. and that, in a way that's productive both for the community and for the project. But I guess, am I hearing that that's something that both BPDA and the developer are open to exploring?
We are certainly willing to work with BPDA on that.
We are as well.
Thank you. Member Bennett, on behalf of the BPDA, Deputy Clerk, Deputy Chief, and I just want to say that I also find Councilor Cletta's request very appropriate. I think the BPDA is proud of the process we've conducted here, and we're endorsing the project, but we would certainly want it to succeed, and I think the councilor's comments provide a mechanism by which we would help the project succeed in the neighborhoods. We'd very much like to work with the councilor and the proponent to see that go forward, and that's something we can follow up on in the days ahead.
Thank you, Deb.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't really have any questions, more maybe just some commentary. I want to thank all the board members for the time and the effort that they put into preparing for this meeting, and want to also reiterate that this is we know there's improvement that can be made on the Article 80 process, and that is in process. I do like your ideas and recommendations. I think that's something that we as an agency can take and consider, and I do hope that residents of Charlestown include their thoughts on not only this project but other projects going forward, so that we can make this process better. But that's something that we're committed to as an agency. And in general, we make decisions taking into consideration all populations of the city and its needs. And similar to kind of a comment I made earlier, we as neighbors, as residents of Boston, I think need to make some room and make room for everybody, for all types of demographics, all types of life experiences. I do want to acknowledge that we have hundreds and hundreds of letters and comments and emails. We have received them all as board members, as an agency. We have read them, I understand we need to build trust, and I trust that we are going to do that. But your voices are heard, and we have taken them into consideration. And but at the end of the day, we have to make a decision. So with that, motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Item number 26. Request authorization to enter into an affordable rental housing agreement and restriction in connection with the proposed development located at 1742 through 1748 Dorchester Avenue, and to take all related actions. Caitlin.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Secretary Polhemus, and Director Jemison. Caitlin Coppinger, Deputy Director of Comprehensive Planning. The vote in front of you tonight is to enter into an affordable rental housing agreement and restriction with Dimmy Inc. to restrict 2 of their units at their proposed 1742 Dorchester Ave project. The proposed 14-unit building did not trigger BPDA Article 80 review, but did go through the Zoning Board of Appeal review, and the proponent committed to restricting 2 units at 70% AMI under the IDP program. I'm happy to answer any questions about the vote in front of you tonight.
Okay, questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye, motion passes. Item number 27, request authorization to issue a certification of approval pursuant to Article 80E, small project review of the zoning code for the proposed construction of 46 residential rental units, including 7 IDP rental units, 33 vehicle parking spaces, and 64 bicycle parking spaces located at 1420 Dorchester Avenue, and to take all related actions. Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Secretary Bohemus, and Director Jemison. My name is Scott Greenhall, and I'm a project manager with Development Review. The proposed project before you is an Article 80 small project located at 420 Dorchester Avenue in Dorchester. The proposed project comprises the demolition of the existing structure occupying the project site and construction of a 5-story, approximately 63,727 gross square foot building with an approximate gross floor area of 42,923 square feet. That will include 46 residential rental units, including 7 IDP units, and up to 33 off-street vehicle parking spaces located in a below-grade garage. Of the 46 residential rental units, 26 will be 1-bedroom units and 20 will be 2-bedroom units. The proposed project also will include an interior bicycle storage room with space for 55 bicycles for residents and 9 exterior bicycle storage spaces. On May 1st, 2023, the BPDA received a small project review application from the proponent. The BPDA hosted a virtual public meeting on May 25th. The public meeting was advertised in the local newspapers and a notice was posted on the BPDA's calendar. The comment period ended May 31st. I will now turn it over to Eileen Michaud to cover the planning context before the development team begins their presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Next slide, please. Great. Good evening, Chair Rojas, Secretary Bohemus, members of the board, and Director Jemison. Again, my name is Eileen Michaud, and I'm the BPDA planner assigned to this project. The proposed project at 1420 Dorchester Avenue is located within a neighborhood shopping subdistrict of Article 65, the Dorchester Neighborhood District. The dimensional requirements in this subdistrict allow moderate heights up to 40 feet and a tightly knit built fabric with limited setback requirements. While the project site is located within the boundaries of Plan Glover's Corner, released as a final draft in November 2019, the plan is not used as adopted city guidance for this reason. However, many recommendations from the plan align with current adopted citywide plans and planning initiatives. These include housing siting goals of the Squares and Streets initiative launched in fall 2023, which encourages denser housing and retail within existing mixed-use contexts, which are close to rapid transit. The proposed project's location on the segment of Dorchester Avenue, with many existing retail and customer services, less than half a mile from the Fields Corner Red Line station, make this an ideal location for transit-oriented mixed-use development. Next slide, please. The proposed project is taller and more dense than zoning requirements. However, it provides more significant setbacks and usable open space than required to mitigate the greater density, and the need to create housing and walkable transit-oriented locations justifies the building height violation. Along Dorchester Avenue, a ground floor commercial use and a public arts display serve to activate the street, which is improved to meet complete street standards while preserving mature existing street trees. The height respects the scale of the abutting neighborhood with the incorporation of top floor step backs to push the upper levels towards Dorchester Avenue. The proposed project further mitigates the proposed density with a minimum 10-foot front yard setback, creating a more functional public realm for gathering and circulation. After board approval and subsequent ZBA approval of the required zoning relief, the project will continue design review with the BPDA. Thank you, and I'll turn it to the development team.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Mike Delafave. I'm an architect and studio director at Rhodey Architects in Boston. Very happy to be here and present this project tonight. So the project itself is located, project site is located just to the north of the junction of Dorchester Avenue and Adams Street. This is a very vibrant community, and it's also a collection of really great, vibrant buildings that exist in Fields Corner. So as I'll take you through, we really worked off of that idea of great, rich materials. Next slide, please. So I'll focus your attention just to the lower left-hand image. This is the project site. There's an existing one-story building there, which is currently on the lot line, on the front lot line of the sidewalk. And then, as mentioned, this is one of those mature trees that exist currently in front of the property, in which we are seeking to maintain that tree. Next slide, please. There we go. So I'll work you all sort of north to south on the plan. So this is the project site plan. We're really excited to first of all provide a 20-foot setback in the rear of the building to buffer between some lower scale residential buildings to our east. And then we're excited that there's a 12-foot existing curb cut that we're looking to maintain. That curb cut will gain access for a below-grade garage. And then sort of working south on the plan, we have a 2,800 square foot commercial space, which we're really excited to be able to provide for the community. There's a 10-foot additional sidewalk in front of that. And as we move even further down the plan, there's opportunity for art installations in what will become a 25-foot setback for a large kind of south or southeast facing plaza. That brings you into the main lobby of the project, and the main lobby is a kind of through lobby that links the sort of south-west plaza with what is a rear yard condition. I'm really excited to be able to provide some large kind of outdoor space for the residents of this development. This is also connected to the bike room and the trash room right on the southern part of the property. Next slide, please. These are just a collection of sidewalk sections that we wanted to present to you. So moving kind of left to right, there's a 13-foot setback at the drive aisle, which gives adequate area for cars to pull off of the sidewalk before they go into the garage. 10-foot setback at the commercial space, and then again that 25-foot setback that exists right in front of that existing tree on the what is the southwest side of the site. Next slide, please. So this is just an overall street section, which gives you a better sense of how the building is fitting into the Dorchester Avenue as a whole. Next slide, please. Collection of elevations. The project is 58 feet 4 in height, but there's a fair amount of topography, so that the sections show that as well. And then, as mentioned, in the rear of the building, we're stepping back to 4 stories as it kind of tails back into the existing neighborhoods. Next slide. So give you a couple of visuals of the building. So this is on the right-hand side of the image. You're looking at the opportunity for some artwork out in front of that plaza. And on the left-hand side, it gives you a sense of the entry into the garage and that commercial space. And again, that mature tree resides in front of the building. Next slide. So again, I think we're really excited, and the development team has really pushed us to think about really rich materials. So we're looking into brick and terracotta, some cementitious panels as well. But this really ties into a kind of richly detailed, kind of vibrant community that exists in Fields Corner. Next slide, please. Oh, could you go back? Oh, there we go. So this is the view of the project looking from Fields Corner, and you can see the step backs in the massing of the project. The other thing I'll just mention, which we've been really excited to work with this team on, is that they've also challenged us not to create a kind of back of the building. So the entire project is or kind of skinned in a language that's consistent on both the front and the rear. Next. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that presentation. Do we have questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Lansmore?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. Motion passes. Great project. It looks really great. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay. Here we go. Item number 28. Request authorization to issue a certification of approval pursuant to Article 80E Small Project Review of the Zoning Code for the proposed construction of 36 residential rental units, including 6 IDP rental units, 15 car parking spaces, and 40 bicycle parking spaces located at 81 Hancock Street, to take all related actions. Scott.
Thank you again, Madam Chair, members of the board, Secretary Bohemus, and Director Jemison. Once again, my name is Scott Greenhall, and I'm Project Manager with Development Review. The proposed project before you is an Article 80 small project located at 81 Hancock Street in Dorchester. The proposed project comprises the construction of an approximately 33,595 gross square foot building above the existing ground floor retail. The proposed project will contain 36 residential rental dwelling units comprised of 15 studio units, 12 one-bedroom units, 6 two-bedroom units, and 3 three-bedroom units. 6 of the units will be designated as affordable. Additionally, there will be 15 vehicle parking spaces and 40 bicycle parking spaces for use by residents. On August 18th, 2023, the BPDA received a small project review application from the proponent. The BPDA hosted virtual public meetings on September 13th and October 23rd. The public meetings were advertised in the local newspapers, and a notice was posted on the BPDA's calendar. The comment period ended November 2nd. I will now turn it over to Ella Wise to cover the planning context before the development team begins their presentation. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Secretary Bohemus, and Director Jemison. My name is Ella Wise, and I'm the zoning compliance reviewer assigned to this project. The proposed project is located within the Dorchester Neighborhood Zoning District 3-family residential subdistrict. The area has undergone recent planning as part of the Fairmount Indigo Planning Initiative, specifically the Upham's Corner Station Area Plan, adopted in 2015. And in terms of neighborhood context, the site is within a half mile of Upham's Corner, along a 2-lane street with mixed uses serving the local neighborhood, and it's on a corner lot with a 1-story commercial building and surface parking. Next slide. While the Upham's Corner Station Area Plan was never codified in zoning, it provides a vision for the area to support local serving businesses while encouraging mixed income housing to expand housing choices and attract new residents. Specifically, the plan recommends along this stretch the extension of a Main Street district, basically an active walkable mixed-use district from Columbia Road down Hancock Street. Next slide, please. The project includes commercial and multifamily uses, which are currently forbidden in zoning, and exceeds the maximum height in FAR. However, given the planning and neighborhood context, this diversity of uses and increase in density is encouraged. In addition to zoning, planning, and neighborhood context, close consideration during project review was also given to the landscaping and screening of the parking spaces, access to bike amenities, and architectural design. With that, I'll turn it over to the proponent. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Ella, and thank you, Scott. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, and Mr. Director, and thank you for all you do. My name is Mike Ross. I am an attorney with the law firm of Prince Bell. With me tonight is architect Peter Vanko, and we're both here on behalf of our client, Height and Win, the property owner and a Dorchester resident. The opportunity here for us tonight is to follow the most recent planning guidelines from the BPDA for this part of Dorchester and create residential units on top of existing retail businesses. In this case, we are proposing 3 floors of residential above the existing structure, which will continue to allow 2 of the small businesses to operate even during construction. A third business, a small pizza store, will become the new entrance to the residences and will therefore need to close once construction begins. Next slide, please. The right side portion of the new building will now cover the previous open-air parking lot, providing 15 parking spaces and public bicycle parking, as well as help to frame the additional landscaping and significant setbacks, including an outdoor residential area and bike storage room that will surround the building. A previous curb cut on Charles Street will be removed and will allow for neighborhood street parking. And the very large curb cut on Hancock Street will be narrowed to a more reasonable 10 feet and again allow for neighborhood street parking. The building itself steps back generously to allow for the abutting property on the right to have a wide view corridor from their building, which was an important consideration of the community. At this point, I'd ask for next slide. I'll turn it over to the architect to take you through the building itself, Peter Vanko. Peter.
Thank you, Mike. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yeah.
Good evening. We have 36 total units in the building, and working above the existing building in a way that we retain some of the valuable fabric of the existing building while also really maximizing what is an anomalous site. It's uncommon to have the one-story building like this with so much ground to work with that has been a parking lot and certainly has been used for those businesses, but to build above that in a way that we think is really clever and fits in with the fabric of the neighborhood as well. So one of our challenges was trying to figure out the types of units that we really felt would work. And we worked with the BPDA ownership, actively modeled and looked at needs of specific unit types. And that led very much to the program that we arrived at, which is a good mix of studios, 1s, 2s, and 3s. What you see before you here is a typical floor plate, and it is the same up through the entire building. You have 3 levels of 12 units per floor, and effectively it's a good mix. There's not any one concentration of studios. There are family-size units that are mixed with studios and 1s. It's going to be a very well-mixed floor plate of serving all different types of people. It's great for the neighborhood. Essentially, bridging over the parking area, which is to the far right, is what I will call the lower scale, more Dorchester townhouse type look. You'll see angled bays within the floor plate. There's an undulation in the facade that just really creates a beautiful contextual massing that really has been well received by the neighborhood. So we're very proud of that. So next slide, please. This is just a reinforcement of that massing. We're trying to work not only in plan with facade undulation, but we're also utilizing varying roof heights, things to break up the massing, make it feel contextual, make it feel like the goal here, really, we heard clearly from the neighborhood, was to make this feel like it's always been there. And the consensus has been that it does appear that way. So we're very proud of that. Next slide, please. As you can see, and maybe it's not really one of those things it's immediately clear, but on one side of Hancock to our north, that there's a lot of topographical rise. Many three families that are only 3 stories tall, they almost have to walk up another story. So many of those rooftops are 40, 45 feet in the air. So relative to our building, which is just over 40 feet itself, it's not all that different. So actually from a cornice line standpoint, that's really the intention of these drawings. It almost aligns. Next slide, please. This is that step back that we were talking about. I failed to mention previously, BPDA worked with us and wisely wanted the building to appear as if it was 2 buildings. And that's something here, you see this massive lighter gray portion of the building. It steps back, it recedes. That is more or less our garage entry. There's no formal door on the parking area, but it is screened quite well. But it is a way that the massing recedes and steps back, paying homage to the building to our right, which that ridge line, that's effectively a 5-story building by the time you add the attic into it. So as mentioned previously, the buildings are quite tall in this district. Next slide, please. This is from across the street. This kind of shows that relationship. The building to our right, although it is a gabled structure, it is the anomaly. Most of the structures in this district, all up and down Hancock in these blocks, are flat-roofed buildings. Next slide, please. To our rear, this was a point of a lot of work that the BPDA had interest in where we placed our bike parking. In our case, we also added a fully handicapped accessible ramp to the rear. The thinking is that residents, and this is really for residents only, this bike parking may be accessed, and this is Troll Street that we're seeing the back of the building off of Troll, that residents may bring their bicycles up this ramp area, and that may be the primary access point upon which they're able to park their bicycles. And there's a rear access to what is a through lobby that Attorney Ross alluded to previously. The pizza shop is effectively goes all the way through the existing building. That will be maintained in the new lobby, which is also a through lobby. Something we've done cleverly here with the bike parking is that we have a stainless steel screen that is backed by a plexiglass. So it's weatherproof, but at the same time, it's naturally lit. It will have artificial lighting for nighttime usage, but during the daytime, it's naturally lit, a lot of safety. You can see through, see in, it's not opaque walls. So we're proud of that. And the tan screen there in the front, the wood screen, that is housing our transformer, and all of our electrical services, all of our main electric will come in right through this corner. So we think it's well managed, and we're kind of proud of the back of house aspects of this building. So next slide, please. As we get to the back of house is actually shown here in plan view. The transformer is in the upper left there of that plan. The ramp travels along the top edge of the plan there. We do have a resident amenity space that's outside, a lot of seating. We are greening the site in some really clever ways that are useful, that will help screen the building from adjacent properties, but also do wonderful things for creating really nice places that people will want to be. So this is an example of these types of benches that we're using, these oversized pebble seats, just some really cool treatments for the residents there. Next slide, please. And just in quick summary here, 36 rental units, 6 of which will be IDP. The 100 or so construction jobs will be created by this project will be very valuable to our city. 40 bike parking spaces. There's a lot to be said for the existing retail that's in the area that's going to benefit from the visitor bike parking, encouraging bicycle usage to continue access to the businesses that are there, but now coming by bicycle versus car. And then also the residences, all of the bicycle parking that is provided there. It should be noted too that within 75 feet of the building entrance, there are bus stops. And so there is a lot of public transportation right here along Hancock. And then lastly, just ending with 100% electric usage. We won't be using any fossil fuels for domestic hot water heating. There's no natural gas coming into the building. So we will be 100% electric with solar panel potential on the roof. We'll have to see what kinds of programs we can get into for that. So next slide, please. And I'll turn it back to you, Mike.
We're all set. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you for your presentation. Questions or comments from the board? I just want to say, I really like it. You should be proud of that. It is clever. I like the preservation of the existing retail and the feel of that, because that very much is what our neighborhood's like. So,
thank you.
Yeah. Roll call, or no, a motion's in order.
So moved. Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, item number 29, request authorization to issue a certification of approval compliance pursuant to section 80B large project review of the zoning code in connection with the notice of project change filed by JLCD Development and the Michaels Organization as 554 Columbia Road LLC on October 6, 2023, and to issue a determination waiving further review pursuant to Article 80, large project review of the zoning code for the 554 through 562 Columbia Road project, and to execute an updated cooperation agreement to take all related actions. Stephen.
Good evening, and thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Madam Secretary, and Director Jameson. My name is Stephen Harvey. I'm a Senior Project Manager at the BPDA, and again, I want to thank you for your time today. The proposal I bring before you today is 554-562 Columbia Road, located in Dorchester's Uplands Corner. On October 6, 2023, the Boston Planning and Development Agency received the notice of project change from the proponent. The notice of project change proposed changes to the July 16, 2022 board-approved residential project. The proposed notice of project change calls for a partnership with the Michaels Organization, phasing of the proposal, and the removal of 24 parking spaces. The proposed notice of project change is still proposing to add a total of 65 affordable units to the city's housing stock. However, the proposal will break the project into two phases. Phase 1 proposes a 5-story residential building at the rear of the proposed project site. The residential building will contain 50 units of senior affordable housing. The future Phase 2 will preserve the existing building on Columbia Road, known locally as Fox Hall. The future Phase 2 Fox Hall building will contain 15 units of affordable housing and ground floor commercial space. Held a joint IAG public meeting for the proposal. The joint IAG public meeting was advertised in the local paper and via email. I would now like to pass it over to my planning colleague Ford. Ford will touch on the resources guiding staff review of the proposed project and key considerations. Once Ford completes his slides, the development team will present their portion of the proposal. Once the presentation is complete, the development team, Ford, and I will answer any questions put forward by the board. Thank you once again for your time this evening.
All right, thank you for that, Stephen. Good evening, Chair Rojas, Secretary Palamas, members of the board, and Director Jemison. My name is Ford Del Vecchio, and I'm the BPDA Zoning Compliance Reviewer assigned to this project. BPDA planners use the zoning, citywide plans and policies, local context, including present density and recent construction, as well as community feedback in order to review the proposed project during the review process. The project site is located within a neighborhood shopping zoning subdistrict of the Dorchester Neighborhood Zoning District and is therefore subject to Article 65 of the Zoning Code. The project site is also located within the Uplands Corner Neighborhood Design Overlay District and is subject to Article 65, Section 632 of the Zoning Code. as well as a Boston, Massachusetts Historical Commission historic inventory area. Next slide, please. The proposed project is located within the Upham's Corners Arts and Innovation District. This district is the product of several planning processes, including the Upham's Corner implementation process and the Upham's Corner Station Area Plan of the Fairmount Indigo Planning Initiative. A primary goal of these planning processes is the promotion of economic development without displacement. While the proposed project is larger in scale in the existing context in which it is located, Upham's Corners Arts and Innovations District does not provide dimensional guidelines for private land. The overall program that combines new investment while retaining existing income-restricted units is consistent with the primary planning goal of preventing residential displacement. Thank you, and I will now turn over to the development team to present the project in more detail.
Thank you, Ford. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Director Jemison, Secretary Paulimas. Good to be with you. Joe Hanley, attorney, zoning and land use attorney for the proponent, with McDermott, Quilty, Miller, and Hanley in Boston. I'd like to take you through the presentation quickly and let you know that I have the team with us for any questions, and that would be my client, Michael Rooney with JLC Development, who is the owner and the original proponent. As Stephen had indicated, we were partnering on this NPC with the Michaels organization, which is a well-experienced, established housing operator in the city, and Meg Close, who is with the Michaels, is also with us. I'm going to do the quick part of presenting for our architect who could not be here, Jim Pedesky from the architectural team. Just real quickly to take you through this. So I want to thank Stephen Harvey, Ford. I want to thank the BPDA staff for helping us through the original approved project that we have, but also with this NPC, which is an improvement on the approved project and is going to address the need for senior housing and elderly affordable housing and allow this project to go forward sooner rather than later. So what are the summary of changes here? Basically what we're proposing is to break this into two phases and is to allow us to proceed with creating senior housing in the new building at the back of the site, and then to connect it as part of phase two. Previous approvals was as one combined addition with one development. And again, mentioned we're working with the Michaels organization. We're able to deliver 50 units of all income restricted housing for elderly and senior residents. And then to return in phase two to renovate and redeliver the 15 affordable units that already exist. Again, a development without displacement. In order for this to move forward and address the housing crisis for a demographic that is very much at need, we were able to work with the BPDA and revise the parking configuration, which was cost excessive, and have now removed the parking from the site, but made some changes to the programming, obviously, that we'll go through. We're also added Arian Street drop-off, which is, we'll show you in the plans. We're also going to be widening that street, which is more like an alley, so that's a public improvement. And we've improved the outdoor amenity space applicable for seniors, and remain committed to preservation of the Foxhall building. Next slide, please. Okay, so just to bring you to the site, you'll see in the red hash, this is the property site is directly right in the heart of Upham's Corner, directly across the street from the Strand Theater. You'll see that in the foreground of the site is the Foxhall building, and in the back is this large, underutilized, unimproved surface lot that we want to create senior housing on as part of this NPC. Next slide, please. So just bring you in a little closer, looking from the south, from across at the Strand, and looking at the Foxhall building, 4 stories, a historic gem of a building that will remain. And as part of the second phase, we'll go through a historic tax credit renovation, and you start to see the context of the area. Next slide, please. So as we bring you in, the rendering that you're looking at is what was approved by the BPDA last summer, and also approved by the zoning board. Last spring, in the spring of 2022, and then approved by the zoning board this summer. And again, it was contemplated as a single phase simultaneous renovation, restoration of Foxhall, and inclusion of that building in the back, which was approved a little bit larger than what we're proposing now. Next slide, please. So you can see the senior housing. This is the NPC, the new addition at the back for those 50 units that would be later connected through a connector, which you'll see in the middle, to the future phase 2 of Foxhall. Next slide, please. And this is a view. You'll see Virginia Street in the back, looking west, and the section beneath that you'll see, that is Arion Street, which I said is more like an alley. It's 11 feet wide. This project through the NPC, we're going to widen that to 14, and also improve the pedestrian and access for new senior residents with a vehicle drop-off to alleviate those impacts, and improved public realm pedestrian safety and connectivity. Next slide, please. View from across the street, you're seeing the existing Foxhall building, and you see the first phase that would then be connected with that connector subsequently, and you can see that in the foreground and some of the improvements that we're making at the public realm. Next slide, please. So this is intended to show you, for the site plan, that one of the things we got relief for from the ZBA, and it's important to point out that this NPC does not require any new or additional zoning code relief. It is actually smaller in volume and complies with the very same setbacks and the relief that we were granted, which was open space, height, and FAR. So we're not extending any of that. And what you're seeing here is actually an improvement to the open space with some amenities that are appropriate for the senior housing component. Again, the vehicular drop-off, the expansion of Arion Street, the improvement to pedestrian access and safety, and the like. And what's important here too is we're retaining the same 10-foot setback in the rear, which was an important point of discussion with our neighbors on Virginia Street. Next slide, please. So essentially the same slide here, once again, if you can go forward one more. So the elevations, approximately 70 feet in height, which you'll see, which is also consistent with the existing zoning code relief, and an FAR of approximately 3, which is also consistent with the grant of relief that we have. So next slide, please. So just to show you how this all works, in the upper column with respect to the housing in the first phase shows you what was approved currently, and then the second column is showing you what we're proposing now, which again is a first phase of 50 units of senior housing, and they would be a mix of studios and 1-bedroom units, 21 studios, 29 1-bedroom units at a range of between 30% and 80% of AMI. So it's intended to provide housing for some of our, for those seniors who have less resources, and then also couples that have, some resources through a retirement, but don't need to be overhoused. So we do think that size of those units and the breakdown is appropriate. And so you'll see in the future, phase 2, that's the existing Foxhall. There are 15 SROs in there today. No one is being displaced because it's the second phase. When we do that second phase, we'll be improving those units there are now SROs into studios and 1-bedroom units, which you're seeing here. Next slide, please. So I don't think I have to go through this necessarily. Your AMI limits, but it's just, we use this in our discussions with the community. And at the senior population, you look at this and, you could have a senior that has an income of around $30,000 a year that would be able to qualify, which is really important. And you could have a couple, two elderly folks that have a combined resourced income of around $90,000 at the higher end. So very much in the sweet spot in addressing the demographic needs. The final thing I'll say is this location, and you heard this from the introduction on planning, we are within a walkshed of the Fairmont line for the Upham's Corner commuter rail station. And we're also programming this development in a way that both by virtue of the size of this, but the demographics that we think is appropriate for its location. And I appreciate the opportunity that we've had to present to you all. Next slide, please, is probably just the BPDR slide. You heard most of this. Again, we will still be providing 65 affordable units, all income restricted development, which was approved. We're breaking into 2 phases, the first phase being the 50 units of affordable senior housing, and then we'll be back for the historic tax credit renovation and delivery of those 15 improved units as part of the second phase. That second phase has a little over 5,000 square feet of retail and commercial space that is operating today and will be further supported by this additional folks and this improvement to the overall property. And the connectivity with 25 indoor bike spaces, 10 outdoor bike spaces, again, better connection within that walkshed to the commuter rail, as well as conveniences to the bus lines. And we're really proud that, this was approved in just 2022, so we had a lot of sustainability commitments, but we've actually further improved upon that. An all-electric building, sustainable development for healthy living for seniors, and our second phase of the renovation will meet the energy code, and we're 100% renewable option working through the community choice program. Again, all to create a healthy environment and address the demographics for our seniors and income restricted housing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. It's great to see this. So, questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
We'll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Congratulations. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Have a nice night.
Here's, okay, item number 30. Request authorization to enter into an affordable housing agreement in connection with the proposed development located at 1 Everett Street and to take all related actions. Caitlin.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, Secretary Polhemus, and Director Jemison. Again, Caitlin Coppinger, Deputy Director of Comprehensive Planning. The vote in front of you tonight is to enter into an affordable housing agreement with Everett Development Partners, LLC, to restrict 2 of their condominium units at their proposed 1 Everett Street project. The proposed 14-unit homeownership building did not trigger BPDA Article 80 review, but did go through the Zoning Board of Appeals, and the proponent committed to restricting 2 units under the IDP program. I'm happy to answer any questions about the vote and the restriction in front of you tonight.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Item number 31. Request authorization to waive further review of the institutional master plan notification form for renewal of the Boston Children's Hospital institutional master plan pursuant to Section 80D of the code and to take all related actions. Scott.
Thank you again, Madam Chair, members of the board, Secretary Polhemus, and Director Jemison. Once again, my name is Scott Greenhall, and I'm a project manager with Development Review. The proposal before you this evening is the Boston Children's Hospital Institutional Master Plan for renewal for the years 2023 through 2025. This is a proposed renewal of the existing IMP that was renewed through a board approval in November 2013. At this time, Boston Children's Hospital does not anticipate any new institutional projects for the term of the renewed IMP. Boston Children's Hospital filed an IMP-NF notifying their intent to renew on November 13th, 2023. The IMP-NF was shared with all internal and external stakeholders, and the neighborhood was notified of the filing via email as well as an ad in the Boston Herald dated November 13th. The comment period for this IMP renewal ended December 13th. I will now turn it over to Lisa Hogarty from Boston Children's Hospital to begin the presentation, after which we would be happy to take questions from the board. Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Madam Secretary, board members, Director Jemison. I'm Lisa Hogarty. I'm Senior Vice President of Real Estate at Boston Children's Hospital. As Scott mentioned, we're here to seek approval for a 2-year extension on our institutional master plan. If I could go to the next slide, please. Our original IMP was approved in 2008, and we have had several amendments over the last 15 years. Our most recent amendment was to authorize patient-family housing at 819 Beacon Street, which the board approved this time last year, and the Zoning Commission in December. Our most recent amendment did not change our expiration date, and so we filed last month for a 2-year extension to go out to December 2025. Next slide, please. Just as a refresher, we have 3 areas in our IMP overlay districts. The first on the right-hand lower side is the core campus, which is the main campus is divided by Longwood Avenue. You can see the addresses and the buildings associated with that. And then Autumn Street, which is on the western edge of the LMA along Longwood Avenue and the Riverway, and then 819 Beacon Street in the Fenway. Next slide, please. These are the projects that have been completed as part of the original IMP. Only 2 have not been. 340 Brookline, which is the Feldberg Garage site, we proposed that as a research building at some point, but right now it's just a little too expensive to build. And then 819 Beacon Street, we're also looking forward to getting that project off the ground at some point. Next slide, please. And then lastly, our community benefits, which we take is one of our core missions. In addition to our annual pilot payment, we run the Martha Elliott Community Health Center in Jamaica Plain, and last year, next door, we opened the Family Food Connections in collaboration with BHA, and have served over 4,500 families this past year. It's been a huge success. And next slide, just to say thank you.
Awesome, thank you so much. Questions or comments from the board? All right, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
We'll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
The chair votes aye, motion passes. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, item number 32. Request authorization to adopt an amendment to the report and decision and regulatory agreement for the Franklin Hill Phase 1, Chapter 121A project, approving the transfer of a partnership interest in the project. John.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board, Secretary Polhamus and Director Jemison. My name is John Spillane. I'm an attorney in the Office of General Counsel. Before you today is a request for authorization to approve an amendment to the report and decision and regulatory agreement for the Franklin Hills Phase 1 121A project, approving a transfer of partnership interest in the project. Franklin Hills is a project located in Dorchester, which called for the demolition of an existing 366 units of public housing and the construction of 350 units of new affordable rental and affordable home ownership units. The project was developed in 2 phases over a 4-year period. To provide background, on January 11th, 2007, the BRA voted to adopt a report and decision for the project. Such vote was approved by the mayor on January 22nd, 2007, and the vote was filed with the clerk of the city of Boston on January 29th, 2007. By this report and decision, 2 legal entities, Trinity Franklin Hill Phase 1 Limited Partnership, was created for Phase 1 of the proposed project, and Trinity Franklin Hill 4 Phase 1 Limited Partnership was created for Phase 1B of the proposed project. Together, they are known as the applicants and were designated as the Chapter 121A entities to undertake Franklin Hills Phase 1. On February 28, 2007, the applicants and the authority entered into 2 separate regulatory agreements, one for each respective phase. On November 20th, 2023, the applicants filed with the authority an application entitled Application for Approval to Transfer a Partnership Interest pursuant to General Laws, Chapter 121A. The application seeks the authority's approval to approve a transfer of partnership interest and approve a new ownership structure. The applicants request approval of the transfer of 99.99% partnership interest from the applicants to Trinity Financial Asset LLC, an affiliate of the applicants. The transfer consideration of this partnership interest is $25,000. This request is being made due to the expiration of the initial 15-year low-income housing tax credit compliance period. As a result, the investor limited partner is requesting to exit the project. All capital installments due from the investor limited partner have been received by the partnership. There is no change to the general partner of the partnership. The new limited partner, an affiliate of the general partner, will enter into an assignment and assumption agreement and step into the shoes of the investor limited partner. Aside from this, the structure of the transaction remains the same. The proposed amendment to the report and decision grants the requested approval. Incorporated in the amendment are findings and determinations to authorize the applicant's assignment of the respective 99.99% partnership interest to Trinity Financial Asset LLC in accordance with the Acts of 1960, Chapter 652, Section 13 as amended. It's important to note that the affordability restriction will remain in place and it will remain unchanged. The General Counsel of the BPDA has determined that the changes set forth in the 121A application pursuant to Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 121A, do not collectively constitute a fundamental change. It is the recommendation of BPDA staff to approve the 121A application, a complete copy of which has been provided, as it provides sufficient evidence for the BPDA to make the findings and determinations necessary to approve the transfer of interest in the Franklin Hill Phase 1 121A project under the Massachusetts General Laws in Chapter 652 of the Acts of 1960 as amended. Thank you, and happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing and seeing none, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Julian Smart?
Aye.
Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thanks.
Thank you, everyone. Have a wonderful day.
You too. Item number 33. Request authorization to issue a determination pursuant to Section 80A-6 of the zoning code in connection with the notice of project change for the construction of 114 residential rental units, including 20 IDP units, 43,000 square feet. Is that right? Or is it, is that 43,000 or is that 4,300?
It's 43,000.
I did 43,000. That's just the zero comment. Okay. Square feet of retail space, 20 car parking spaces, and 116 bicycle parking spaces located at 270 Dorchester Avenue, and to take all related actions. Tyler.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. The proposal before you is the second notice of project change for the previously approved project 270 Dorchester Ave in South Boston. This project was originally board approved in May of 2017 and then subsequently had its first notice of project change approved in January of 2019 for a change from rental to condos. Now at this time, the project is seeking a change back to rental units as well as a change in ownership to the Ave.270 LLC. a change in overall parking spaces from 70 to 20, a change in square footage to the retail space. Additionally, the project is also contributing a redesigned public realm space on the site not included in the original approval. Lastly, the BPDA held a sponsored public meeting on October 17, 2023 that was well attended and advertised in the local newspaper. Now, before I turn it over to Eileen from our planning department, I'd like to say thank you to the development team, elected officials, and city agencies who helped review the proposed 270 Dorchester Ave notice of project change. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Tyler. Good evening, Chair Rojas, Secretary Polimas, members of the board, and Director Jemison. For the last time tonight, my name is Eileen, and I'm the BPDA planner assigned to this project. The proposed project at 270 Dorchester Avenue is located within the boundaries of Plan South Boston Dorchester Avenue, also refers to as Plan Ave, which was adopted by the BPDA board in 2016. The zoning designation for the project site is within the base code and a general manufacturing subdistrict, which does not support the recommended bonus density height maximums from the plan or the goals of Squares and Streets initiative to co-locate denser residential development near existing transit. Additionally, the study area for the South Boston Transportation Action Plan, which is an ongoing transportation planning initiative, expected to be released in draft form in winter 2024, also covers this site. Next slide, please. The project site is located within Use Zone 3 of Plan Ave, as shown on the map on the left. The proposed multifamily residential building supports the dimensional and land use recommendations of the plan. It is below the bonus density height maximum of 120 feet and is a transit-oriented project within 0.3 miles of the Broadway Red Line station with a 0.18 parking ratio. To note, this parking ratio is below Boston Transportation Department parking maximums of 0.75 for this site. New public open space is delivered in a new public plaza along an extension of B Street along the side of the project site. Lastly, the proposed project maintains a 17% IDP contribution as cited in Plan Ave and contributes bonus density benefits with over 2,200 square feet of subsidized commercial space and financial contribution to local open space maintenance. Next slide, please. In summary, the proposed project is not compliant with use and dimensional subdistrict requirements of current zoning due to Plan Ave not being adopted into zoning. However, the project is consistent with Plan Ave recommendations for use dimensions and public realm creation. After board approval, the project will continue design review with the BPDA. Thank you, and I will turn it to the development team now.
Good evening, Chair Rojas, Director Jemison, members of the board. My name is Mark Lacasse, and I am zoning counsel to the development team, and am happy to present this notice of project change to you for a project that has been approved a couple of times by this board, and presently is an uninviting hole in the ground at the corner of Dorchester Ave and B Street. The project started construction in the late part of 2019 and ran headlong into the COVID construction moratorium, and then various other things happened to lead to that project being thrown off the rails, if you will. But the project before you is essentially the same project, but much better. It's been redesigned by new architects, Embark, and a lot of fun and exciting things that Jim Rohnstock from Embark will show you, including a very attractive public park along B Street, which originally had been a clunky series of raised elevations that have now come down to grade level and really present a nice park. Also, the next slide, please. The site location is the intersection of B Street and Dorchester Ave, right where Dorchester Ave and Old Colony come together at the intersection, just a short walk from the Broadway T station, which has the number 9 bus, the number 11 bus, 47 bus, crosstown, and of course the Red Line. Also walk over the West 4th Street Bridge and you're right into the south end, so it's a super walkable site. Lots of other things have been going on in this corridor as a result of Plan.Ave. This was actually one of the very first projects that this board considered after the adoption of Plan.Ave back in 2016. And since then, you've approved a lot of projects along the Old Colony corridor, some of which have been built, some of which are waiting to be built. But one of the things that we've done with this notice of project change is to be responsive to the other projects that have been approved and the other things that are going on in this corridor to make it an even better project, as I've said. The underlying zoning is inconsistent with the rest of South Boston, which was largely rezoned under Article 68. This is just one of those straggler zones, manufacturing 1, but we have received full approval from the Zoning Board of Appeals in the past. This project is consistent with all of that prior relief that has been granted, which most recently was extended by the Zoning Board through July of 2024, so we're all set on that front, if you will. Next slide, please. So the neighborhood context, B Street from West Broadway to Dorchester Ave used to be a series of one-story automotive workshops, garages, gas stations, and body shops. It has largely been transformed over the past 10 years. These are context photos looking down B Street from West Broadway or from Dorchester Ave with many new residential buildings. The lower right-hand corner building, for example, is 55 West 5th Street, which was approved and already built and fully occupied, 50 residential units. Right next door to that in the vacant parcel there, a few months ago, this board approved 34 B Street, and then the balance of B Street leading all the way to 270 Dorchester Ave is now largely residential, thus transformed from auto body shops to residential, which makes for a nice corridor connecting Broadway to Dorchester Ave, which now leads to the new and emerging Dorchester Ave and Old Colony corridors. Next slide. The project before you, other than a much better project, largely remains the same. Instead of condominiums, it is going to be rental, and that is largely a result of the financial markets presently. There's virtually no appetite for financing condominium buildings, so if we're going to turn this from a hole in the ground to a nice, attractive 114-unit building, right now it needs to be rental, so that's one of the component parts that we're asking for your approval. The height remains the same, 69 feet, which, as Eileen noted, is below that which would have been allowed under the density bonus of up to 120 feet under Plan.Ave. 114 units, 17% or 20 are IDP. The retail and restaurant space, which will be occupied by a cafe, is slightly reduced in size, and that's back to Madam Chair, your question about the square footage of the retail space. In reading this item, it's 4,300 square feet, but it's even further subdivided between the cafe and then the below market commercial space, which we're very excited about, 2,250 square feet for Ultimate Self-Defense and Performance Center, which was a fantastic martial arts program for kids in South Boston that used to be in one of the buildings at this location, and that was a very important part of the original process. Ultimate Self-Defense is currently over on East 8th Street, but we are in constant communication with the director and the program director of that terrific program, and they are coming back into the building, and they're going to be the occupants of the below market commercial space right at ground floor for the kids to come and utilize that fantastic program. Parking has been substantially reduced. There originally were two full underground parking decks to be built. The project site is right over one of the Red Line tunnels, and eliminating one of the lower levels of parking makes for a much more feasible and engineerable project. Also, the 50 rental car for Enterprise Rent-A-Car, that's no longer part of the project, and the further reduction to 20 residential spaces is certainly more consistent with the new amendment to the Plan.Ave for the transportation of this area, and 20 parking spaces with other mobility measures makes it far more consistent with the Plan.Ave and the subsequent transportation amendment to that plan. Lastly, there's a Parks and Recreation contribution for a nearby park. Next slide. And with that, I will thank you for your time, understanding that we are at the end of the agenda, and turn it over to Jim Rohnstock for a brief presentation of the proposed floor plans and the other design enhancements that have been made to the building. And thank you so much.
Good evening. I'm Jim Rohnstock from Embark, the architect for the project. As Mark alluded to, what we're showing here is the proposed plans for the project, which, although are very similar to the original footprint and approved project, we've been working together with the BPDA staff to incorporate the updated planning goals for the site and the project itself, including improvements on the pedestrian experience in and around the building, transformer relocation from a public park to a more non-visible site at the rear of the site, and adding a new plaza at grade along B Street, as Mark alluded to, and relocating the garage entry to a B Street location. What you're seeing on the plans here, as Mark alluded to, is the improved park on the garage level scheme off of B Street that allows for more direct access to the building itself, as well as providing a direct access for the ultimate self-defense studio that's labeled as a nonprofit studio. On the first floor, we provided the retail cafe space in similar location that it was before. Next slide, please. The landscape component is similarly maintained from the previous design. What you're seeing here is the westernmost part of the site. What we're working towards is an improved pedestrian experience, and along Dorchester Ave, the building is set back slightly to allow for a widened sidewalk along the building, as well as areas for trees, a raised cycle track along Dorchester Ave, and then also improvements for connections for the pedestrians along B Street and to adjoining spaces, consisting of a raised tabletop crosswalk and curb extensions from B Street. Next slide, please. On the easternmost part of the site, what you're seeing in the middle of the slide is this new on-grade plaza that provides the prominent entry to the building, as well as the dedicated entrance to the ultimate self-defense space, and provides a wonderful at-grade location and landscape, seating opportunities, etc. And then to further along to the east of the site is an area of expanded landscape, almost park-like experience that we work together with the BPDA staff on to provide improved landscape areas in between our building and the adjacent residential building, while providing access to the West Street, 6th Street dead-end area, or access to the residential building, as well as the DOT's pump house at the rear of the site, but utilizing cool pavement technologies, so it would it's more sustainable and less of a heat island effect in that area, as well as again providing the raised crosswalk area, tying the two areas together. Next slide, please. What this does is demonstrate the improved and reimagined design character of the building from the earlier design. What we've looked at it is Dot Ave is more of a commercial aspect, while B Street has a more residential character. So this image here is the image along Dorchester Ave, where we've worked to not only articulate the facade along the street edge itself, but utilizing more appropriate materials that are found up and down Dorchester Ave. For instance, the brick, metal panel, and some fiber cement areas, and you're seeing some of the bike areas and landscaping along the building itself. Next slide, please. This is the view looking from Dorchester Ave down towards B Street and the neighboring residential buildings that Mark had alluded to earlier. And what you're seeing is the differentiation between the Dorchester Ave end of the building that has the more commercial aspect and flavor to it, and then transitioning to more residential feel along the B Street area itself, as well as now demonstrating the new on-grade plaza element that you'll see in a moment as well in more detail. So next slide, please. What this section and slide shows is the interconnection of the new on-grade plaza up through the building and connecting to the upper level of Dorchester Ave. And just the appearance of the new on-grade plaza itself in between the building itself, rather than the raised, fairly complicated assembly that was there before. Next slide, please. And the final slide really just demonstrates the real key feature, design feature of the project, this new on-grade plaza that creates the prominent entrance to the 270 address and the residential entrance to the building, as well as the adjacent entrance and dedicated entrance to the ultimate self-defense studio located on the garage level of the building. The improved landscape features, varied seating opportunities, landscape elements, and so forth in the plaza itself will drastically improve the public realm along B Street itself. In addition, I should mention that the house is also seeking passive house design approval, as well as being an all-electric design. And I believe that's the last slide.
All right.
Yes, and with that, Madam Chair, that concludes our presentation, though I did neglect to introduce that my clients for this project proposal are Scott Aron and Mark Dufton, who are on tonight, and thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Questions or comments from the board? All right, I really like.
Sorry.
Oh, go ahead, go ahead.
Chair, yeah, just quickly, could you, I mean, the reduction in parking seems to be the big concern on this one, looking through the comments. Can you speak a little bit more to how workable .18 is, and just provide a little more background on that?
Yes, as I mentioned initially, the site location is directly above a red line tunnel, and during the demolition of the original buildings and the initial construction of the underground parking facilities, there were some difficulties encountered by the prior developer in terms of penetrating some of the aspects of the red line tunnels, which created a huge problem. So in part, it's just engineering and feasibility that removal of the second level makes it a far more doable project. Also just the reduction of the enterprise parking spaces, because that business is no longer going to be there, so that comes out. The location is literally a 3-minute walk to the red line, and again with at least 4 major bus lines as well. And if this is not an example of transit-oriented development, then I don't know what would be. And again, the push from transportation planners generally has been a reduction of parking ratios, and that is, those are the component parts of how we got to the reduced parking.
I can also add too is just the client has worked through a sustainability program to encourage everything from bike usage to car sharing to, and also discourage personal vehicles use in the building itself, along with a work from home component within the building itself.
Okay, good. Questions or comments? I'm glad to see that this hole in the ground is going to get, hopefully, if all goes well, get filled, and just really, really like the improvements to the landscape and that creation. I think that's it's going to do wonders for that area. So just happy about that change. Okay. With that, a motion is order. Oh, no. With that, a motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Congratulations. Good luck.
Thank you again.
Thank you very much.
Okay, item number 38, request authorization to assign the lease for building 150 located at 153rd Avenue in the Charlestown Navy Yard from YMCA of Greater Boston to Constitution Inn LLC, and to authorize the director to enter into a third amendment to the lease and to take all related actions. Dennis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Out of respect for time, I won't repeat most of the background information that Quinn so eloquently presented earlier in this meeting. The current lease between YMCA and BPDA is scheduled to expire in 2056. Along with the assignment of the lease to Constitution Inn LLC, we are proposing an extension of that lease to 2087. Earlier in this process, BPDA procured an independent appraisal to advise of the fair rate to charge for this not-for-profit supportive housing use. Accordingly, we are proposing the following terms. $65,000 rent to BPDA per year, which will escalate annually by 3%. An extension fee of approximately $150,000 in the event that Constitution Inn LLC wishes to extend the lease term beyond for an additional 29 years to 2116. BPDA will receive 50% of any net revenue received by Constitution Inn for the lease of the fitness center back to the YMCA. We will receive transaction amount of 2% in the event that the lease is subsequently sold at a future date, and 2% of net proceeds if the lease is refinanced. Those terms are very consistent with the business model for BPDA long-term land leases, regardless of the product. Due to the atypical business model and the current economic conditions, which are affecting developments throughout the nation, we're requesting that the director be authorized to amend the terms, in particular the extension fee payment, the net revenue sharing percentage, the transaction rent payments, and if necessary, the annual percentage rent escalations, if it's determined at the discretion of the director that such concessions are necessary to ensure the successful development of the supported housing development. And thank you. I'm taking any questions you may have.
Dennis, questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thanks, Dennis.
Thank you all.
Okay, item number 39, personnel, Secretary Polhemus.
Good evening. We have a couple of items for consideration on the BRA agenda this evening. We have one out-of-state travel request with the details in your package, and we have two departures. In the Development Review Department, Michael Christopher, Director of Development Review. In the Director's Office, Chris Breen, Manager of Urban Renewal. That's all we have this evening.
Okay, great. Questions or comments from the board? Hearing and seeing none, motion is in order.
So moved.
Second.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Landsmark?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Thank you. And item number 40, contractual. I need a motion to pay the bills.
I move that we pay our bills.
Roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark?
Aye.
Second that.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Please pay the bills. And finally, director's update. Director Jemison, the floor is yours.
Good evening. Thank you very much, members of the board. It's my pleasure to be with you tonight. It's almost 11, so I'll try to dispense with too much of the ceremony and just get right to it. Thank you very much again for your hard work tonight, listening and voting. I do want to just highlight that we had 7 new development projects approved here, over 1,800 new residential units, of which about 30 were income restricted. It is the final board meeting of the year, which I'm sure you and everyone, all of our listeners, are appreciative of. I did want to highlight a few key things that happened during the year. We have significant accomplishments here, starting with neighborhood plans and recommended zoning for Charlestown, Newmarket, Mattapan. Charlestown zoning's been approved by the Zoning Commission already. We anticipate taking the other neighborhood amendments in January. The board also recommended zoning changes to allow childcare as citywide land use and inclusionary zoning, which have been approved by the Zoning Commission. Also, thank you tonight for your vote about downtown. But 70 projects approved this year that include 7,345 total residential units. That's the fourth highest year for housing unit approvals in the last decade, and it's 3 times higher than last year. Thank you very much for your work and the work of the board with you, work of the staff with you to get that to happen. Of those units, approximately 30%, or 2,209, were income restricted. That represents over $10 billion worth of construction, which will put over 15,000 tradespeople to work and create 25,000 direct and indirect jobs. These numbers and the items we described in planning work in neighborhoods represents an enormous amount of time and work of staff, and most importantly, community members and our development partners were committed to Boston's growth and future. Thank you for your roles in those votes. Tonight, we approved Plan Downtown and Plan Mattapan. These zoning changes will modernize, for example, Mattapan's residential zoning code and align the neighborhood article with the community's values that they expressed in the community meetings we had. We're also pleased to have wrapped up a significant milestone for Plan Downtown, which is going to lay the groundwork for future zoning work that's coming up over the next 3 months. It was a real pleasure to watch the discussion and see the progress being made at Mary Ellen McCormick. I wanted to highlight that development. It's one of the largest ones in New England. It's been in need of repair for many years, and thanks to the leadership of, although she had to recuse herself, our board member was former leader there, and the Kenzie Bach and her team were talking about with Wynn Development and all of their partners a very exciting transformation of that site. The buildings, there's going to be 8 new residential buildings that were approved, 2.5 acres of publicly accessible open space, and among the new buildings is going to be a retail space and a new community center named after another key leader at the Housing Authority, Billy McConnell, who passed away recently, but has been a real leader in our community in public housing, and I think we're all grateful to him. I also happen to have one of the members of his family are on the staff here at the agency. So again, very excited to see what's happening at Mary Ellen McCormick. Consistent with that leadership, I also wanted to acknowledge the approval of 100 new income-restricted housing units at the former Constitution Inn Hotel in Charlestown. Of those 100 units, 48 will be permanent supportive housing, and the site will provide on-site services for vulnerable populations. I want to take a moment to acknowledge the concerns of community members who've expressed opposition to the project. As public officials, we have a responsibility to weigh those concerns, along with a number of other factors, including the city's critical need for more permanent supportive housing units, the robust amount of support we've received from residents, and the diligent work that's been done over the many months engaging with the community to understand concerns and to make changes in the proposed program to reflect the concerns that people expressed. We're also happy to administer the request made by the councilor on behalf of some of the other electeds in the community, so that there's an ongoing process after the approval. But again, we appreciate the leadership of the board in taking that vote and several other important and challenging votes tonight. Last but not least, I do want to say farewell and good luck to John Fitzgerald, who will be leaving us in a few weeks to begin his term as a new Boston City Councilor. John joined the BPDA in 2006 as project manager in development review, worked with a variety of stakeholders on institutional expansions and large-scale projects such as the Boston Garden Government Center Garage, and I had a chance to work with him on Jackson Square as an outside development interest. In his time with the agency, he also worked closely on things like our effort to look at having the Olympics come to Boston, and most recently he's been our deputy director for real estate. he's been a great leader here, and we're excited for all the things he's going to accomplish as part of the city council. That concludes my comments. It's been a very big year for the city. We've got another big year coming up next year, but board members, you're essential to this work, and on behalf of the staff, who I also would like to thank, I want to thank you, board members, for your hard work and taking leadership in all the ways that you do with us, staff, and in the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Jemison. And congratulations, Mr. Fitzgerald. You will be missed, but you won't be far. So with that, I need a motion to adjourn this meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, roll call for a vote. Ms. Bennett.
Aye.
Dr. Landsmark.
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Motion passes. Meeting adjourned. Have a happy new year. We'll see you in June. Bye.
Thanks, everybody.